Welcome back to Raising the Vets. We appreciate you being here. For your latecomers, we do appreciate it as well. Today I have something to discuss about, and as usual, it's our government, our fake government, our owners who own us on this plantation. We're the slaves, they're the owners. And we always will be as long as we're on this plantation. The best way to get out of this plantation is to get out of it totally. Go off the grid. Don't depend on these people. They're terrible. They don't care about you, and they never did. I'm starting to see more and more things that are happening. Again, I read every day, try to figure out what's going on, what's going to happen to us. And it's coming real close. What I understand, and so far, in July of next year, 2024, is when they're going to start the CBDC. It might be sooner, like Nude said. Oh, by the way, say hi, Nude. Sorry.
Ole!
Well,
Did
that
I
was
go through?
fast. Yeah, sure
You
did.
can hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, just checking.
So anyway,
Just for the record, Rothschild purchases my shares, not the other way around. So,
can I have some of that? I'm broke, you know. But anyway,
quit being a Jew.
I didn't mean it, boss. Honest. Shalom. Anyway, the government's going to come down on you people hard, and you better wake up. I mean, do something. Start getting off the grid slowly. If it just, you have any tips right now, Guru, about this, how to get off the grid slowly?
Oh man, wow, isn't that opening up a can of worms? Yeah, tons. Best thing to do is start small. You know, it's going to vary depending on where an individual is at with that, and if they have any prior experience, and so on and so forth. And it's a learning curve. So the best tip I can give you is basically two things. Number one, narrow it down to baby steps and develop a really solid plan of action for yourselves. And number two, utilize the resources that we have online to educate yourself. There's all kinds of different strategies for doing things self-sufficient wise online available to us. That's how I learned about a lot of it and got access to a lot of people over years, and made the steps for the transition for myself, which seems to be a never-ending work in progress that I love and enjoy. So in addition to that, also feel free to reach out to me if you want some consultation. I don't charge for any advice or together work. I'm always happy to give people freely advice from experience and directional guidance to help them out if they really want to be proactive and make some action-based steps for resolve and solution for themselves to become more self-reliant and not dependent on the system, which is designed just to keep them in shackles.
Believe me, people, the people who don't know or don't care what's going on, you're going to be the first one complaining to your owners, and they won't give a shit. If they have not helped you out by now, they never will. It's all pre-planned. They don't care about us. They're a liability, and the liability is going to rest on us. They want us to pay everything off for them so they can get richer.
Let me even further to that. You are their asset.
Very good. Yeah. Yep. And it's going to happen. This is sure as we're standing here. I want to show you something here. This is in Michigan right now. This is how clamped down they're getting. Will you have to show ID in Michigan to buy baking soda? This is what's going on. And the reason why they're doing this, they might be doing it, I should say, because I guess they use baking soda on drugs, certain drugs. So now they want to clamp down on baking soda.
Always an excuse of safety. Always.
Yep.
Never fails.
The few that do this hurt the many, and it's not right. So they're clamping down your freedoms. You never had freedoms, really. What do you call it? Free range
Privilege.
privilege?
Yeah,
That's even better.
yes, free range based privilege, right? That's all you get in a capitalist environment.
And it's not actual freedom.
That's right. It's the opposite.
Privilege.
Well, if you need two things, well, basically one thing, a permission slip for everything to get access to everything, then that's not freedom. That's free range. And money is best to be looked as a permission slip. That's what it is. You're trading your little slips of permission to in for goods and services. In order to get that, you have to be a slave. You have to do all these things that you would never do otherwise.
So again, what's going to happen when we lose everything? What are people going to do? No food, no medical, no heat, no nothing, unless the government tells you you can have it. What are you going to do, people?
Learn how to do a good blowjob, because that's what they're going to ask for. If you want a little bit of privilege at that point, that's what they're training people for. Is to basically, it'll get to the point where it's literally a cage that has like lights around it to make it look all pretty and stuff.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Before
And
it
people
turns
will be
into a
just like,
concentration camp.
well, just a smaller one. It already is a concentration camp, just even smaller, with more lights and pretty sounds, and and everybody goes, "Oh, I can't wait."
Wow. Gee, just think we get chips and ID chips in our hands, and wow, I can open up the doors and look at
Think how
this. I can
safe
get,
you'll be,
yeah, yeah, well, they can walk in anytime they want to. Or look at
right?
this. I get a machine here, and I can get crickets out of that damn machine to eat. Better than candy. Yeah.
Right, but nobody will be able to steal your fictional identity that they came up with and assigned to you, right?
Mm.
It's in your chip, so doesn't that sound exciting? If you forgot to brush your teeth though at the time that you're supposed to brush them, your social credit score is going to lower. So be careful about that.
Hmm. Or if you do something wrong against the government, or say something wrong against the government, or if you didn't show up at work. Yeah, this is all going to be total control. I have something else I want to show people. Ta-da! Customers are now unable to access money from a bank, and that is the green dot. They are totally pissed. People have called up the company, Green Dot, called the CEOs. They had them online for an hour waiting and then hang up on the person. They can't get their money. This is what's going to happen to you people. And they're all going to say, we can fix everything. Your owners will say, we're going to go CBDC, central bank digital currency. Oh, you'll love it. We'll have control of your money. We'll tell you what to buy, when to buy it, how to buy it. Or if not, you don't get any credit at all. And this is what's coming down the road. And with that, I screwed it up a little bit. Let's go back to the baking soda. Apparently, baking soda isn't just used for baking. Some people tend to use it for some not so nice uses that wasn't even aware of. Maybe you ain't either. It can be used as a key ingredient to make crack cocaine. That's
Wow,
the, yep. And that's why we're hurting. That's why they're doing this. Any way to get,
you can make crack cocaine out of baking soda. Very interesting. Or a key ingredient. I wonder what the other ingredients are.
I don't know. I never made it. I know what it smells like. Our guy across the street, two houses down, about 15 years ago, was cooking it outside. It smelled like shit. I thought he was cooking some meat. And I went, damn, he burned that sucker. Until the lawyer come out over we owned a home, and he asked me about it. I said, you been smelling something lately? I says, I sure in hell have.
The meat would
He
have
went,
smelt worse.
yeah. Boy, I tell you. Whew. But that's the only thing I know about it. But people just don't realize what's going to happen to them. They're not going to have anything, nothing.
That's
And yet,
enough.
you know, I mean, they're doing all this, war stuff, to divert people from the real truth. What's going on? They're
Hmm.
hiding it.
Yep.
Oh, let me show that video now, so then we'll talk. Hold on.
Okay.
All right. Are we ready?
Ready.
So sometimes it's hard to see the outlines because we're right in the middle of it, but America really is in the middle of a profound social upheaval. Nothing is the same as it was a year ago. That's not your imagination, it's really happening. What we're seeing is an actual history-changing revolution. In place of Robespierre's famous liberty, equality, fraternity, our HR departments have produced their own three-word revolutionary slogan: diversity, equity, inclusion. Now, this is different from what's happened in other countries. Unlike the revolutions in most places, in America, the working class is not the hero of this story. Our working class is the villain. This is not a proletarian revolution, it's a revolution from above. It's aimed straight downward. And you can tell by who's running it. College professors write the radical literature, politicians put their words into practice, the biggest companies in the world pay for all of it. So maybe not surprisingly, for all their revolutionary fervor, the groups pushing this revolution leave their own power untouched. When you hear people talk about dismantling systems of oppression, they're not talking about themselves, they're talking about you. This is a revolution expressly designed to empower the already powerful. But most striking of all, now that we're discussing things that haven't changed at all, have been the universities. The overwhelming majority of the ideas behind this revolution come from college campuses. Everything you hear about white privilege and systemic racism began as a lecture about deconstruction in some classroom in the 1990s. And that's why so many BLM activists talk like sociology professors. But most of the actual changes on college campuses have been superficial. Yes, the coursework is very different. Yale no longer even pretends to teach its students anything, it just indoctrinates them. But here's what hasn't changed at all, and this is the key to everything. What hasn't changed at all is the kind of people who go to Yale in the first place. They're rich kids from rich families who plan on staying rich. Not speculation, here are the numbers. The median family income in the United States was about 65 grand a year. At Yale, it's 3 times that. The median family income of a Yale University student is $192,000 a year. That's the median. At the University of Pennsylvania, it's about $196,000 a year. At Brown University in Providence, it's $204,000. These are all Ivy League schools with multi-billion-dollar endowments heavily subsidized by you through your tax dollars. So they could afford to educate poor kids, they just choose not to. At Princeton, 72% of students come from families in the top 20% nationally for household income. Nobody seems to have any plans to change any of this. Diversity is for wage earners, not for the people in charge. No one's trying to diversify prestigious campuses because in real life, let's be honest, the lack of diversity is the real reason that people go there in the first place. No one applies to Yale in order to learn things. That's not the point. The point of going to Yale is to cement your position as a credentialed member of America's ruling class. That's the singular purpose of the experience, the only purpose. More than any other standard, more than any award in American society, an Ivy League degree increases the chance that those who hold it in the end will be giving the orders, not taking the orders. That effect is real and it lasts for generations. When you go to Yale, your grandkids probably won't have to work construction. So the question is, why should this arrangement continue? And that's a serious question, especially now. If you're going to, you probably shouldn't start with unionized cops in Kenosha. You probably should start with systems that wield actual power. America really does have a class system. They're absolutely right about that. That system is getting more rigid by the day, and we should probably do something about it pretty soon, or the next revolution might not be as peaceful as this one. So here's an idea. Beginning immediately, the top-ranked 50 colleges and universities in America should be prohibited by force of law, if necessary, from accepting students whose parents or grandparents went to college. No more rich kids. Harvard should be reserved exclusively for students who've never experienced the many advantages of living in a ruling class. If you're for diversity, equity, and inclusion, there is no faster way to achieve it than this. For example, the Biden administration has just announced plans to give amnesty and citizenship to an estimated 30 million foreign nationals now living in the United States illegally. Now, as of right now, you should know this, there is no plan to elevate any of these new Americans into our middle class. No, the plan is to keep them in serfdom at the bottom of the economic ladder. Someone needs to trim our trees and toss our kale salads. That's the view of Democratic donors, and they get their way always. But why should the rest of us accept their plan, designed only to benefit them? It's so obviously unfair. Why shouldn't the children of impoverished illegal aliens go to Duke, Cornell, Stanford, Williams, Amherst, Princeton? Why shouldn't they occupy every single bed on every single one of those campuses? So here's our advice to the members of the woke professional class at the Times and elsewhere who are about to discover that their own rules might actually apply to themselves. Here's our advice. Stop complaining. When you discover that your own children's life plans have been thwarted due to some new imperative of social justice, don't say a word. Don't whine or moan or file a lawsuit. Don't even acknowledge it's happening. Just accept it. Now, all of this might be hard for you to see right now. It's painful, and we get it. Because it's happening to you, it might even seem unjust. Trust us, it's not unjust. It's the definition of justice.
The United States is in a lot of debt. Currently, the country owes $27.2 trillion. But who would even lend them that much money? Who does the U.S. owe this massive sum? Well, the answer to that is pretty simple. In large part, it owes itself that money. But there's also quite a few other countries it owes too. The U.S. essentially owes two groups of people: the general public, which can be other countries or even investors in the U.S., and itself. But before we get into who makes up those groups and what the percentages look like, first, let's get some basics. Whenever the U.S. government needs money, it raises that money through the issuing of savings bonds or treasury bonds. These bonds are basically pieces of paper that say the U.S. will pay the person or agency that buys it back with a little bit of interest. Many people want to buy bonds because they're pretty solid investments, like banks, foreign governments, and maybe even you. The debt ceiling, which you may have heard about, is actually the cap that is set on what the U.S. Treasury can issue in terms of bonds. Congress will raise the debt ceiling to finance government spending through the sale of more of these treasuries. With those basics out of the way of how the government is funded, who actually owns all of these bonds? No, it's not really one of our enemies or some secret super powerful group. Foreign governments and investors only own about 30% of overall U.S. debt, whereas the remaining 70% is either held by U.S. investors, the Federal Reserve, or even the U.S. government itself. U.S. investors, like banks, institutions, and regular people, own about 33% of the total debt. The Federal Reserve, or the U.S.'s privatized central bank, owns about 12% of the total debt. The U.S. government itself actually owns roughly 27% of total debt. That may not make a lot of sense, but this is essentially agencies like Social Security, Medicare, and disability insurance buying up debt from the U.S. Treasury and using interest payments on that debt to fund their own programs. Normally, you couldn't loan yourself some money, but in the case of governments that print the currency, they actually can. The remaining roughly 28 to 30% of debt is owned by foreign investors, the largest being China and Japan, but Brazil, Ireland, and the UK are other big purchasers. Investing in U.S. treasuries allow these countries to control their currency value in relation to the U.S. dollar, which can be beneficial for trade and other monetary policy. So, who does the U.S. owe money to? Well, largely its own people, companies, and even itself. But a third of overall debt is owed to other countries. Do you think we'll ever pay it off?
There it is. That's exactly what's going to happen. It's all going to come on us, and we won't be able to pay for it. So they're going to start stealing our homes and everything else. Land, take away their money that we earned. You know, hell's coming.
I'm excited.
Yeah, I know you. Yeah, I know you. I got to be the same way you are right now. I got to get out of this mess. I'm trying. Just like everybody else, the 330 million people on this planet.
What is the word bond short for?
Bondage?
Bond. You know, you can make your own bond notes. It's easy.
No, really.
I'll show you how. Yeah. Let's say you and I, we want to make a deal between you and I. Nobody else. All right. And I have a little garden. Well, I can say, I'll tell you what. I'm going to give you a credit of 5 things you can come and pick from my garden. And you write on a little piece of paper that says Nudi's garden certificate, 5-item bond. And I give it to you. And you can come and you can redeem that at any time you want for 5 items of my garden. You can do the same thing for me. And guess what? It doesn't even have to be items from my garden. I could just like bring in a whole shitload of stuff from the boonies, right? Harvest them, and forage them, bring them all there, put them in a pile, and say, "Hey, here you go." Now, if I get you hooked on that, I could start making you do some extracurricular things if you want more of these bond notes. You know, I can make a trade with you. I didn't really have to do anything except write it on a piece of paper.
So basically, that's what the fake government's doing right now, our owners.
I just described the entire basis for the monetary.
Wow.
That's what's been going on for a long time. And at some point, because it is backed by something. People say it's not backed by anything. Actually, it is. It's backed by the labor of the working class slave. That's what it's backed by. As soon as workers stop, that's why they need your work so bad. If workers stop, even for just 3 days, the whole thing topples. That's what's backing it.
Is us slaves.
Mm-hmm. Just imagine if 10% of the workforce didn't go to work tomorrow for 3 days. Especially in the major industries, oil, banking sector, transportation. About 3 days. That's all it would take.
She would hit the fan then. They start waking up a little bit.
Yeah.
People organizing, wondering, what the hell's going on. But people won't do it. They won't do it.
So I propose, a better way. Instead of I create this little stupid bond note, I say, hey, why don't you come over to my house? We can have lunch together from my garden. And we can develop a plan of how you can learn how to do a garden. And I'll teach you how to do that. And I'll even give you some seeds to get you started and help you out with a little bit of equipment. And in turn, when you've got produce over there, try and grow some things that are a little different from what I'm growing over here, and then we can share it with each other. What's that?
I like that.
Doesn't that sound a little better?
Yeah, well, like you said before, just half the people around the world would just do something like that. People wouldn't starve. They'd have so much fruit and vegetables, they wouldn't know what to do with them. They'd have to give it away, for free.
And that's the thing. There's a lot of people who are doing this already. You just won't see them because they're not interested in anybody who's not interested in that wisdom. So it's up to the individuals, right? People got to think to look for this and look for the people who are doing that. That's what I discovered. You're never going to hear it about it in the arena that is designed to keep you from thinking and hearing and knowing about this. That's not where it's going to happen. So a lot of people, that's where they get caught, right? They're just like, why don't I see people doing something more like that? And then waiting. Well, we're in a pickle until we wake people up. Yeah. That's the conundrum for you then. That's the waiting game. It'll never happen. I had a meme about that just today, actually. Maybe I'll just put it on screen share for a second. It goes right hand in hand with this. Shoot, I have to open my email. It's the one beneficial thing about these, government psyops that are going on is it does, tend to wake some people up and this and that. But does it actually get them to take some action about it? And I don't mean, lip service based action like protesting and complaining and whining and bitching, moaning. I mean real proactive solutions. Like actually start learning how to take some responsibility for yourself, stop being a spoon-fed a bitch slave to the system and the people that want to own you and rule and control all of your lives. That type of action. Mostly not.
The guy already said that they're getting future generation of owners. Their children.
Mm-hmm.
The owners are right now. Their children going to school, going to start running our children. And treating them like slaves as well. It's just a rotation. It's a big game, is what it is.
It is. It's the grandest of all Ponzi schemes, is what it is. You know what a Ponzi scheme is?
Yeah, it's when they fool you. It's something that they deliberately do.
Not
The setup. It's a
exactly.
setup. It's a setup.
It is a setup, but it's a specific kind of setup. Look into it. There's a reason why it's called Ponzi scheme. I forget his first name, but I think it's something from around the 30s. There was a man who designed a financial scheme, where he took money from X amount of investors, like let's say 10 investors, and then it was a loan. And then in order to start paying back the loan, he opened up more opportunity for more investments, 20 more investments, and then he started taking some of that money to pay back the first 10 investors with. And then he just then it just kept going, like 100 investors to pay back the first 20, and then 1,000 investors to pay back the first 100. And so as long as you were in there, at the beginning, you were okay. You were getting some of your return back, but it was always backed only by new investors coming in.
Until they stopped investing, and then he got
Right.
screwed.
Right. And then so it's like the game of hot potato, right? You don't want to be caught when that thing topples. And so that's why they call it a Ponzi scheme, because that was, I believe, the man's last name. And so the entire capitalistic system is a Ponzi scheme on steroids.
And basically, this is what the government's doing to us.
It's how the monetary system is designed and run. It's a Ponzi scheme. Money is just printed out of thin air, backed by the nothing else other than down the road labor from the working man. That's it. It's the only thing that's backing it. And it was just created because they can. Yeah, and I don't know about you, but I don't want to be in a system that where somebody else gets to print all the money and spend it all as much as they want, and I can't do it. It doesn't make any sense to me, right? And especially when there's nothing backing it except the labor, and it's a Ponzi scheme that's definitely going to topple. That's what inflation is. Inflation is them putting more money into the currency supply, and inflating the value, or deflating the value of it through inflating the supply. It's really deflation of value. It should technically be called deflation, but they're inflating the supply. Is what they're doing.
It's heinous. It really is what they're doing. It really is, and they don't care because it won't hurt.
Oh, they care
at all.
They care. They care to make sure that you're dependent on it.
Oh yeah, that. But I'm just saying, though, when that bubble bursts, that inflation, boom, we're all going to be in trouble. And then they won't give a shit because they'll be all set in life. You know what I mean?
I'm not sure if you realize this yet. They have designed this to happen intentionally.
Yeah. Yeah. You told me this before, and I agree with you. Yes.
Yeah, it's intentionally integrated in the monetary structure for this to happen, so that and they control it, right? They control the speed and the pace of it, and as they're controlling it, they're tightening the reins of the other privilege-based controls, make them tighter and tighter by design. That's how it works. And yes, it does implode, but even the implosion is also by design. They control when that happens, and they already have their next savior plan in place by design, ready to go. So people just jump ship to it. And you're right on the money with what the next one is. It's the central bank digital currency. That's obviously where they're going towards, as well as to get access to that, doing all these crazy things that may not seem so crazy when it happens, because there's all this fear and panic going on, and people don't think rationally and logically at the best of times, mostly. But when they're afraid, they really don't think. They can't think when they're in fear. So people are really ready to, as you can see, right, when they're in a fear and a panic, government comes in, problem, reaction, solution. Oh, I've got your fix. I've got your cure. And they'll jump at it. Yeah, I'll take the chip. Just like they took the jabby do and, wore the masks, and most people without question just went right into it. Right.
Yeah, they sure did. Like a
Yeah.
fish in water,
Yep. That's all just training, right? Continual training. So to repeat that loop cycle of problem, reaction, solution, and get people addicted and used to that dependency way of functioning, unbeknownst to them, at their own demise.
Well, people were smart because they forced people to get this Kool-Aid. If you don't get the Kool-Aid, you don't work. We don't want you. Oh, there's another
And
deal. Go on.
right, that's what happens when you're dependent on this corporate monetary structure. And that's why I say that if you really want to make change, you have to secede your dependency from it and learn how to be self-reliant. That's the only way. Because it's the reliance and dependency on that puts you into a corner situation where you're fucked. See all this stuff going on right now? All these people around me, or not at the moment around me, but all the people in the beehives, they're all fucked. I'm not fucked. And a lot of people that I know are not fucked. Not even close. There's a reason for that. We might be affected by it in some way, shape, or form. If people are fighting, there's, civil unrest and that kind of stuff, because that's just physical happenings in the world. And so we've got, things that we do to mitigate that, finding different refuges and stuff like that, because we know what's happening. But as far as the monetary system goes and all the corporate garbage, that doesn't affect us one bit. We're just kind of laughing at the crumb-based system that it is and going, I can't believe people would ever feel so desperate to hold on to that. Like there's this whole thing going on right now where people are like, we got to save cash. We got to save cash. Cash is freedom. Cash is freedom. I put the one guy said, cash isn't freedom. Cash is privilege. And his response was, privilege is freedom. And I said, well, that's what the slave says, he was self-centered. And I just replied, I must be. Yeah, I mean, people are so like ready to chastise the person that just tells the truth about it instead of just being rational and logical, because of course that's how the MK Ultra works, right? It has an integrated response built in, ready for anybody who tells the truth about it. And people just want to do everything they can to hold on to their superficial crumbs, as if that's the only way to function in life. Well, and I say all the more power to you. If that's the way you want to go, enjoy your cages.
The problem is it's going to be gone. They don't realize that everything they own is going to be gone.
It's inevitable. You mean you mean everything that they have the privilege to use?
Yeah.
Because right now there never is ownership anyway. Even no matter what, there's no such thing as ownership. That's just a superficial ideology in the minds of slaves that are trained to have. And people really got to get off that, because that's where the biggest form of entanglement is the idea that anybody actually owns anything here. And the pursuit and the chase after that. People will do all these kinds of things to get access to everything that was free from default by design, because they're chasing this ideology of ownership, which is a complete LARP, fallacy, fiction, and scam. Ownership is a scam. Not because you have to pay property taxes. That don't matter. Even if you didn't have to pay property taxes, the fact that you bought it, the fact that it's not attached to you, the fact that you would have to do something to try and defend it. If you truly owned something, you wouldn't have to do any of those things. You don't even own your body by design. Everything here in this realm is temporary occupation. We're all sharing it. And that's a beautiful thing. That's something to relax and rejoice in, because the abundance in this is overwhelming. It's, look at the amount of air there is. We never run out of it, just for a start. It rains without having to push buttons. Everything grows like crazy. All we have to do is enjoy that and learn how to share it better. The access, there's enough room for each other. There really is, if we're not insecure about it. It's the insecurity that starts people on this track of greediness, because now people start to think, oh, I have to hoard and harvest, and I need more than them because it's survival of the fittest and this and that. And it's like every single inch you move towards that direction is death and destruction for you. That's what disease is.
Well, I can tell you what's coming up pretty soon, and I've already seen these signs already. I went shopping, and I'm seeing these people taking pictures and grabbing things and putting them in the carts. Not just one. I'm talking about 5 or 6 people, different people.
Mm-hmm.
So I went up to one guy and I says, "Hey, what are you doing? Why are you taking pictures?" I went there and did the video, and they kicked me out almost. And the guy says, "We're here. We're like Ubers. We get these orders and we deliver them to the people's house." I says, "Really?" I said, "I'm starting to see more and more." He says, "Yeah, it's getting popular. People don't want to get out, or some people can't get out to order their food, and we do it for them."
Right.
And I says, "Okay." So I thought about that. Then today, my daughter was having a hard time getting something, and she had to go on the internet. They're trying to get rid of the stores. Everything's going to be based on the internet if you want something.
Mm-hmm.
You just can't go to the store because there's not going to be a store anymore.
Right.
It's going to be all, and then if they start with that CBDC, you won't be able to buy anything. They don't want you to.
Mm-hmm.
And I just clicked on today and went, son of a, that's what's going on. Go
on. I see that as an excellent thing, because I really don't want people who don't have very much resolve and capacity or self-regulation running amok in the areas of the nature that are more pristine. It's already been damaged enough as it is. So, hey, if people want to if that mind heads towards the path of self-destruction, and they rejoice all the way towards it, well, then I applaud it, because on the other side of the fence means less corruption out in places where it's more pristine, and eventually the scars of the beehive cities as well. Nature will heal that.
By eliminating it. That's what's going to happen.
Yep.
But that's why I say they're going to kill 6 to 7 billion people. That's inevitable. I can see that coming.
Mm-hmm. And
Yeah.
really, they're not killing anybody. We are. We're killing ourselves. That's what people
Yeah.
are not looking at, right? Because who is the actual physical? Where's the actual physicalness happening from? Is it the people in government? Are they the ones that are actually, doing any of the actual killing? Are they the ones that are actually doing any of the purchases of toxic products and advocating for it that way and funding it that way?
Well, let's put it this way: they're not helping any. You know what I mean? They're just letting it go.
Well, I reckon, if you really look at it, think about this carefully. They're actually just giving the people what they want and choose.
If people would wake up and actually find out what the government's actually doing, allowing other corporations to like poisoning our food slowly, they wouldn't want it. Trust me.
It seems
But
they do, right? It's because
they're so
they don't want
indoctrinated.
to. That's what I'm saying, though. They don't want to listen to anything, and they don't want to hear any other thing other than what they're holding on to. They want to hold on to these things. So that's what they want.
But it's not going to be here. That's what you said. It's not going to be here at all. It's going to be gone. Everything they want, it's going to be gone.
That's what they want. They want it to be gone because that's what they're choosing.
Wow.
They're choosing this destruction. Aren't they voting for it by voting?
Oh yeah.
Aren't they paying for it by choosing to purchase these products and services from the companies that have shares and make these weapons for destruction, and then are funding the militaries? Aren't the militaries made by nothing more than just the civilian men and sometimes women
It
who are
is.
choosing these things, right?
True. True.
So I'll remain as the finger point to really where it ought to be is to turn to the people as the real culprits of all.
Well, they deserve what they get then. That's all I got to say. And me too. If I can't get out of this, if I can't get out of it, then
Agreed, because it was chosen, right?
Yep.
And now, while that's going on, they also deserve an opportunity, if they so wish, to secede from it. And that's where I come in. I want to help anybody who really wants to do that. If you see the writing on the wall, you realize this is corruption, it's not for you, you're done with it. I don't care what you did in your past. I'm not here to judge anybody. Nobody should, right? We've all done mistakes in life, whatever. Better late than never to learn about anything. If you figured out it's time to secede for yourself and you really want to do that, let's have a conversation.
like I said, I'll do a documentary of what's going on with me in a while. You know what I mean? How I'm trying to get out of the grid. You know what I mean? And that'll show a lot of people. By then, hopefully, they'll wake up. You know what I'm saying?
Are you having a smoke, or are you at the screen?
Yeah, I'm having a smoke here. I'm coming back.
Okay, when you get back, the meme is up there.
What's up? Oh, I got to read. No glasses. Okay.
Mm-hmm,
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I think you're doing this purposely to me.
Well, I'm just expanding your privilege a little.
Dave, let me open this thing up a little bit bigger here. How come I got to read all the time? What did I do to you? Most people may not be ready to implement productive actions for their solutions-based change. The question, however, does that mean you yourselves shouldn't do your part anyway, not wait for anyone else to be ready to implement productive actions for solutions and change?
You had it right, except the word productive is proactive.
Proactive. I got it. Sorry. Do your part anyway.
Okay, I'll read it one more time. Ready?
Ready. Yeah,
Okay.
you wear your glasses.
Most people may not be ready to implement proactive actions for solution-based change. The question, however, is, does that mean you yourself shouldn't do your part anyway and not wait for anyone else. Be ready to implement proactive actions for solutions and change.
In other words, don't rely on your masters, your owners. Do something about it. Get out of there.
Well, it's
Be,
kind of that. That's a bit of it, but
proactive yourself.
a lot of people, like I was just saying a bit ago, get caught in this whirlwind is, well, we need to wake everybody up. We need this. And it ends up being, that's part of the indoctrination that's integrated to make people stay stuck in a state of perpetual waiting and never actually take initiative-based action for themselves. And it just becomes this loop. Well, we'll have change when everybody does this, when people stop wanting to fight, when people want to propagate peace and all this kind of stuff. Well, for you, it can be right now. You just have to choose it. And then two things will happen. It'll be, oh, well, I can't because, you know, this is happening and that's happening. And then what do I do this and blah, blah, blah. Now, that's different for an individual, though, who is like sincere and realizes, well, I'm up against challenges to do that, but I'm willing to be open-minded and want to explore and discover how and learn how to do that. That's different. And in that case, I'm 100% with an individual and totally want to do what I can within my means to help them with it. But most people are stuck in that perpetual loop of just excuse waiting for somebody else to start the reins, or we have to change the people in the government. We have to change the system in order for all that kind of stuff. I'm totally not realizing that that idea is what they have been baited to believe by the same oppressors. So that as long as they focus on that, the oppressors still have them, because that will never implement any actual meaningful foundational change. It might mitigate some things, right? Like band-aids do help, right? It might help to temper and mitigate some violence here and there. And I'm not saying that that's a bad thing. It's not. It's a good thing whenever violence is mitigated. But let's not be in denial about that band-aids don't cure cancer. And if you really want some proactive solution and change, then you got to realize how you might be the problem for yourself and how you need to fix you. And by how you fixing you is how you can become a more asset base to yourself and your brothers and sisters of humanity, if you really want to do that type of thing. You know, that's what it's all about.
Well, it took me a while to wake up, hopefully they'll wake up. But you kept working on me, and you were right. Everything you said was right.
And that's the
We are
thing.
slaves.
You can see what it actually takes, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know, like it takes a while. Everybody's on their own path. And some people, it just never happens because they've decided this is not for me. I'm not interested in being that responsible for myself. A lot of people, one of the conundrums of it is they get stuck in well, it's already too late for me mode. I'm already too diseased. You know, I've done this for too long and I've abused myself too long. And now to do something like that, it's just too far gone. Yeah. Yes. People, if you're thinking like that, look at Rights for Vets. And I know tons of other people that, you know, it's never too late to improve. As long as you're breathing, it's never too late to improve, at least on some level, right? And it's that momentum of making steps with courage against fears and getting a momentum happening while you're learning and just enjoying that process. Who knows what's going to happen in the end? But I can tell you what, if you don't make that pathway for yourself and you go down that path, and instead you go down the other path that you're going on, path of self-destruction, I certainly know what happens going down that path. No doubt about it.
You can see it now. You can see what's going to happen. I mean, it's the writing's on the wall. I mean, do me a favor. Don't tell nobody. Tell them I'm 50 years old, not 70.
Well, I was thinking, 40, but you know, it's never too late to improve. As long as you're breathing, it's never too late to improve. And that's the thing. You can, you can see what it actually takes, right? Well, I was thinking 40, but you know.
Ooh, I even like that better. I'll pay you for that one.
There's a seniors discount on 5-cent Fridays, so you might want to reconsider your age there.
Is Barbara going to be there?
Yeah, it's Barbara's bond coupons. But she does bondage in a different way.
Good with interest. I love that.
Yes.
But
She comes with extra steel toe boots.
I hope she gets the spurs on them. Oh, I love that. It just what I see so much right now, it's unreal. And I can understand why people were, because I was there. You know, I mean, I knew something was wrong, like I said before, but it took you to wake me up to find out we are slaves in this damn plantation, and the owners are the government. All we have to do to get away from the owners is get away from government, get away from the rules. They're they're crazy. These people are, and it's all a game. It's a facade. It's just you see these wars starting to happen now. I mean, that's just a way of concentrating on the wars and not really finding out what's going. Not one senator has said anything about CBDC. Not one senator has said anything about 15-minute cities. Not one senator has said anything about RFID chips planted in your hand. Not one senator has said anything about eating bugs. You know, not even the news media, Hollywood. It's amazing. And these people are all cahoots together. And people don't see this. They rather talk on there and just talk about nothing, really, you know, to try to help other people. I don't know.
Distraction Incorporated.
Yeah, that's what it is.
The entire thing is a LARP, top to bottom. It's Hollywood blown up everywhere. That's what it was all along. The whole thing was an act, and still is, for the purposes of distraction, so that you can be in denial and cognitive dissonance about one simple thing. One simple thing and one simple thing alone. You have owners.
You know what I think I might do? I might copy that Wag the Dog, that put it on Rumble so people can see exactly how they do it. You know, make fake videos to make it look real. You know what I mean? Yeah, that too. Yeah, my burrito. Yeah, I think I might do that just to show people how fake it is, how they can make movies. And they say, you know, a picture says 1,000 words. Not anymore. They can do anything with a picture. You know.
Yeah, for sure. And this is what they've been doing and how it's been going on all along, you know?
I know that guy.
With this guy right here,
Yeah.
she get some markers and scribble over.
Put some horns on him. Teeth, you know. Devil ears. Yeah. But yeah, it just amazes me. And I'll start documenting when I start doing what I have to do, and I'll start putting it on YouTube to show them the change. You know, from where I was at to where I'm going to be. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So, and then maybe people will start realizing maybe Guru's correct with what he says. You know, I mean, he's helping rights for vets. You know, so I have a feeling when this shit comes down, you're going to be one busy person. You won't be able to handle the load.
I'm
Seriously.
anticipating that, and even beforehand, but that's okay because that's a blessing, because we are all capable of doing this, and all it is just having the wisdom and the know-how and helping each other with learning that. That's what it all comes down to, just sharing the understanding and the truth, and how to do self-reliance. And the more that people learn that, the more easier it is for all of us to help educate anybody who comes along and wants to learn about that. So I'm not worried about being inundated and overwhelmed. And also, of course, that's the whole basis why I'm putting together this website hub, is to have all of that centered so that we as a team, like I'll know it inside out at first, but you guys will take some time to get familiarized with all of it. And then after a while, it'll just be like, oh, this person is looking for this information. Well, guess what? We got a website. here's the link. Go to this page here. That's how you can learn. It's structured step by step, and classes if you want to take or whatever. And it's all laid out for everybody already for when the swarms come. That's kind of the plan there, you know.
Could you show them your pilot program right now? I mean, can you give them a link if they want to go to it?
Well, it's not. You mean the pre-launch website?
Yeah,
That's what you-
yeah.
yeah.
Can you show-
So
give
for
'em an
anybody
idea?
who, sure, for anybody who doesn't know what I'm talking about, sometime down the road, let me just grab the link at the same time here. I will be launching a website hub that is a free for all, and it's an information and resource based hub that anybody who's interested in self-reliance and activism as well on many different fronts, actually activism in any category, any proactive based activism, can make use of for free. Absolutely no monetary requirement or whatnot. There'll be all kinds of different goodies, resource-wise, tools, resources, guides, and even private networks that are in development right now that will give all of us uncensored platforms as well to do the types of things that we're doing right now, like literally zero censorship stuff, or more our own based platforms where we could talk freely and openly and not have to worry about this stupid, you know, terms of service crap, blah, blah, blah. So all this is in development as we speak. And not too far off from finishing as well, a lot of it. So I'll post the link here in chat for anybody who wants to take a look at that. On this link, let me just get it in there first. I got to get to your website, or sorry, your tube.
Oh, Fitness is here. Fitness, you want a link?
Hey, Fitness.
See if he wants a link.
What's the price today?
I don't know. After I started doing those suppressions on the wall and I broke through the wall, probably about $5.
I'm never getting paid. Okay, so
Go on.
there's a link there in chat for anybody who wants to go see it. It's just a pre-launch website that has quite a lot of information, the ins and outs of the project. I'm calling it the Freedomist Project now. That might change. And that's where you can see the details of all the ins and outs of the project, what it's about, and also various ways to stay up to date. There's a quote of the day by email, daily subscription thing that you can sign up for. I don't always send out a quote every day, but quite often I do. And it's also how I keep people informed and updated about the project as it progresses. And also various ways to keep in touch and keep in contact with me are on there as well. So have a look at that. Feel free to go check it out. Look at all the different links and stuff. And even feel free to connect with me. I'm really easygoing and easy to reach. And if you'd like to be a part of it, you see yourself wanting to be a part of it some way, feel free to bring that to my attention. Even if you have feedback or ideas to share or whatnot. This is the idea is that this is going to be the people's project. Freedom based, maybe for the first time ever in history. I don't know.
And again, this is all free. I mean, he spent hours and hours on me and never charged me. Not one, and he could have. And he never did. He woke me up. Seriously, I am just amazed. And I was a serviceman in the military. Well, I'll tell you what. No, don't ever go in the military because the government don't appreciate a freaking thing that you do for them. They sit on their asses and get fat while you have to order come back in a box, 6 foot under.
The bill's in the mail. Don't tell him.
Fitness says he's get. What did he say?
I said I'll come up in a few.
Okay, is that what he said? I'll come up with a few.
Yep.
Yeah, I gotta do some running around tomorrow, so get myself acclimated. Yeah, it's a shame that I was indoctrinated, no doubt about it. Oh, what do you say? Take take the red pill.
I took them both just to see what happened at the same time.
Wow,
Do you know what that means when people say that? The red pill or the blue pill?
wake up.
Yeah, you know where that comes from?
Yeah, the Matrix.
The Matrix. Yeah.
Yeah, I watched that. In fact, I put a thing on there, a Matrix, on my video of him taking a red or green pill. I told people, you want to take the red pill or the blue pill? You must have missed that one.
Yeah, I don't recall off the top.
I got into everything. Believe me, Guru, you wouldn't. Wow.
That's one movie I watched. Probably the movie I watched the most times over again. Matrix.
Again, the first time I seen it, I couldn't make sense of it. Wait a minute, this don't make no sense to me. I had to go back and listen. Oh, that's what they're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Light bulb came on.
Yeah. I was kind of surprised, but not surprised as well that they released that. I mean, literally, if you couldn't see a better accuracy of exactly what's going on, it's that they literally just told it like it is. Here you go, this is it. And then I realized, fuck, they can do this because they're saying you guys are all in a fucking trance here and you can't see it. So you're so deep in a trance. We're gonna make a movie about you. We're gonna show you what you're doing, but you're so blinded what we're doing, but you're so blinded by the trance you won't be able to see it. And then I realized that's what they're doing with all the fucking movies and all the TV shows. They've been doing that forever and today. That's what they're all about. It's just a mockery. This is what we're doing to you.
I see it. I see it. Not like that wagon and dog thing. I went, wow. I mean, right in front of me. I'm like, son of my, like, what a picture. And that other one that, I forgot the name of it. With Dustin Hoffman. I can't think of the name of the damn thing. Infection? No, disease? I forget what it was. But the whole town got infected. And they blew up the whole town up, amazing.
Right.
The
You know, I
zombies.
recommend watching The Matrix another time, just the first one. You know, the sequels, they had some stuff to it, no doubt, but the first one was really the most impactful as far as truth revealing goes. But watch it another time with the perspective of uh, why people are the way they are, and look for the clues in it as to join to that narrative, because that's what it's really touching base on. How people are in such a deep trance. You know, when Neil was going through that constructual training there with Morpheus, and Morpheus was like, "Look at all the people around here. These people are they are your enemy because they don't know that they're in this construct and they're not ready to be unplugged. So you telling them the truth presents a concern for them in their trance state, because they're so dependent and reliant on the thing that they're plugged into that to them, part of the training is the idea of being unplugged from that means death."
Yeah, in fact, one guy wanted to eat steak. He said, "Oh, I love this steak. Even though it's fake, I love it. It tastes good." Remember that? Yeah.
Right. When he
Yeah.
wanted to go back, right? He wanted to have that's Cypher, right? He wanted to have
That's
his memory erased, and ignorance is bliss, right? That's a lot of people, right? And they're just like, fuck, I don't want to look at that because my steak tastes good. I don't care what it does to me.
scary. Fitness says he'll be right back. He's getting a cup of coffee.
Making a cup of coffee. If you drop the link, I'd enjoy coming up. I have a couple of questions for Guru. All
Oh, you're
righty.
in trouble now, Guru. You're in deep trouble.
I'm always in trouble, but that's why I have so much fun.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. What I'm going to do in a while, I'll switch. I'll turn my cell phone on and just leave that on StreamYard so it stays alive and you guys can talk.
Oh yeah, sure. Just throw me under the bus.
Well, you're gonna love it.
Now, are you working for the Rothschilds? Starting to concern me here. Jesus.
No, I'm just paying you back for hitting my logo on your RV and hitting a tree purposely. Now I got no
Well,
logo.
if you wouldn't have sat down so fast, it wouldn't have took over. You know, we're working on fixing it.
Yeah.
I'll call you next century.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's good. Yeah. Yeah, it's just we'll see what happens. I mean, it's funny. We don't get that many people until we're off. And then we get all kinds of people watching us. So I don't know where they're at, but it's
What
just
did you?
funny.
Sorry? Oh, I missed the
Well,
first
when
part.
we talk, there's nobody up here hardly. But when we get off the StreamYard, a lot of people look at it. It's amazing.
Yeah, I think that part of the reason for that is the time that we typically go on is most people are tied into the matrix still and living their corporate lives. So, uh, which is interesting because anybody who does come on is definitely going to be a little bit open minded because they wouldn't be able to, right?
Mm.
So you're seeing a lot of people that catch wind of the rerun because their lives doesn't afford them the benefit of coming up.
Um, I can tell you this much was going on. Somebody that I know, they bought this company out, and because these people are from the other company, they're trying to eliminate these people purposely, picking on them, little picnics. You know what I mean? And
What's this? What's going on?
this company bought this company out, and the people who worked for the original company, this new company's trying to fade these people out, and they're nitpicking on them,
Okay,
trying to get them fired because they worked for the other company.
right,
And I went, wow, I can't believe this.
right, and that's
So I mean,
why,
this is shit's going on.
yeah, that's why, how do I say this without sounding insulting or condescending? Because that's never
Well,
my
say it.
intention. For anybody who's listening, not you, I know you won't
Uh,
take personally, but you know, um, but
you hurt
just
my
to be straight,
feelings.
bold and blunt, here's a tissue. Um, Jobs are for slaves, and it's stupid. I mean, you're already operating in a capitalistic corporate environment where, no matter what capacity you're in, you're a slave to the system. No matter what you do. So, but to make matters worse, you're going to want this capacity of being dependent on somebody else who's dependent on the system for your livelihood by wanting to pursue getting a job. Not a very smart way to go. If you're going to work in the capitalist environment or the corporate environment, at the very least, learn how to teamwork, learn how to be self-employed, learn how to run a business with partners. And if you do that, stop perpetuating the wheel of further slavery by having employees, because you got no business having people working for you for your benefit. Now you're just another Rothschild. So if when I do business, we're partners. We all have value, we contribute, and we all share in the business. We all share in the benefit. Nobody's better than nobody. And as a team, we run it as a more sensible democracy, in a sense where, okay, what makes logical sense? And as a team, if we make a mistake as a team, we make a mistake as a team, we all pay a price for that. If we do good as a team, we all benefit from that. So the incentive for everybody to contribute and do their part and do their best is there by default. You got nobody thinking, how do I fuck somebody else over? Because that means I'm pissing on my own back porch. That would be a healthy way to run business. Nobody looks like that. Show me a business that's structured that.
hopefully people will understand what you're saying. You know what I mean? Seriously. It was hard for me when you first started talking to me. I couldn't believe what you said. You know what I mean?
Of course.
Slowly, but slowly I woke up. I understood, and that picture, that plantation, woke me right up. I mean, it's just like you put a book in my head, just bang, here it is. I went, wow, and it made perfectly sense to me.
Kudos to Clark and Rose for putting that together. Well
Yeah,
done.
that
Well
was
done.
good.
Valuable resource.
Hmm.
We ought to make sure we keep copies of that,
Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely. I believe I do have it on my. I think I want to use it. Let's see. You know, I'm not out here for my health. I'm out here to try to help people out like you are. You know what I mean? I mean, I'm taking my time off to do all this stuff. And hopefully we can get at least 2 people. I would appreciate that, to understand what's going on here. It's not the easiest thing in the world, but I'm going to keep doing it until I can't do it no more. Oh,
Yeah.
now you're in trouble.
All right. Well, I'll go on mute and I'll let him bash you over the head.
How you doing, Mr. Fitness?
Good. How you doing, Rice? How you doing, new girl?
What's happening today? I'm doing great. Yourself?
Excellent. Well, I guess that's thinking optimistically. I'm a little bit troubled. I mean, I want to ask you a couple of questions, new girl, because you're the guys that would know. I don't
Sure,
know if
fire away.
I think I'm going to be bringing up something that may not have been spoken about here before, and it definitely should be if it hasn't. But to preface this, I'd like to say, I live in New York City, as you know, and I don't know if you guys are paying attention to what's going on in the Middle East. I'll make this quick and simple. But Iran has now stated publicly that if the Israeli Defense Forces enter northern Gaza, that they are going to be supporting the Hezbollah. So this is going to get really ugly. And being that I live here in New York City, I'm expecting some kind of terrorist attack, not coming from outside the country, coming from inside Muslims that are already here. I should say Muslims, Islamic fundamentalists. And if that does happen, hopefully it doesn't, but if it does, my clients, for the most part, will disappear from New York City. They'll run to their country houses. So the questions I had for you were, what kind of bag and what is in the bag and how much does the bag weigh, a bug out bag? Because if the crap hits the fan, if my clients, the majority of them end up leaving, I think it might be a good opportunity for me to get out of the city for a while. And when I say bug out, I don't mean like going deep into the woods to try to, get away from anything. Just get away from the city for a while and kind of put my, foot in the water before I even get out on the Appalachian Trail. What kind of bag would I get? I know it's going to need a backpack. How many cubic centimeters should it be? How much weight should I be carrying? What should be in that bag?
Oh, wow. For you, because I know that you have good fitness too, so you can handle quite a bit.
Well, let me say this. If I leave, it'll be a 99% chance that I'll be going on my bicycle. And I'm going to be heading 55 miles north of New York City onto the Appalachian Trail.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not going to be going very far on the trail, but I will be riding out of the city. I don't need to. I mean, I could take a train there to get there or a bus. But I figure if I'm going to be out there for a bit, probably be advantageous to have my bicycle close by if I need to, resupply if I end up staying out there for longer than the amount of food that I have lasts. I can just, jump on my bike and ride into town and resupply.
Sure. I mean, so if you're going to do the bike thing, there's different strategies to think about with that too. Like you can do a mini teardrop trailer on the back that can act as both a little camper as well as supply thing that helps you out to take with you. And in there, like if it were me, I'd probably get one of these newer air-based blow-up tents. So I would have that. And then all of your basic survival camping stuff for protection, of course.
When you
Other
say
than that,
well,
go
when you
ahead.
say air-based tent, you mean a tent? It's the poles are there are no poles. You inflate the
Yeah,
sections of the tent to act as the poles.
yeah. Well, actually, maybe you haven't seen them yet. I don't know how new it is, but it's only recent since I've discovered them. They've got these new tents now that are basically, you know, those kids jumpers, those little tent jumper things that we had when we were kids. We'd get on them, and they're just like a tent filled with air underneath, and you can jump on
Oh
those.
yeah.
Yeah, so kind of like the same concept, except in a tent format. So that's definitely a much higher quality tent. It gets you higher off the ground, and of course you can you can either sleep right on that. You don't even need a tarp underneath that because now you've got enough room between you and the ground with the air. You can also put a air mattress in it as well. Some people do, and some of the. Go ahead.
Does the floor of this inflatable tent have some kind of thermal material in it? Because if it's just air, you're going to need a mat on top of that because that air will get cold from the ground.
Yeah, sure. That's a good question. I haven't looked into it further to see if there's one that do have any thermal.
Do you know?
But
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
for that purpose, you can always put a blanket down. Just do something makeshift as well. That also there's different little mini heaters that you can use now that have come much further than before. Much more efficient. And this is only for like tent purposes, camping. That can be run on solar and stuff like that. You can just integrate with these types of tents. That's kind of what they're designed for.
Wouldn't it be more practical and economical just to get like a little titanium wood stove and get a tent that would be able to utilize one? It wouldn't be that air tent, that's for sure.
You could do that. I don't know about practical, but maybe more. It just depends. Depends on the situation.
I only say practical because it's first off, it's going to probably weigh less than what you're talking about, especially when you're considering gas canisters. And also, you can get a very small titanium stove, wood stove, for inside of a tent.
Mm-hmm.
That'll weigh no more than 4 pounds. Actually, maybe a little bit under 4 pounds.
Right.
And you're going to be surrounded by wood. So
right.
It's not only is it more economical in the long run, but that's why I said more practical, because what happens when the gas canisters run out?
You're surrounded by wood, but then it's in a pickle. You got to dry it out, and it's not as easy as it sounds. It's doable if you do it right. But see, I like to diversify. So for me, being diversified is the way I go for practicality. And I would probably do a combination of both. And that's why I say it depends on what your setup is and what you have to work with. So if you're going to do you're going to do the bike route, so that changes things. And if you're going to do a little something that you can pull on your bike to take with you, then you've got more breathing room to work with. And
unfortunately, the bicycle that I'll be using is a fixed gear bicycle, and it's not equipped to put a trailer onto the back of it. In fact, if you attempted to do that and you put any weight, you'd probably end up breaking the rear triangle of the frame. It's just not made for that. And I don't, a bicycle that would be made for that is something more like a mountain bike or a hybrid
sure.
bike. I don't have one, and I'm not going to go out and buy one now.
Okay.
This air tent that you're talking about, do you have any kind of idea what the price range is?
Yeah, I can even probably call up some links for that. I was looking at one the other day. It was like just 200, I think, 199 or 300 maybe.
Okay, so then I'm assuming if for that kind of money, it's not a 4-season tent, it's a 3-season tent, right?
Yeah, it doesn't come with like extra insulation or anything like that. You would have to do that. But then again, you know, I haven't looked into all the different options. I just came across this enough to know that this is kind of a newer, expanding option, and there could be a lot of other companies that have done things already that I just haven't gotten to.
Listen, the right terminology escapes me right now, but you have, is it a single wall tent or a double wall tent? I'm assuming it's a single wall tent, right?
Looks like it from what I see.
Yeah. See,
Single wall, just basically like the walls are like tubes in a sense, filled with air, and then one side wall will have like a fold down flap cutaway type thing, so you got airflow and window, and then also a door on another side, so you got cross ventilation like that. And then the rest of the corners is a bit extra for support. And then I'll see if I can find something here and pull up.
Yeah, I gotta tell you,
pictures.
Yeah, I mean, if I had to use a single wall tent, I would, but I would definitely prefer to have a double wall tent. You know, single wall tent, I understand what you're saying. It's got its ventilation, but then there's going to be times when it's pouring rain outside, and either one or both of those vents is going to leak a little water, and you're going to have to zip it up, and it's going to be a sweat box. It's not a sweat box, but it's going to be your condensation that you're breathing out is going to be hitting the walls and then falling down on top of you and your sleeping gear. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I mean, I'm looking at, you know, if the crap hits the fan, you're talking about pretty much in the dead of winter. So a 3-season tent just isn't going to cut it. It's going to have to be a 4-season tent. There's no way in the world you're going to get a 4-season tent that's even halfway decent for $200.
Right.
It's just not going to happen.
If I were you, you know, my opinion is looking at just trying to go minimalistic survival mode in a shit hits the fan scenario is kind of putting yourself in a rock and a hard place. You know, you might want to consider looking at getting some raw land for cheap somewhere, or just something that you can have kind of a bug out getaway that you can escape to, even if you don't do anything on it for now or whatever to develop it, but just a refuge for yourself, you know?
Screw that, because you don't own that land. You got to pay taxes to the government on it every year. So I don't like that idea. I have a fail safe,
but you know, okay.
The fail safe that I have would be just down the road, 1.5 miles, 2 miles at most. There is a motel. If I had to go to it, that would be my fail safe.
Yeah, but then you're paying the money for that. So it's
the
same thing.
True.
By the way,
I'm not in the New York City with bombs going off and all kinds of security measures being taken. And, you know, and my life, you know, I'm still out relatively free. If I have to stay, let's say there's a 3-foot snowstorm coming, and I know my tent leaks, and the temperatures are going to warm up right after it finishes snowing. I'll go to the motel for the night. You know what I'm saying? Then I'll go back into the woods just in case I have that option.
Right. Now that's assuming that option is there, right? So there's that. And then also, just so you know, a lot of people don't realize this, but none of this is really going to matter anyways when the shit hit this event. All of the structuring of like land and house regulations and all that kind of stuff, it takes people to manage that. And when shit hits the fan, the resources are just going bye-bye. So, you know, it's going to be very interesting to see how that plays out. But
I understand what you're saying. But
nonetheless, one more thing. Just let me get this in there. It's important for people. I want anybody who's listening to understand this. In the meantime, if you're still kind of going in the corporate mindset and the corporate route, you can look into your jurisdiction, and most jurisdictions allow for certain kinds of foundations and trusts, as long as you use it for certain purposes, to register your land to when you purchase it, and they're exempt from paying property tax.
Okay, well, you're right about this. When the shit hits the fan, there won't be people in the offices to man the,
Taxes and
right,
deeds and all that
right,
stuff.
but when everything does conclude, the manpower will be back in the offices, and they're going to jack up the prices, the cost of the land to make up for the money that they lost. That's
I
how it
don't think
always.
so.
That's how it always works.
No, I think when it concludes, it's going to be at that point. Um, if you're part of the system at that point, you're only part of the system in like whatever remains left in like 15-minute cities and stuff like that.
So I'm
Anybody
taking.
on the
Yeah,
outskirts is very much, it's all self-reliance from that point forward.
so I'm under the impression you believe we're on the precipice of World War III.
I believe so.
Yeah, so do I.
By design and intentional.
Oh yeah,
And that's
absolutely,
and
absolutely.
with the objective to cull the herd down to quite a drastic degree, and without hiding that from us. They've been telling us not only that, but also the strategy and how they have been implementing it. And that's why I take it so seriously, because from the horse's mouth, they've done exactly what they said they were going to do.
Yeah,
Almost to
well,
the T, and almost spot on to the timeline that they said they were going to do it too,
yeah. I think I mentioned this the other night when I was on Friday. I do believe that being that Netanyahu is under indictment for fraud and taking money under the table and a bunch of other things, that he lessened the intelligence in Israel on purpose, and he's caused this on purpose. He caused the attack. He opened the door for them on purpose. And what would be the end goal? Well, the two. First and foremost, while this is happening, whatever court proceedings were taking place with him will come to a halt. And number two, it'll be part of the thinning of the herd.
Right.
Ultimately, it'll be thinning of the herd, worldwide, pretty much. I'm sure there's going to be some countries that won't be involved. Maybe the Netherlands, Switzerland, Sweden, things like that. Maybe not Sweden so much, maybe Switzerland. But for all intents and purposes, billions will die or starve or
Right.
die for a lack of clean drinking water. One of the three.
Yeah, lack of know-how how to be self-reliant. That's what they're going to die from. A combination of that and also civil unrest and infighting.
Okay, so I'm leaving on a bicycle with a backpack.
Mm-hmm.
How big should that backpack be? How many cubic inches?
Well, if it were me, again, I would, if it's just you on foot with a backpack or just with a bike,
Yeah.
I don't know, whatever doesn't break your back, you're going to need whatever you can carry, in my view. And I think it's a little too skimpy for a shit hit a fan scenario. If you know how to work with the woods, you'll be okay to survive for some time. But unless if you're ready to start building shelter out there for the long run, you're kind of behind the eight ball.
Well,
That's why I say.
where my head is at right now, I'm not as prepared as you are, knowledge-wise, or probably money-wise as well. So where my head is at is, if I had to, well, I wouldn't necessarily have to leave at this point. But if my clients end up going to their country homes, like I said, I think it's a good opportunity for me to get out there and get my foot kind of wet, so to speak. And while I'm out there, I will come up with a plan B. I know that I'm not going to be going out there indefinitely. I may go out there for a week, 2 weeks, a month, maybe the duration of the winter at most. You know what I'm saying?
Sure. And
So,
that's better than nothing. I just want to say, in my view, though, you're really waiting a little too long for a plan B. And number two, your plan B is too weak.
well, my plan B at this point would be, it could change, but it would be to find a place where I can get the equipment that I need to walk the length of the Appalachian Trail. and get a bigger backpack, get myself on a train, get down to Georgia, and start my journey. That's my tentative plan B right now. I have to see how things play out. I don't know how quickly, this chaos will ensue. I feel it coming. I think that's pretty much a certainty. I just don't know how long. And I know you don't want to wait till the last minute. And, like I said, I'm not as prepared as you are. I can't just get up and leave right now. I just can't do it. It's not possible.
For sure. But the question becomes then is what can you do to take the steps to move in that direction? And I reckon people got 12 to 24 months from where we are right now. If you don't have yourself in a self-reliant state by that time, or well in the process, and I'm giving it probably too much time when I'm saying that. I'm gonna try not to be overly optimistic with that.
Aren't I at least making taking a step in the right direction?
Always, every step towards self-reliance is always a good thing. I'm just, making it to light that we're at the 58th minute of the 11th hour before midnight, and for not just yourself, but anybody else listening.
We are, and I'll tell you one of the reasons why. Most people don't know this yet. I'm not making this up. It was reported on the news about an hour ago. Biden did an interview, what was it, yesterday, and said that, oh, no, I don't think American boots are going on the ground. About an hour ago, said there was breaking news that 2,000 Marines were already on their way to Israel. And as we well know, I'm sure there's already Navy SEALs there and Army Rangers. They always go first and, scope everything out for when the troops get there. Now, if they're sending 2,000 Marines, there's going to be more men going for sure. When they go, I don't know. How many go? I don't know. There's also a second aircraft carrier that's been sent. And the fact that I can't remember what his title is, the guy that was the guy in Iran, but he said if if Israel goes into northern Gaza, that Iran will be backing Hezbollah, which I thought that was a given anyway. But now that I've heard it come out from the horse's mouth, I know it's for sure. Mm-hmm. And I just cannot see Hezbollah not taking this opportunity to try to do as much damage as they can.
Right.
And I think that's a sure bet. So, and the reason why I'm really concerned about terrorist attacks here in New York City, now I'm not afraid, don't think that, but I'm concerned, is the human atrocities atrocities that we're going to see over there play out on both sides, especially on the what's going to happen to the Palestinian people. People are going to be mad, and they're going to have a right to be mad, and they're going to react. They're going to respond accordingly. And most people don't know this either, but like the bridges here in New York City are all soft targets. Virtually all of them have a bike path, and there's never a cop up there. You could literally walk on one of these bridges with a backpack full of explosives, fix it to the bridge, detonate it, get off the bridge, then detonate it, and nobody would even know. Too many soft targets. The subway systems are soft targets.
Well, that's even if it's, I've never even seen a legitimate terrorist attack. Every one of these attacks that have happened, without exception, with just a little investigation, turns out to be a false flag. And
what about 9/11?
Yeah, government doing it. It's just.
What about 9/11?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's that's the government and the people, the owners, doing this to perpetrate the narrative to implement more control. That wasn't a real terrorist attack.
I believe it was.
I believe look into it a little deeper. You'll see all the. At this point, it should be pretty obvious with all the footage and of the people with the boots on the ground there, showing all the discrepancies of what the media was reporting and so on and so forth. The evidence is the mountain of evidence showing how much it was a false flag is just overwhelming.
What I believe is that the World Trade Towers, when they were built designed in such a way that if they were to ever, something like that would happen, a massive fire or a major structure failure, that they would fall straight down. It would only make sense because if they weren't designed that way and they were designed to fall over, to topple over, they would take out 20, 30, 40, 50 buildings each in the process.
May I say something?
So, yes, absolutely.
Check and see how much fire it takes to melt steel, and that'll give you a little indication of what's going on.
Well, the airplanes that hit those towers left with full tanks, and that's not gasoline in an airplane. That's 110 octane, which burns at a much higher temperature.
Okay. Also, hold on. Also, there was a news when it first happened. I'll never forget that day. And a lady said, Building 7 is going to fall. And it never did fall until a half an hour later. They kicked her right out. And Building 7 never got hit.
That's the building that had the gold in it, right?
I'm not sure. If I told you, I'd be lying.
Yeah, it was one of the much smaller buildings right there in the area. But I believe, just my theory. My theory is that there's no way that these guys that flew these jumbo jets into these towers they had only learned to fly small, 7-passenger airplanes. I believe some government gave them training, flight simulators and everything else that they would need to do that. Which government it was, I don't know. Whether it was Saudi Arabia, I doubt it was the United States of America.
Excuse me,
if
gentlemen.
I would be willing to bet, there's either no planes or they were drones. Go ahead, right?
Okay, 12B, do you want to come on up? I see you're here.
12B, what's happening, buddy?
Hold on,
guys. No, they were planes, and they were passengers on those planes. That's for sure.
Yeah, I don't know. I studied it pretty closely, and I see a lot of evidence showing that that could have very easily been faked.
In the year 2000, 2001, when that happened, there were no drones that were capable of doing that anyway. Now there are, but not then.
That's a lie. There's been military drones since far back in the early 1900s that would have been capable of that.
No, I believe there were passengers on that plane and terrorists on that plane, on both of those planes.
They don't tell you about the technology until at least 100 years later. This internet that we're using right now is at least 100 years old.
It's possible that they had the technology. It makes sense that they had the technology for the military maybe back then, and the public didn't know about it. That's definitely possible.
Yeah, and if you study it closely enough, you can see that there's a lot of discrepancy in the footage of how when a plane would hit, what would actually happen as an outcome to that. Now, on the contrary, you can also see the footage and match it up to how dynamite explosives work and where the actual original explosion sounds come from and how the buildings toppled over makes perfect scientific sense.
They didn't topple
how
over.
Those things fell.
They didn't topple over. They fell straight down.
That's what I mean. That's what happens when you blow up from the bottom.
Well, the Japanese man, I can't remember his name, that the architect for those buildings, like I said before, designed them in such a way, in the event of a catastrophe like that, they wouldn't topple over. They would just crumble straight down.
Yeah,
and it's not a realm of possibility that on each of those planes there were explosives somewhere embedded. I don't know if it was in the luggage department or the overheads or whatever it was in. There must have been explosives in those planes the terrorists came on board with, I would imagine.
Except the explosions happened from the bottom. There's a lot of evidence showing footage of that, and also the boots on the ground, the firefighters and whatnot. They all live during that happening on video were giving testimony to that these explosions were happening on ground turf.
How you doing, 12B?
Yeah, I sound all right? What's up, guys?
What's up, 12B? Good to see you.
Yeah, hey, I sound all right?
You sound good.
Okay, yeah, because I'm always having fucking problems with the microphone on this thing.
Just take a hammer, right, and hit it with the hammer. That's what I do. It usually works.
12B, do you know fitness here?
Hey, the freaking computer's a $1,000 laptop. It's only a year old, and I have problems with the audio all the time. Go figure.
Well, it's possible that there's a little bit of dust in where the like the hole, those little tiny holes where the speakers are. There might be a little dust that's actually collected in there. So what you would want to do is don't blow into it, because you'll blow the dust into the speakers and you can actually puncture those speakers. But you take like a really soft toothbrush and gently, go up and down for a few minutes, and then go sideways for a few minutes, but very gently. And that might be the problem. I don't know that it is, but it's a possibility. You said it's a year old, so it may be a little bit of dust in there.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it.
All right, gentlemen, I'm going to take off a while. I got to do some stuff tomorrow. 12B, I'll catch you in a while. Fitness, see you in a while. What's that guy's name? What's his name? Canoe. What do you call him? 12B?
Rudu.
Good Rudu. Rude Guru.
Yeah, Guru. Yeah. All right, gentlemen, have a good night. I'll see you in a while. Thank you.
See you later, right?
All right,
bye.
After about 20 minutes, when you can't sleep, come back.
Okay, that sounds like a winner. I'll be listening now until I fall asleep.
Right.
See you guys in a while.
All right, ciao. Yeah. So what else should be in that bag? Should I be carrying a hatchet with me? Should I have a Leatherman? Should I have obviously, I need a sleeping bag and I need a sleeping mat. I need something to carry water in, obviously.
Yeah. So this is tricky because it's not just, if you can see it like I see it, it's different from your basic bug out survival situation where you're just trying to get through a couple nights or a week or whatever until you can get back to humanity and all is well type thing. I really see this being a long-term thing. Once this ball gets rolling and starting, it's not going to be like, okay, it's over, we turn back. And even if it was, that certainly wouldn't be in a short period of time. So, but that being said, at least, you know about the bear survivalist bushcraft stuff. So the stuff for that, a decent knife. I would have a gun if I were you. Bear mace, that type of stuff. And things, yes, definitely something that can hold water. A little something that you can heat water in as well, little camping stove, iron caster, whatever. Some water purifier, maybe. There's devices for that. Also, there's the synthetic and natural way to do it. In addition to that, that's just for a start.
Okay, what about how many tarps would you bring? One or two?
Oof.
I know probably. the more the merrier. It's probably what you're going to say, right? For sure.
I if you can manage at least two.
And then to tie the tarps up, would you bring bank line? And if so, what number bank line? Or would you bring paracord, or would you bring both?
Probably both. Bungee. Yeah, whatever you can hold. Whatever you can hold. I don't know how much weight you can carry. So when you're doing this on your bike, are you planning on having this bag rest mounted somewhere on the bike, or is it going to be on your back as you're driving?
Yeah, unfortunately, I won't be able to put it on the bike. It'll be on my back. What I'm thinking is that okay, it's about a 55-mile ride, right? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And I won't get my food until I get within about 5 miles of where I'm going. I'm not going to carry food from New York City. I'm just going to carry my things, the sleeping bag, the tent, all those, the hatchet, the Leatherman, the paracord. But the food itself and the water, I'll get when I get up there, so I don't have to worry about carrying that weight. Does that make any sense?
It does. Yeah, that helps. While I have it in memory, before I forget, first aid stuff.
Yeah, first
to
aid
be in
kit. Absolutely. Yes.
And mini stuff to add to the first aid, like just it's good to have a compass, a little. I always forget the name of that thing that can start a fire. You might want to do some makeshift fire starter stuff. Soak some cotton balls in
Vaseline.
Vaseline or
yes.
rubbing alcohol or whatever. Lots of different
Yeah.
techniques. So make a little jar of that. So
The compass. The compass I'll bring anyway because it's so small. But it's for this excursion, I'm not going to need a compass. But I'll bring it anyway, just for the hell of it, just in case. You never know. But I don't.
You never know. Yeah.
It's so small. It's not going to take up really any room.
Right. You can get if you want it to be less weight and just have it on your wrist, get a compass watch. Then you got time as well. Digital one. You can get ones now too that are a bit smart and they have temperature reading. Just some of the basic.
Yeah. No, I have a little thermometer that goes onto the zipper of my jacket, like a mini thermometer. That's the standard. Even though I live in New York City, I have that on my winter jacket all winter long. So, it doesn't really serve any purpose. I mean, I look at the weather before I leave. I got out in the early morning on my bike in the winter. I know what the temperature is and what the wind chill factor is. I think it kind of looks cool. That's why I have it on there. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's sort of like, the people that go skiing, well, actually, you probably don't. It's probably different where you are, but here in New York City, a lot of people go skiing and they'll leave the lift ticket attached to their jacket. So everybody, when they come back, they leave that on there for a while. So everybody should know that they went skiing. You know what I mean?
Right.
Well, it's sort of like the people that they do like a bicycle race and they'll have a number attached to their bicycle to identify it in the race. And they'll leave that on, for a couple of weeks after the race is over and they're riding around with it. For what reason, I don't know. Whatever.
Right. One other thing you might want to consider as well is something that, you could makeshift this as well, even with just sticks and stuff like that, but just make it easier for yourself. A little fold out clothes dryer or something that you can hang clothes off of to dry if they get wet and cold, and even put it over the fire or whatnot.
The bank line or paracord will work well with that. And also, you want a tent that's got some kind of loops at the top of it so you can hang clothes in there.
Yeah.
And dry it. Yeah. You could also dry stuff that's not completely wet in the foot of your sleeping bag. The heat from your body will help to dry it overnight. But of course, you don't want to put something in there that's drenched. It's not going to dry out something that's completely drenched. But if it's just, moist.
Right.
Even your sleeping bag, when you wake up, even in the winter, when you wake up in the morning, you really want to open it up and lay over some branches of some trees and kind of let it air out a little bit.
Right. You can get sleeping bags now as well that have a thermal electric heater in it that can be run straight from a mini battery with solar, and it's enough with even just cloudy light to charge enough of that to be warm enough inside your sleeping tent while you're sleeping that it's toasty in there. You don't need any other source of heat, at least while you're sleeping inside your tent.
Well, the sleeping bag that I'm going to get, it's going to be a 0-degree sleeping bag. It's got to be down feathers because the regular insulation stuff bag is just too big. It's too bulky for what I'm going to be doing. And in addition to that, I'll bring what is it, Thermarest, I think it's called, an insulator for inside the bag. I happen to sleep very hot, so it could be. Oh yeah, and I know the common sense things. People think like they'll get inside of a sleeping bag if they're cold and it's going to warm them up. That's not how it works.
Yeah,
if you're cold, you want to start doing some squats or
you want to move.
Yeah, exactly. warm your body up so that when it gets inside the bag, that warmth
Have
will go.
have some tea and walk around and stuff, you know.
Right. You know, a lot of people don't know things like that. They would just, you know, sit in their sleeping bag shivering. You know what I mean?
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah,
So,
movement of the body creates a lot more heat than people realize, especially if there's two people. But even if you're on your own, you know. You know, there's definitely certain things I would not cheap out on. And, well, for me, I wouldn't cheap out on anything, especially in this type of thing. But some are a little bit more important than others, and the sleeping bag would be one of them. I would get the best quality, waterproof. For me, heated, because I produce heat too, but I have a bit of circulatory issues from smoking previously in my former life, so that
yeah, well,
helps, you know.
the tent and the sleeping bag are going to be the two most expensive and most important items.
Yeah, definitely.
What about cookware? What would you bring for cookware?
I would bring a little mini kettle and probably a little pot as well. You can do pretty much anything with those cookware.
Would you use titanium?
No, I'd probably use cast iron. Sorry.
Yeah, that's the only. It's I know
it's heavy, but
I know. Yeah,
that's
but
the
it
problem.
also it also holds heat longer.
It does,
it gives off more heat.
And it's also the safest and healthiest, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, it holds heat, but then it takes a little longer to heat up, and this and it's heavy. It's a trade-off, but it's also very durable. You know, I mean, you can throw the thing like crazy.
Shouldn't I also bring like a wooden bowl? That's, you know, like let's say I make a soup. If I pour it into or eat it out of a metal pot, it'll cool off quite rapidly. Wouldn't a wooden bowl be better?
I suppose you could bring a little ceramic one, you know, or whatever. I don't know. It depends on what floats your boat for that. For me, I tend to just, well, I eat mostly raw anyway, but if I were to make like a little stew or a chili or whatever.
Okay. What about food? You want, you know, let's say you end up, you know, when you do your squats, you're going to be expending calories, so you're going to need a little more food, right? What kind of calorie dense food would you bring?
Yeah, so if this is going to be just a temporary thing, I would probably bring probably some supplementation just to get me through.
Like protein powder, you mean? Something like that?
Maybe some protein and also some bars. You know, some I like Builder bars, maybe some Cliff bars. They tend to go a long way for me. And also maybe even something that is more kind of holistic, that combines proteins, vitamins, minerals, amino acids, kind of an all-in-one type of.
Well, I'll give you an idea just in case you're not aware of this already.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Don't quote me.
Yeah, I'll clean up the air a little bit. Yeah.
But
right.
Yeah. I just in case it was no smoke in there. Yeah. Because I left my door open here.
Right.
I left the bedroom door open.
I don't know if he knows he's off mute. Right?
It's my new cologne.
Right, so we can hear you.
What's that smell?
Can you hear us?
Something I'm definitely going to be bringing, I'm not sure if you're aware of this or not, that's very calorie dense, is hemp seeds. It's either 1 or 2 teaspoons of hemp seeds has 175 calories in it.
Yeah.
So I'm going to bring a bag of that.
Seeds and seeds bars, coconut, very calorie dense.
What about cashews?
Nuts. Mm-hmm. Yeah, a box of nuts would be a really good idea, for sure. Mixed nuts, and it's got a bit of dried fruit in it. That wouldn't be a bad idea.
Would you bring anything like pasta?
Maybe. That wouldn't be a bad idea either. Easy to make with a little pot there. I'd probably, you know, I'm just throwing out options. Of course, you got limited to what you can carry. Couple of already pre-made cans of chili, maybe. Wouldn't be a bad idea. You know, full of beans and things that are calorie rich. I'd probably do that. And of course, I'm really good at foraging. So it would be really easy for me, seasonal depending, of course. But even if it's colder, Like I'm up where I'm at, it's different. The winters aren't the same as where you are. So there's always food anywhere out in the wild, no matter what season it is, if you know how to find it and what to look for. But in a full-on winter, getting access to that when you got to walk and trudge through snow if it's deep and stuff like that isn't so easy, you know?
Yeah,
So,
according to the Farmer's Almanac, which I did put some weight in, the Northeast this winter is supposed to have above average temperatures, but also above average snowfall.
yeah.
I don't know if that'll pan out or not. It's not, written in stone, but that's what I'm kind of preparing for.
Right. So it depends on, the environment that you have to work with. But if foraging is an option, then
it won't be. Not where I'm going. There will be no fart. No way. Once there's snow on the ground, forget about it.
Okay. Another thing, calorie dense is oatmeal or porridge.
Right, oatmeal, exactly. Yes, and peanut butter too. No.
Peanut butter, yeah, to a certain degree. Add a bit of peanut butter and some, if it's not going to mush, and you can bring some banana to that. Add it all together, and you've got a nice dense meal. It's going to give you a boost for a long time.
Well, let me ask you this. So, obviously, if you were going to be going out into the woods, even on a camping trip, any season other than winter, you would be hanging your food in a tree, in a bag, right? Do you think you could skip that if you're out there in the middle of the winter and the bears are hibernating? That you don't have to worry about bears, because here's the thing, like things like bananas, right? Yeah, it's a great idea.
Mm-hmm.
But the problem is if you put a banana in a bag in a tree and it's 20 degrees out, that banana is going to be frozen. But if you put the bananas inside your sleeping bag at the foot of it, you can, you know what I'm saying? They'll stay warm enough that they won't freeze.
Yeah, I do know what you're saying. So
another
I think
thing,
I think you'd have to assess that on a case-by-case basis. There's a lot of variables that go along with it.
It wouldn't be practical to bring up too many bananas out there anyway, to be honest with you. It's
yeah, and any actual food, that's
the oatmeal is definitely practical, and the peanut butter, but the bananas is that would be a luxury. You know what I mean?
Anything that's dried that could be reconstituted is good. Rice is another good option. Mix some rice with dried beans. That's good for calorie and protein boost.
Right, rice and beans, yeah, definitely. What about how much experience do you have melting snow for drinking water? You ever do that?
Yes, I have.
It's a real job, isn't it?
Not really. I mean, if you're already set up, as long as you want to make sure the snow is fresh, of course, not peed on. So that's really all you got to look out for. But if it's fresh on the top layer, you just take a scoop, and if you got a fire going with your pot already, just put it in there and melt it.
Well, so wouldn't you be better off to scoop up snow that's not directly under a tree? Because in that tree you do have raccoons, and you could have winter birds that you'd see the raccoon urine, but I don't think you're going to see the bird urine so easily in the snow. Wouldn't it be more advisable to take snow that's not directly under a tree? Or am I wrong about that? That would be my gut. That would be my gut feeling. I don't know.
There's some interesting wisdom with that. Close to the trees and bushes is generally where animals might tend to gravitate towards more. Birds, I don't know. You're probably taking a chance no matter what, but trying to mitigate that is just use your senses when it comes to that. Smell it, right? Smell the snow.
One of the things I do know to do as well is once I get out there, as soon as I get out there, every white birch tree that I see, to take as much bark as I can from it, shove it in my jacket pockets, my pants pockets, whatever, to use it as fire starter. That's a really good fire starter. I mean, I'm going to have some cotton balls saturated in Vaseline, but in the event they run out, I can use that as backup. No.
I didn't catch what you said. What is it at first?
White birch bark.
White birch bark?
Yeah, did you know about white birch bark? If you see white birch, you're out in the woods. Start
Like to
peeling.
make shavings of it, you mean?
No, white birch bark has some kind of an oil in it, and even if it's wet, you can start a
Oh.
fire with it.
You can just
Fascinating. No, I didn't know that.
Well,
Yeah.
I just taught you something. That's a
the
fact.
The Native Americans used to make our canoes out of the white birch bark.
Yeah, white birch bark is flammable. There's some kind of an oil in there that is actually flammable.
Yeah.
So
there are certain types of woods as well that more in the Northwest here. That's where I studied. That are way better for flammability than others. That's for sure. So I think that's location specific. It sounds like in your area that would be one of them. And I think there's a couple different factors when it comes to that. The oil in it is definitely one of them, and also the way that how do I explain this? The bristleness. If there's enough like space between the wood marks, also helps. And if it's not the wood itself, it's very easy to just take your knife or tool and just make shavings, make your own tinder off the shavings. And you'd be surprised how flammable that can be if you use that with that tool thing. Sparks.
What I'm also going to be looking for, although what I'm about to tell you technically is illegal where I'm going, I'm going to be looking for a big pine tree. And it's very likely that I'm going to have to clear some branches near the bottom of it. And I want to pitch my tent pretty much as directly under that pine tree as I can, so that when the snowfall does come, the pine branches above will capture most of that snow. And then if the weather warms up, when the snow is melting, I'll move the tent out from underneath the tree, so I'm not, the tent's not being dripped on from that melting snow. And the other thing you can use underneath the big pine tree is the pine needles for insulation. Work even better than leaves. In fact, when I get out there, the ground may be covered in snow. So I'm not going to be digging up the snow up to get the leaves underneath. Forget it. Mm-hmm. But if you go to a big pine tree, even if there was a 3-foot snowstorm, for 3-4 feet circumference around that tree, there'll still be dry pine needles. You know what I'm saying? The snow, a big pine tree when it snows is going to be, you know what I'm saying, right? It's hard for me to explain. So that's what I'm looking for. I don't know if I'll find it or not. And I also know that where I'm going, you're not allowed to cut branches off. Even if it's a dead tree, you're not allowed to knock a dead tree down to use it for firewood. But who's going to see me? Who's going to be out there? I mean, you know what I'm saying?
I wouldn't worry about that too much.
No. And if, obviously, if it's a life and death situation, I'm going to cut down whatever I got to cut down to survive.
Absolutely. Do what you need to do. Yeah, I mean, mostly in the woods, there's enough brush to just grab for any purposes. But the question is, what situation are you in? Are you in a panic? And is the wood dry enough? Is it workable enough? So you got to do what you got to do.
Yeah, well, as long as you can get a fire going, you can always get a fire going if you know what you're doing, even if the wood is wet. Yep. It's gonna be a big problem. It's a lot of work, but you've got to have your fire starter. You've got to have a hatchet, or at least a big knife and something to. The inside of the wood will still be dry. You've got to
There are all kinds of videos about this on YouTube. That's how I learned a lot of it. Just type in the specific thing you're looking for. If you want to learn how to make a fire in certain environments and certain conditions, just type that into YouTube, and there's tons of different people who have gone out there and shown on video what to do in those circumstances.
And what I'm also going to do is when I set up my campfire, I'm going to bring several what do they call those? The Mylar blankets. And not to use it as a blanket, but I'm going to stretch at least one of them out against the back edge of the fire and kind of maybe have like 3 sides to it so it can reflect heat back to me. And something else a lot of people don't know that I do, which is going to be helpful, is when you, let's say you didn't have a Mylar blanket, if you want to keep the smoke from the fire off of you, obviously you have to, position yourself in such a way that the wind's not going to blow it on you. But if you put a backing, like a wet wood backing, how do I explain it? You put a couple of sticks in the ground. You put a couple of more sticks in the ground on those 4 or 5 feet away.
Mm-hmm.
And then you put wet wood. You stack wet wood in between those, right? When the smoke from the fire will be drawn to that backing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Well, once again, that's the first thing you got to consider is the wind direction, and the wind direction can change, right? So that would be
One more thing too. Bring a radio for you. See what's going on.
Yeah. Well, as opposed to the radio, I'll just bring my smartphone with a what do you call it? A battery pack that can recharge it 8 or 9 or 10 times, as many as possible. I'll get something as large as possible. What do they call it? Amp hours, I think it is. I'm looking for something with like 30,000 amp hours, something like that.
Oh, MHA. I got one.
Yeah.
MAH. I'm sorry. Yeah, I got that. 30,000. That'll last you for about 12 hours if you run it constantly.
No, my smartphone, the MHA is only 1,800 when you're on a full charge. So
Months teasing it.
Yeah, that and your smartphone would be staying inside the sleeping bag with you at night, and during the day, that battery and my smartphone would be as close to my skin as possible, because if you let the battery, even a lithium battery, they're better than the alkaline, but the cold will kill that battery, so you've got to keep it warm as possible.
Mm-hmm.
So, like when I go out on my bicycle in the winter, I have a jacket that I wear underneath my wind shell that has a chest pocket. And I get that, I keep that battery up against as close to my skin as possible. I've had smartphones batteries just freeze up, and then the phone just dies until you go inside, and for 20 minutes or so, and it rewarms itself.
That's a problem with lithium. Yeah.
Well, lithium is better than alkaline. Is even worse. Alkaline batteries are even worse. Alkaline batteries, they do not do well at all in the cold. You know what I mean? Like AA batteries, those kind. That's alkaline batteries, right?
Yeah, I don't. They don't even use those in any cell phones, do they?
Well, no, but I actually have a unit that, in case there's a blackout, I can put a 9-volt battery into a thing that'll charge my phone. You know what I'm saying? But that's not something I would be bringing out my bag out into the woods. That's just for city use. You know what I mean?
One other thing, aside from a little solar panel that will easily help to keep your phone charged, you can get a little device that you can turn with your hand and crank it.
Yeah.
It's like 10 minutes of cranking is like a half an hour of use or something like that. So in an emergency, right? It's a good thing to have.
Right. Well, you can also get one that's a light. And speaking of lights, I'm going to get a headlamp and also something like a mag light. I don't know if I'll actually get a mag light, like a very small flashlight that has a high luminance, whatever the word is. That's something that's definitely vital, especially the headlamp. You're trying to work on something using your hands, and if you don't have a headlamp, you got to try to lay the flashlight down in such a way or hang it in such a way that you can see what you're doing. You know what I mean?
Right.
Anything else?
Off the top of my head, I have notes about all this to put in. There'll be a course section and all this stuff, but
don't forget about women.
It was a good topic of discussion to bring up. No, I mean,
it is. It's crucially important. Your specific idea is, I've only gotten so far and thought about, because again, this is the path to go in like bushcraft craft survival is essential and vital to know for any life situation that comes up emergency wise. But for the long term,
it's not gonna.
that's what
It won't work. It won't work. I know.
Yeah.
I know. I know what I'm talking about is kind of crude. Maybe if that's not the right word. It's the best word I can come up with right now. Maybe basic is a better word. Maybe it's a little too basic.
Well, no, it's important to cover. You know, it's important that everybody knows this stuff, even if shit doesn't hit the fan. You know,
it is at least it's something of a plan, right? I mean, I'm not going to be caught with my pants down necessarily. I shouldn't be completely anyway.
Right.
You know, most people here in New York City are going to have their freaking thumbs up their ass. They're not going to know what the fuck to do. Excuse my language.
Absolutely. You know, it's important to know this stuff for all kinds of situations. I just also to realize that, again, back to the long-term thing, to realize its use case, you know, and that it's a stepping pedestal approach and a survival approach in the situation where it's needed. And it's important to have that. But without the long-term plan, you know, then you're only going to go so far, and that's what needs to be undertook well in advance as well, so that the worst position you can ever be in is in a position where you are panicking, right? And so to avoid that, the farther ahead of a curve you can be within a balanced approach, right? Because some people, they go crazy thinking about this shit. It never ends, right? So, right. I mean, you can't mitigate every circumstance that might happen in life. You go nuts, you know, but you have to have a reasonable amount of foundational knowledge for both short and long term to work with the nature, so that you're at least not hanging by a thread and probably going to die, and give yourself, you know, a good chance to mitigate through any circumstance and relax about it, not be in a panic.
You know what I find, or what I believe actually, is most people, these preppers, maybe not the preppers, I shouldn't use those as an example, but people who have a bug out bag prepared, even if they have everything that's necessary in that bag, excuse me, they're just not physically able to do what they think they can do until they don't realize that until they get out there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, so, yeah. Especially when you got, you know, civil unrest happening. You know, what are you going to do? Chain smoke your way through the woods while you got a bunch of people that want to steal any pot and pan you have on you? Good luck. You know?
Exactly. So, yeah, that's my plan. I don't know how everything is going to play out.
Nobody does. Nobody does.
You know, obviously not. But it's pretty easy to see the coming catastrophe.
Yeah,
it's right there in front of us.
Yep.
So, I mean, hopefully, somehow, some way, there could be a resolution out there. I just don't see it. Definitely not at this point. Maybe that could happen. I mean, I'm not going to give up hope.
Personally, I don't want it to. I know it might sound odd, but you know, the way I see it.
I'm just trying to be like, you know, if you fail to plan, I'm sorry.
There you go.
You plan to fail. That's it. If you fail to plan, you plan to fail.
Exactly. And that's why, you know, I think that, you know, people are getting that pullback rubber band snap because they've been lackadaisical too much for far too long. So I don't want there to be some sort of another kick the can down the curb thing that comes up that just puts people into an even more lackadaisical position. You know, it's like time to get shit or get off the pot type of thing.
I got to tell you, I was talking recently on another genre. I didn't go into great depth about this, but just bringing it up, they're thinking nuts. Like, what's wrong with you? What are you on, medicine? If you're not, you need medicine. I'm like, dude, you can't see what's going on, man. You just can't see it. The reaction I get from people is like, there's something wrong with me. You know, it's like, what do you mean we're not fully free? What do you mean we only have limited freedom? What do you mean we're really owned? They don't fucking get it, man. It's like, what? So I just don't even bother. I get off the panel. I go into the chat room, and then I get attacked by people in the chat room. Like, you know, what are you, bipolar? What's wrong with you? What are you if you're not on psych meds, you need some. All right.
Work with the willing, ignore the ignorant. It's so important, right?
Yeah.
They'll just drain you, right? All they'll do is suck you into a pissing match, debate, and argument over nothing, wasting time, being distracted for nothing. That's what they're part of the program in the trance is exactly that, to get people to do everything but talk about what we're doing right now and put together constructive ideas and plans and actually implement them so that we are not so reliant and get cornered in a position.
These are the same people that'll tell you, if you ask them, what would you do if there's a mass evacuation in New York City? You only have 12 hours to get out. Oh, I'm prepared. I have my car filled with gasoline. Yeah, good luck.
Yeah.
You're out of your fucking mind. Your car will be idling. You won't get 20 blocks before your tank is freaking empty.
Right. I have my generator and a couple of weeks worth of gas stored so that at least my TV will still work.
Yeah. Well, they don't even have that. No. They think they're going to get to the airport and fly out of here, or they're going to drive out of here. There will be some. There will be some. Maybe a million out of the 8.5. The other 7.5 million are screwed.
As 80 million were thinking like that and have a mad rush on their freeways to try and get to the airports, and they're all backlogged. Good luck with that one.
I try to, use an example like Woodstock when I wasn't here. I was alive, but I didn't go to Woodstock. I was too young. But I was like, remember Woodstock in 1969? Remember the New York State Thruway? How it was literally bumper to bumper traffic for people. It was like 1 million people that went to Woodstock. What are you going to? There's 8.5 million people in New York City, for crying out loud. You're not going to get out. your full tank of gas it'll get you 20 blocks. Then what are you going to do? Walk?
Yeah. Yeah.
You can't walk a mile. You tell me if you walk more than a half a mile, you're tired. You know what I mean? Anyway.
Yeah. For so many reasons, this brings to the forefront that all of this points to where the real root of problems are is people not taking responsibility for their health. That's really what it boils down to. When you look at the whole basis behind self-reliance, it always leans towards everything health-wise. Getting out there and foraging and eating clean food, breathing clean air, being in an environment that we were meant to be in. All of this is health-based.
Even if you're just living in an urban environment, taking responsibility for your health is a sign of maturity. That's what a mature person does.
Definitely. And not just for health, but everything, mature people are not interested in being a liability. They're interested in being a full-fledged asset to themselves and realize that that's how you can be an extended reach to other people as well. And if you're in groups and teams of people who are like that, you got strength, right? You got strength of people who are physically fit and healthy. You can mitigate almost any challenge, no problem.
Yeah, well, most of the people, my friends, are not, I shouldn't say not healthy, but they're not physically fit. Most of my friends are married with children, and their excuse is, I can't exercise. I have kids. I don't have time. I work, 60 hours a week, and blah, blah, blah. One excuse after another.
Right.
Well, I tell them, well, listen, a half hour out of 24 hours, right? A half hour is roughly 2% of the day. You can't find 2% of the day to do some type of, it doesn't even have to be formal exercise. Move, walk, do something, move around. Oh, I don't have time. All right. Well, you're going to suffer the consequences, because those who can't find the time to at least move their bodies around will find the time to get sick. That's for sure. Guaranteed.
Let me elaborate on that for anybody who's listening. If your excuse in life is that you don't have time to do things responsibility-wise, to take responsibility for you, sooner or later, time is going to have you.
That's right.
Just a matter of when, and it will happen. It's inevitable. The body's meant to move. It needs to. It needs to move to replenish itself, to dislodge itself from toxicities, and so on, to heal. It needs this. And it needs a balance. And if you're just sitting there all the time, then things get cluttered and clogged, and it just perpetuates over time. The longer you stew and don't do something about that, the harder it becomes for you to reverse that, and the longer it's going to take. Especially with things going on right now, this is the last thing you want to be behind in. Not that it's ever a good time to be behind in. You know, your health is the forefront of life. You know, if you don't have your health, there's nothing you can do, right?
Yeah, I know people that, the only time they ever sweat is if they go out in the summer heat. Whether they go to the beach or maybe they take a 2-block walk to the store, they sweat a little bit. They don't like it. You know, whenever I get a new client, I tell them, this is your job. When you're with me, you're going to leave as much sweat on the floor as you possibly can. What do you mean? Well, you're going to work. And part of the benefit you're going to get from sweating is you're going to release some toxins from your body in that sweat.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? It's like people, you got to remember, I'm in New York City. I'm in this place where everything is at your fingertips. You have all the modern conveniences, and that's all fine and dandy. But what happens if the electricity goes out, or there's some kind of a breakdown in the system? You know, if you can only rely on modern conveniences, you're going to be screwed, man. And there's nothing I can do to help you when that time comes. I'm not going to necessarily knock you out of the way if I don't have to, but if I have to, I will. You know what I mean? I'm sorry. Remember, I'm the guy I was telling you, and you just kept telling me I was crazy. Remember? I'm that guy. Well, goodbye. I'll just keep going, and I won't be looking back.
I had a quote of the day idea earlier, was it either yesterday or today? I was telling Wrights earlier about that. Kind of covers that. This will be a future quote. There's a whole world to discover outside the beehive cities, but don't go there. It's not convenient. McDonald's and Starbucks will never fail your appetite for self-destruction.
Yep. Well,
convenience and delegation of responsibility equals atrophy. So important to realize this.
Where I live, not only can you order food 24 hours a day, I don't care what time of night it is, you can get a variety of different types of food. It's not like there's just one diner open. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And, I used to order food all the time years ago. I don't do that anymore, only rarely, because, it's not cost effective and it's not as healthy, the food. I would prefer to make my own food. Go to the grocery store, pick out what I want, pick out what I think is the freshest, and cook it. You know what I mean?
For sure. It's definitely a better step.
I can't tell you how many people I know that don't even go to the grocery store. They just eat out all the time, whether they're going to a restaurant or they're ordering in.
I reckon you really got to, you're intelligent enough to realize this. I'm sure you know already, but if you're eating corporate food of any kind, you're still, it's just bad, right?
Yeah,
it's just bad.
I see it as poison, to be honest with you.
It is. That's exactly it. It's just bad for you.
The way I look at food is it can either be poison if it's processed food, junk food, or it can be the best medicine there is food if you're eating good, whole foods that are healthy. That's just how I see it.
Indeed, that is what it is. Let your food be your medicine be your food, Yep.
So,
and I discovered that the further you get with health, the more your body, once it fulfills its requirements, nutrient-wise, and your growth is your preliminary growth at least has kind of balanced out, and you're in a good state. Your requirement for intake, especially if you're eating really nutrient-dense food, becomes very minimal. The amount of meat you need to eat is astoundingly little compared to most people, and definitely what I used to need to eat before.
I know. I know. It's something I instill in my clients is, when you eat, you should never eat until you're full. You should just eat until you're satisfied. Human beings, they think, especially here in America, we think we need more food than we actually do.
Mm-hmm.
Most people overeat. They really do.
Yep.
And most of those people, when they sit down to eat, especially dinner, they got to sit there and eat until they're full. That's not what you want to do. You want to eat until you're satisfied. And there's something else that I do. I don't tell my clients to do this. They do whatever they want, but I don't necessarily have breakfast at 8 o'clock in the morning, lunch at noon, and dinner at 5. I just eat when I'm hungry. I don't care what time of day or night that is. If I wake up in the middle of the night and I'm hungry, I make something to eat.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? If I don't feel like I want breakfast, then I don't eat breakfast. I just eat when I'm hungry.
Yeah, listen to the body, right? This stupid segregated time slot thing that this is lunchtime, this is dinner. That's all frickin' programming and training. Same with sleep, all these things. That's all training for the corporate world.
Well, I think if you have, young children, I can see, breakfast at a certain time, lunch at a certain time, and dinner at a certain time. But
no, let the body decide. That's the thing, right? Because when you start to do that, you're actually traumatizing the body, getting it conditioned to doing things at an inappropriate time. And then what happens is the body, being as resilient as it is, it wants to adapt. And it's just going to go with thinking that, okay, you got to be doing this because maybe there's some kind of famine or whatever. It's designed to work with what your choices are habitually.
Right. And I tell people that most people, not all, but most people could really get by with one meal a day. And they're like,
absolutely.
Well, they tell me, well, that sounds like fasting. I said, do you realize you fast every day? No, I don't. What are you talking about? They tell me. Well, look at the word look at the word breakfast and break it in two. Break, fast. What does that mean? You have your dinner, you go to sleep, and you don't eat until the next day, whether it's breakfast or lunch. That's when you break your fast. Breakfast. Does that make any sense?
Yep. And
break the word down, right? What is the word breakfast, right? BREAK. That's break. FAST is fast. You break your fast.
One meal a day is technically that's intermittent fasting, and it's got its use cases at different times. It's definitely a healthy thing to do, and different times, try it out. Depending on, it's a good way to start the process of healing, especially or weight management if you're having struggles with that.
It depends on your lifestyle and your metabolism. Not everybody can do that. I mean, if you're somebody like myself who's riding a bicycle at 30 miles a day on average, you're not going to survive on one meal a day.
No, you're going to need you need more substance because you're moving. Mm-hmm. But the thing is, you're healthy, so you're not clogged, right? People that are clogged and have metabolic issues and sugar imbalances and so on and so forth, you got to let the body rest. That's why you're clogged.
Yeah. Well, I think most people, maybe not most people, but many people that work in an office setting can actually not just get by, but actually benefit from just eating one meal a day. That calorie expenditure that calorie expenditure sitting in a chair all day long is not very much. It's very, you know what I mean? It's very little.
But those people are that's going to help a bit. But those people are going to suffer no matter what in other ways if they don't fucking get off their ass. It's just they're asking for problems with chronic illness by not moving for too long.
Yep, that's for sure.
No matter what you eat, health is a holistic thing. So you got to have proper rest, proper diet, proper movement, proper exercise, proper mindset. All of it. It works together. You're a unit.
Right, and if you have it working together the way it should be, your stress level is less.
Absolutely.
Stress is if not the biggest killer, it's one of the biggest killers.
Absolutely. You shouldn't even have stress. Like, challenges should just be, we have flight or flight integrated into us to deal with it. Problem is, in the corporate world, you're under a constant state of stress. That's not what we're designed for. We're designed for little bouts of situations that happen in nature here and time again. Rock slide happens, or you come across some wild animals that might be a problem or whatever. You got to deal with that. And so we're designed to get in and out of stressful situations and then go back to a calm state and just relax, But in the corporate world, there's just constant bombardment of all kinds of different stresses, noise, frequencies, deadlines, air, deadlines, time, stress, the noise from toxic people all around, being too cluttered in a concentrated situation on buses, the
Trains.
roadway system, trains, everywhere. Everywhere.
You know what it's like getting on a train in New York City during rush hour? Your heart rate has to go up. Your blood pressure has to go up.
Yeah.
It's not a comforting feeling. You're in this metal box, which I find to be very energy draining.
Yeah, there's a reason for that. It's not healthy for us, and that's all by design.
And then what happens? You're on your way to work, right? And suddenly
Yeah.
the train stops in the tunnel. And the guy comes on the intercom and says, we'll be moving shortly. And inside of my head, I'm screaming, what does that mean? What does shortly mean? Is we going to be here for 30 seconds or are we going to be here for 30 minutes or longer?
Right.
You know what I mean? I've been stuck in the tunnel on trains before. You know what I do when that happens? I get off the train and I walk the tunnel. I'm not kidding you. I've done that before. I just get off the train, walk the tunnel. I'm not going to sit here. I gotta be someplace.
Yeah, out in the nature, the corporate clock doesn't cut it. You're on nature's time. And nature's time is you're ahead of the curve and you understand the seasons. And when you understand the seasons, there's more than enough time for everything if you stay ahead of the curve and you don't procrastinate and everything falls into place, you know? There's no such thing as being late for a meeting to pick trees off an apple out here.
Yeah, I'm going to say something, and I don't mean to be. I hope nobody takes it the wrong way. It's kind of an attempt at levity, so to speak. But with global warming, it almost seems like Mother Nature is becoming a freaking lesbian.
How dare you?
Guys, somebody laughed. Somebody laughed.
I'm trying to get you on that. Can you elaborate on that?
Man, we're the biggest contributing factor to global warming, right? And global warming is affecting Mother Nature. It's almost like we're turning Mother Nature into a lesbian. Like there's something not, something different. If there's anything wrong with that, no, I'm not. I don't think I or anybody else is to say what normal is. I think normal is a setting on a washing machine. But anyway.
What if it's turning into Father Nature?
That could be too.
Because nature is probably going to, to those who are not aligned with it properly, is, get ready to bend over. It's going to fuck you up pretty hard.
I gotta say this: if it's Father Nature, every time I get caught out in the freaking rain when it's not supposed to rain, Father Nature has some pair of balls. I gotta tell you.
I would reckon. Mm-hmm. Yep. Make sure you bring a good source of lube out there with you, and then probably a good raincoat.
Well, that's something else that's got to go into that bag, is some type of waterproof jacket and waterproof pants, or at least very water resistant. I'm not going to go out there with like fisherman's gear because you'll just sweat inside of that.
Yeah.
And once you sweat, even if it's 60 degrees out, you can.
I try and consolidate that with, a really good jacket that is kind of all seasonal in purpose, and sweater as well, so that you can just sort of shift between that based on your needs. When you're riding, of course, you're producing more heat. So, but you definitely got to stay dry. That's really important.
I already have what I need for that. I have a Gore-Tex jacket, a very thin Gore-Tex jacket, and thin Gore-Tex pants. You're just still going to sweat a little bit in them, but how do I explain it? The way Gore-Tex works is the holes on the inside near your body are larger than the holes on the outside. So those larger holes will allow at least some of the sweat to escape.
Do you know how to sew?
Nothing fancy. If I had to know,
just basics.
Just basic stuff. Yeah.
Okay, so that's another thing I just remembered, is maybe one of those little pocket sewing kit things. Yeah.
Yeah,
probably
and also, idea. I think, wouldn't you say a roll of not duct tape, but instead Gorilla Tape would probably be a good idea, no?
Sure.
Especially for the tent and sleeping bag, if you get a hold of them.
Tape and a good glue for different purposes as well. A pair of scissors, that type of basic.
Yeah, and that type of tape, it can also be used as a fire starter if need be. That's pretty flammable, that stuff. It's not as good as birch bark or cotton balls soaked in Vaseline, but it could make a difference.
Yeah.
The other thing too that I was practicing on, and I can't remember the names of the knots though now, but there's certain camping knots you need to know. You know, I remember how to make the slip knot. What's the other one? The crosshatch? Is that it?
I think, yeah.
Yeah, because when you start stringing up tarps, if you have to move, if you just got to tie basic knots, you're going to be cutting the bank line or your paracord down, and then you're going to have less bank line and paracord to work with. But if you know how to make knots where you don't have to do that, you just loosen it up and then roll it up. You didn't waste any of it, right? Make sense?
Yep.
I mean, even just to put extra stakes for your tent. Just knowing how to use a slip knot is extremely important, in my opinion, anyway. I mean, like I said, you can, tie it down with a regular knot, but you're going to be, you're not going to be untying that knot, especially if it's wet. So you're going to be cutting, and you're going to be wasting bank line and paracord. So,
just real quick. This is what came up in just a Google search. These are a little different than the ones that I discovered through Facebook and a couple other things in my email, but similar. These are some of them blow-up tents. There's one in particular here that is the closest to the ones that I found. I think it's near the top. Hang on a second. Let me find it. Pretty high up here or what?
see if you see anything 4-season, because I'm going out there in the winter. I'm not going out in a 3-season tent. That's just not going to happen. That doesn't make any sense. It's foolish to do that. It's got to be a 4-season tent.
So something like this, maybe.
I really can't see it very well. I'm on a small smartphone here.
Wonder if I let me try click that. Nope, maybe bigger. Hang on. Tab.
I could screenshot it, but if I go look at it in my camera roll, I'm going to be losing. I'm going to be dropped from the panel. Yeah, that's large. That looks like that's a family size. I don't want that.
Well, there's all different kinds of size. You choose, but I'm showcasing this for the material. This might be a little bit more of a 4-season blow up.
What I think makes sense for me, for one person, is a 2-season tent, and the reason why is because you can get. I mean, a 2-person tent. You could get a 3-person tent, and you'll have a little more room. But the problem with it is now you're trying to heat up a larger space. So the smaller space is you're going to heat that up a little bit more. A good 4-season tent will be 10 to 15 degrees warmer inside of it after you're in there for a couple hours than the outside temperature, right? And then of course you don't have the wind chill factor to deal with either. But the larger that interior space is, the less you'll be able to heat it up, even if you have a wood stove, right?
Yeah.
The other thing too, the other option. I don't know if you've ever done this or not, but what you could do is you could just use a tarp, right? And you could heat up rocks.
That's what I do.
Yeah. But the thing is you got to know what kind of rocks to heat up. They've got to be those round, smooth rocks, because if you just heat up like a piece of shale, that thing's going to explode when it gets to a certain temperature on the fire, and you don't want to be near it when it does. I don't even explode like TNT, but it's going to crack and pop. You know what I mean? If you're standing anywhere near that fire when that happens, you get a little piece in your eye, or even if it just, you get a little, you break the skin, you get an infection, that's pulling you out of the woods, right?
Also, get yourself a good pair of, clampers so that you can barbecue them. And something you can do as well is get a plant pot or pottery, and with a good lid on it, and stick the you can even heat that up, but stick the rocks in there, and take that inside your sleeping bag or whatever, even just inside the tent. And it's amazing how much heat that can last for a long time.
Right. Well, what I'll do with the sleeping bag, as opposed to doing that, I'll just heat up some water and stick that in my sleeping bag.
Hmm.
You know what I'm saying? In the water, maybe a couple of bottles every night.
Sure. Even the water, those little water bottle things, that you can use for soothing your muscles or whatever.
And the other thing I'll do is I can see myself doing is, those bottles won't stay warm all night long. If I have to urinate in the middle of the night, I'm not going to be getting out of my tent.
Right.
And, it's 10 degrees outside. I'm just going to empty one of those bottles out into my water containers, and I'm going to urinate. I'm going to urinate in that and use the heat from that urine in the bottles. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I know it sounds crazy, but it actually does work.
No,
The other
sure.
thing, you want to do when you with your water storage in the winter, right, is you want to store your bottle or your container upside down, because water freezes from the top down, right? So if you have the container in the upright position, the position it's intended to be in, that top layer will freeze, and then when you try to pour water out, you can't get any. Does that make any sense to you? You flip it upside down,
Mhm.
right? Because, like I said, water freezes from the top down, right? Doesn't freeze from the bottom up. So that even if there's some of it froze, you still got some that is still in liquid form on the other side, right? Does that make sense?
It does. $60.
Yeah. Well, for a New York City guy, I have a little bit of knowledge. No, I mean, it's that kind of thing. Though, that's really common sense. But most people would miss that, I believe. They would store their bottles upright, and they'd wake up in the morning and the water's frozen. You know what I mean? Oh,
Look at this
anyway.
thing. What the fuck is this? Some Japanese invention or something?
What's the name of the tent that I want to get the company? Wrights knew it last time, and it escapes me again. It's a very pricey tent. It's like $1,000, but it's pretty much bomb proof. The thing can withstand, they claim anyway, 80-mile-an-hour winds and 3 feet storms. Those 3 feet snowstorms. It's made of some kind of a high-tech fabric.
Yeah, that's got to be synthetic for sure.
So I think it's called Krylon or something like that. I can't remember though. But it has 10-millimeter poles, and you can also buy extra poles. You can double pole it, which is what I would definitely do. I definitely carry the extra poles.
I'll tell you what, I was outside during the wintertime when I was in the military in Missouri and Kentucky, and the bottom line is we froze our balls off.
Yeah, well,
we survived. We survived no problem, but you're cold a majority of the friggin' time when you're out there.
Yeah, I expect that.
We had wool pants and everything, and we still in the space boots, and we were still freaking cold.
Well, that's one of the reasons why, as opposed to having a gas heater, I would opt for a titanium stove, because just having to cut wood when you're outside that tent is going to help to warm you up a little bit. And I also know that before you go to sleep at night, what you want to do is you want to eat something, preferably something with fat in it, so that your body, in the process of digesting it, is creating a little bit of heat. It's for warmth in your sleeping bag. The problem is, I know, I bet you the biggest problem, or the time when you're really cold, is when you're awake, when you're not in the sleeping bag and you're just kind of chilling out, hanging out, right?
Yeah.
Overnight, as long as you have a good tent and a good sleeping bag, for all intents and purposes, you should be at least reasonably warm. It's when you come out of that bag during the day.
You have to stay dry. Your biggest enemy is getting wet, and then you're in trouble then.
Right. You want to make sure you don't sweat, exactly.
Yeah.
Or get wet from melting snow or rainfall.
As you're exercising during the day, you're taking your clothes off. And when you're gearing down at the end of the day, you put the clothes back on.
Right. As soon as you enter in the woods, you're doing that. As you continue to climb up the mountain, right, you're peeling layers off. Yep. So that, you don't sweat. And then once you get to camp and you get all set up, you're putting those layers back on to stay warm.
Yeah, I mean,
So
now we used to just have those little pup tents, a piece of canvas, put a rope between two trees, throw that canvas over and stake it down. I'd be in there with a can of Sterno for heat.
right. Well, another thing you could do, you mentioned clay pots, right? You'd need several of them though, but you could rig several of them together, 3 different sizes, and you could use candles
Yeah.
to actually heat the clay pot.
Oh, yeah.
That's another option for some kind of warmth. You're not just going to go light a candle in your tent, and it's not going to give off enough heat that you're going to feel it. You're going to have to put it in a clay pot so that clay will get warm, and that it will kind of radiate some heat off of it. And also, if the candle is inside the clay pot, it won't burn as fast as if it's out in the open.
Hell,
Right?
inside of that little pup tent, just from the heat from your body and breathing, there was all condensation all on the inside of the canvas.
Right. That's the problem with single wall tents, as I mentioned earlier.
Yeah.
Single wall tents are great as long as you can keep the vents open. But if you got to close those vents for whatever reason, it's raining or there's snow coming, and you're screwed.
Yeah.
And once that condensation is going to eventually fall down on you onto your sleeping gear, and
Hell yeah.
that's bad news. Very bad news.
Yeah, when it was raining out, you'd be in your little pup tent. You'd stay dry as long as you didn't touch the canvas.
Right.
If you touched that piece of canvas, dude, the water would start dripping right where you touched it.
Yep, that's right.
It was funny as hell. Yeah, if you screwed up and touched it, man, you were bitching big time.
Yep. Yeah, well, the modern day fabrics they have today are much more breathable, more waterproof, and you should actually be able to touch the inside of it without it leaking.
Oh, yeah. I'm talking about back in 1980, man. I mean, shit, that was freaking, 40 years ago. So
Yeah, no, I know. Modern technology has come a long way with fabrics, that's for sure. And the fabrics of the tent today are much lighter than that canvas would be.
yeah, the gear that we have was from the Vietnam era, so that gives you an idea.
The thing is, though, is to actually get a modern day fabric, a tent made of modern day fabric that's superior to the canvas. It's going to cost you an arm and a leg. It's not going to be cheap.
No,
you can get a good tent for $200, a good 3-season tent for $200, but it won't last anywhere near as long as that canvas. And even the sun will damage it much more than the canvas. It'll damage it much more rapidly. You know what I mean? So
yeah, the canvas. It was canvas, but they had soaked it in like some kind of wax or something. It was. I don't know how to describe it. It was like a waxy canvas that we had for the shelter, and it had kind of a stink to it. But I tell you, the shit, it was light enough and it was carryable.
Right. Well,
that's another one of your primary enemies is weight.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, you have to kind of just give everything an overview and then minimize it to what you can get away with for the amount of time that you think you can get by without resupply or yeah. It's just a little calculations. You have to do the big overview first and then break it down.
Yeah, the way I look at it, it's probably going to cost in the vicinity of about $5,000 for the gear that I'm going to need to walk the Appalachian Trail.
Yeah.
And even then, I'm still going to have to spend more money when I'm on the trail for shoes, because you're not going to walk the length of that trail in one pair of shoes or boots even.
That's awesome. You're going to love it, man. I've humped the Appalachian in East Tennessee, North Carolina, North Georgia, so I've been around it quite a bit.
Have you?
Yeah, well, I live right here in North Georgia. The mountains are only 30 miles away, so.
When I go through North Carolina, I'm going to have to pay like $20 for a permit, aren't I? Don't you have to get a permit? On some of the states, you've got to actually purchase a permit to go through, or either that or you've got to purchase a permit to camp. It's one of those two, right?
Yeah, it's probably a camping permit, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if that'd be Virginia or North Carolina, one of the two.
I think it was North Carolina, but don't quote me on that.
Yeah, North Carolina, they're a pain in the ass up there. With taxing you for this and that.
And then some of the states, you're allowed to stay one spot for only 3 days. And if you're going to stay longer, you've got to get a permit. Some states you don't. New York State is pretty lax on that. So
I'll just say, as much as they might have those, it's really hard for them to truly regulate that.
I know, but especially during the winter. But there is still regulation out there, and I'll abide by it as best as I can. I mean, if I'm in a situation where, between a rock and a hard place, I got to do what I got to do. I'm sure they would take that in somewhat, at least, into consideration. But then again, they hear you're from, where you from, boy? I'm from New York. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, hey dude, I've been out there humping in the mountains, me and a couple of my homeboys out there smoking weed, hiking, and you'll run into some strange mofos out there. They look like meth head type people, and
Yep.
Yeah, well, I bet you'll run into some, basically mountain people out there. No.
Yeah, and like you said, they'll walk right up to you and start asking you all sorts of questions, man. That's when you just say, hey, why don't you fall back there, bro? We'll talk to you later. Don't grab that knife either, because I'm going to kill you.
You definitely got to be careful, because those people know those areas like the back of their hand, and they know when there's nobody there, and there's psychopaths everywhere.
No, I know.
And you're game to them, right? Literally, to a lot of them. So, and there's nobody around. There's nobody to call. So that's the type of thing. Don't do it unless you're prepared to do it, right?
Well, that's why, I said, I think the last time I was talking to you, I won't stay in any of the shelters unless it's like an extraordinary circumstance. When I do pitch my tent, it'll be as far away from human beings as it can possibly get. And I fully intend on bringing a dog with me, not for protection, but for alert, to alert me to, any approaching human beings or animals that could be a threat.
Right.
And then, as you stated, Guru, you got to carry a gun. You have to. You have to carry a gun. To go out there without one, I think, is very foolish.
I think so. Yeah, I wouldn't do it without.
I think that the most dangerous things out there would be in this order: other human beings, and then the ticks, and then third, I put the black bear in third place. That's just how I see it. You get bit by a deer tick, and you get a problem. You get Lyme disease, right? You're going to be coming out of the woods. You're not going to be able to just get over that like a common cold. But I really do believe that the biggest threat out there would be human beings.
Completely agree.
Yeah, because hey, I'll guarantee you, any animals you run into out there, unless you step on a little baby animal and the mom is right there, any animal you run into, they're more afraid of you than you are of them.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean,
and nature's pretty much just running on instinct, which a little bit of common sense is calculatable, right? Human being, not the case.
We've walked right up on black bears before. I mean, pretty damn close. When that bear realized we were there, he hauled ass.
Yep, it's going to happen. But the thing is that that's what will happen most of the time. But where you could get in a situation with the black bears, let's say there's this giant boulder, and the trail goes right around the boulder. If the bear is on the other side of the boulder and you come upon it, suddenly, it could panic and come at you. So that's when you're in those situations, you make a little bit of noise so the bear hears you coming. Right?
You're always going to have a walking stick with you. You can tap that on trees and shit once in a while. And just make a little noise every so often. You're good to go.
And then if you are encountered with a bear, I think I know what to do. You want to back, if you have to, you back away from it slowly, but you don't turn your back. You keep your eyes on it. You turn your back, and it's likely that bear is going to now see you as prey and come after you, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So, but I really think, to be honest with you, I'm more concerned about the ticks, especially being that I'll have a dog. You know, you bring the dog in the tent, the dog is covered in ticks, and now they're jumping on you or jumping off of him onto you, or the dog gets Lyme disease or you get Lyme disease, you know, because the ticks are active in temperatures anything above 40 degrees. So most people don't know that either. They think that the ticks are dead in the winter. Not necessarily. Depends on that temperature. So, you know.
Yeah, you should be good to go now. Hell, it's 45 degrees and windy out right now here. And like I said, I'm in between Atlanta and North Carolina here. It's already down to 45, so it's getting cool down here now.
Really? You know, I was down in Georgia, I want to say, let's see, about 30 years ago. I was in, where was I? I was in Americus, Georgia, which is, I want to say, about 2 or 3 miles from Plains, Georgia, which is where Jimmy Carter's peanut farm is. Does that sound right?
Yeah, Americus, Georgia, yeah.
Yeah, Americus, okay. I remember I got down there, right? I was going to visit friends that had moved there from New York City. So when I got into the town, I went into a shopping center. This is, like I said, like 30 years ago. So there were no smartphones. So I wanted to call them up to get the final directions to how to get to the house. So I find a payphone in the shopping center, and my friend's wife answered. She said, "Where are you?" I said, I don't know. Let me hold on a second. Let me go see what the name of the store is." So I stepped away from the phone into the parking lot, and it said, "I'm at a grocery store." It says it's the Piggly Wiggly. I was like, "What the fuck? I know the Piggly Wiggly." Yeah, and actually down there, what I found really strange was two things. One, at that time anyway, they had drive-through liquor stores. Never heard of that. And secondly, they still had chain gangs down there.
Yeah.
At that time anyway. That was like, and they also had like prisoners mowing people's lawns in town.
Yeah.
I found that quite
yeah, they have the prisoners.
Interesting.
They have the county guys that want to get out there on the day and do something. They have them do all the landscaping in the county here and everything.
Yeah, well, when I was down there one day, I asked my friend's father-in-law, where can I rode my motorcycle down there, really, racing motorcycles. I said, where can I go to, open my bike up? He's like, oh, I'll go to County Road, I don't know, 306 or whatever the hell he said. So I'm riding there, and I see, like, what the hell is that? Like 1,000 feet up the road. I'm like, what the hell is that on the side of the road? So I get upon it, and it's a chain gang. There's a guy walking in the back. I guess he had a shotgun. I don't know what kind of rifle it was, a shotgun, whatever the hell it was. And I saw that, and I went past him a little bit, and I said, you know what? I think it's time to turn around and go home. The last thing I need to do is get pulled over doing 160 miles an hour and get thrown in jail and put in one of those freaking chain gangs. You know what I mean? So, yeah. But I did go past one day Jimmy Carter's peanut farm. Well, that was pretty interesting. Yeah.
Well, I've been down here for 25 years. So I ain't never seen Jimmy Carter's peanut house.
Well, it's a peanut farm. I didn't go on to it. I just rode past it. It was pretty impressive. It was, something to see while I was there.
Well, I'm sure it's a chunk of property.
I remember one time we went to the, I didn't believe my friend that there was a drive-through liquor store. And I'm not really a drinker, but so we got in the car and he took me to the drive-through liquor store. He pulled up to the window and he's like, give me about, a pint of Jack Daniels and 2 beers. So we drive out of there and we drove like, there was like a little cut, like a turnoff to go into like, not into a cornfield, but like into the entrance of it. I guess that's where they would put the tractors. So we pulled a car in there and we're standing outside the car drinking a beer. And I don't think 5 minutes went by. I guess the farmer, somebody saw us. He came over there and he got out with a shotgun. He said, what you boys doing? Oh, sorry, we'll leave. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. So I can tell you this much. when I got off Interstate 95.
Just real quick. Sorry, I'm up for a Tim 100. I'll be on mute, so I'll be back in a couple minutes, guys.
Okay. What's a Tim 100? Bathroom break?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tim 100 and Tim 200.
Oh, both. Okay.
Wrights taught me that. Okay, I'll be back.
I call it a head break. But anyway, I remember when I got off 95 to go to when I was going to Americus, it was just obnoxious, man. That you're going through these small towns and it's 30 miles, 35 miles an hour speed limit. It seemed like it took forever. So I stopped in to get gas somewhere. I don't know what town I was in on the way. And there's a shotgun behind the girl at the register. So I was like, let me pay for my gas. I think I bought a pack of cigarettes, maybe a candy bar, whatever. So I'm talking to her. She said, "Where are you from?" And she said, "You from New York?" And I said, "Yeah." She goes, "I just love the way you people sound." So she's like, "Talk a little bit." So I said, "Give me all your fucking money." She said, "I'll reach for that shotgun." Anyway, yeah.
Yeah, it's changed a lot. Like I said, I've been here 25 years. When I first got here, man, because I'm from Boston, so.
Oh, really? I lived in Boston too. I'll tell you where I lived in Boston. I lived on I want to say it was Alphonsus either Street or Place in a high-rise luxury building. It was like just around the corner from I don't know which trolley it was, but whether it was the E, or whatever number it was, or whatever color. Does that ring a bell to you? Alphonsus Street or Alphonsus Place?
Yeah, that's downtown. So that was probably the green line, orange line, or the red line. One of the
Yeah. What happened was I had traveled somewhere in the vicinity of 3 decades ago with a girlfriend of mine who was working with a Broadway play. And we lived in 8 different states for 3 months. Boston was one of the stops in the tour. That's why I was there.
Cool. Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I grew up there, but I had to get I'm glad I got the hell out of there 30 years ago, with the taxes and all that shit.
Yeah. Well, were you anywhere near the North End?
Yeah, only about 20 miles away. I was on the south side of Boston. You were on the north side, so.
You know what I did twice when I was there is we drove up to Mount Washington in New Hampshire, which is, I want to say, was about approximately 2.5 hour drive from where we were in Boston.
Yeah.
And with the idea was to drive up to the top of the mountain, but both times that we went, this was like in September, it was snowing at the top, so you could only go like halfway up.
Yeah.
When they closed the road, so we were never able to go to the top of it.
It's been snowing up there now for probably about the past 2 or 3 weeks, I think.
Yeah, it's amazing how brutal the weather is up there, and especially the wind.
Oh, God, dude. You get caught outside there up on Mount Washington, your ass is you'll be done for.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I think I'm correct in stating this, but I believe the highest wind speeds ever recorded on the planet are up on the top of Mount Washington.
Yeah, like 250 friggin' miles an hour, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they got a.
That's not a gust of wind. That's a 250 mile an hour wind. Good God. Yeah. Anything that's not cabled down to the ground is getting ripped off. There's no trees up there or anything up top.
No, I know. Once you get to like 4,000 feet, most of the trees are pine trees, and they're dwarfed because there's not enough oxygen up there for them to grow tall.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. That's the place I've been on mountains, 4,500.
Yeah. Isn't it? I thought it was like 8,500 feet up, isn't it?
Oh, the dead zone. The dead zone is it's either 6,000 or 8,000. I think it's probably 8,000 feet. Yeah.
Yeah, like I said, both times we went up there, we were never able to go to the top because the weather was so bad.
Well, I see those people climbing the Himalayas and all that shit. Unbelievable. There's no friggin' way you would get my ass up there.
I tell you, I would. It'll never happen. It's too late for me now, but I always dreamed of trying to climb Mount Everest.
Good God, dude. that's a whole different planet up there. So
No, I know. I think it's like 27,000 feet up, something like that.
dude, it's brutal. Like I said, I've been up on mountains 4,500 feet. I was like, okay, this is good enough for me.
Yeah, right. No.
Like you said, snowing in friggin' June up on top of Mount Washington. So nah, screw that.
Yeah. Well, I figured I'd give it a shot. You know, it was something to do for the day.
Hey, one of the mountains you're gonna go across is Mount Mitchell down in North Carolina, and that's 4,500 feet, Mount Mitchell.
Yeah, well, when one of the stops in the tour was Denver, Colorado. And when you're in Denver, you can drive 45 minutes and you're already at like almost 9,500 feet.
Wow.
And once you get up there, you know, you can really, the lack of oxygen in the air is very noticeable, very noticeable. In fact, one day we drove up to, I can't remember if it was Vail or Aspen, and we rented snowmobiles for 3 hours. We had they send you out with a guide on a snowmobile. And he took us to 10,500 feet up, and they had just gotten 3 feet of fresh powder. And there's not a tree up there, and you know, it's just walking around up there. You feel like you've been running, and you can really notice the lack of oxygen in the air. Denver itself is like literally a mile above sea level. You notice that once you get as soon as you get off the plane, you notice that, especially if you're coming from sea level. You know, so. Well, what happened was the 3 months that we spent there in Denver, I was, in the gym, not every day, but 5-6 days a week. And then the next stop in the tour was Minneapolis. So after being up in the altitude like that for 3 months, my lung power was so much better when we got to Minneapolis. I don't know if Minneapolis is sea level, but if it's not sea level, it's not very high up above it. Can't be any more than 500 feet. So.
Yeah, when we used to go hiking up on a mountainside in North Carolina, that was only 10 years ago. I was 50 years old. We'd go up, we'd park our vehicle up on Mount Mitchell. We'd we'd just take out a map, head out on a trail, and just start humping. We'd go 4 or 5 hours out, and then it would take 4 or 5 hours to come back. And doing that, man, I was 50 years old, and I smoked. I was still in freaking kick-ass shape, bro.
Yeah, well, just because you smoke doesn't mean you're going to be gasping for air. It depends on a multitude of factors. Just the lung capacity that you're born with. Right. Some people have a greater lung capacity than others. Although the reality is, if you didn't smoke, your lung capacity would be even better, right?
Yeah. So. I was 50 years old when I was doing that. And I was in better shape than pretty much everybody I knew. So,
well, I guess we're close to the same age. I'm 63.
Yeah, I was born in 1963.
Really?
Yeah.
I wasn't hearing the whole conversation, but another factor there, if you're smoking, is the oxidation levels in your arteries and veins. Is a lot of what makes your stamina and endurance a lot less when you smoke.
It's also your VO2 max, which is basically, in layman's terms, your body's ability to utilize the oxygen that you're breathing.
Yes, and nutrients. Your enzyme count is typically way lower when you smoke because it's robbing your body of that. So your ability to absorb, process, and utilize nutrients, oxygen, and anything for fuel is much less.
And the other factor that you have to consider is the amount of muscle you have. Let's say you're a 6-foot guy, you're 250 pounds of muscle. You've got all that muscle that you've got to feed oxygen to. That's why you don't see 250-pound guys running marathons and winning them. And when you see these guys that are running, I think somebody actually just ran a sub 2-hour marathon. Like I think it was an hour, 59 minutes and something seconds. That's why they're pencil thin, right?
Sure.
That's one of the reasons why. Not the only reason why. I mean, the calories they burn, obviously, they're going to be thin, but you're not going to see very muscular people being able to do things like that.
Certainly. Muscle is also heavier than weight. So, too much is not good. It's bad
No.
for your
No.
heart and your posture, It's
Yeah.
just as bad, if not even worse sometimes, than being overweight with fat.
Right. Muscle is denser, right? So,
Yep.
you'll look better because it's denser, but it's too much weight to be carrying around.
Yes, absolutely.
But here in
So,
this society, in America anyway, these young teenagers open a magazine and they see these guys that are all muscled up, and this is what they think that they should be in order to be accepted, right?
yeah.
So what do? They start taking protein powders and creatine, and then that leads to steroids, and they're just creating big problems for themselves. Anyway, that's why that's not why, but that's one of the reasons why I do body weight exercise. I'm not looking to bulk up. You can if you want with body weight exercise. It's just you stay within the 8 to 12 rep range, and you keep your exercises so they're challenging that you can't actually do more than 12 reps. And you can put on muscle doing calisthenics too, but that's not my goal. So,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? Anyway,
Health is not it's not about cosmetics. I mean, there's an aspect to that, of course, but it's about strength, endurance, flexibility, and all that stuff.
mobility,
Yeah.
mobility and stamina as well.
Stamina, regenerative capability,
Yep.
all of that.
And the older we get, the more important it is to do some type of exercise.
Yes. And the more you find out what you thought you got away with, you didn't. So, the longer you wait, the more you stay balanced, the more that catches up with you too later. It benefits you in other ways once you're fully developed as things progress. So it goes both ways.
Yeah, I got to tell you, the past week or so, I've been struggling with my exercise. I've been off point. Normally I exercise 3 days on, 1 day off.
Mm-hmm.
I've been doing 1 day on and 1 day off, 1 day on, 1 day off.
That's what I do, bro. Every other day. Fine. I do the 3-at-1 elliptical and the stationary bike. Good to go.
Well, today was my pull day. I do pulling muscles 1 day, pushing muscles the next, and then on the third I do legs.
Now, what's causing the shift at the moment? Just you feel that's what's necessary, or something is
no, it's like
distraction,
it's excuse me. It's a couple of things, really. It's the time that my channel has been taking from me. I actually haven't put up any videos for, let's see, about 8 days now. Maybe I think it's 8 days. No, wait a minute. I put a short up. I think I put a short up. The last time I posted anything was last Sunday. And it's also, what's going on over there in the Middle East.
you're distracted.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not like overly worried or anything, but it's kind of like in the back of my mind. So I was able to get through my pull workout, my pull up and chin up workout today, but it was incomplete. I only did 3/4 of what I normally did, but that's okay. At least I did something, I need to get back on track with that. I mean, because even just, for the past week to 10 days, not doing what I normally do, I noticed when I did my pull-ups today, my strength was still there, but my endurance wasn't quite as good as it normally is. It was off just a little bit. That's what sucks about working out. You can work out every day for 20 years and then you stop for a few days or you slow it down a little bit. It happens fast.
Mm-hmm.
Excuse me. So
consistency is key. Well, it's because we're designed to move every day. We're not designed to be stagnant, right?
Yeah, well, that's I'll get back on that. I'll hammer it up. Tomorrow I got to do my pulling day. I mean, my pushing day, and then the following day I'll do my legs, and then I'll take off, and I'll get right back on the program. It's just kind of a little bump in the road. Happens from time to time. It's sometimes you can't work out, right? You get sick, you get the flu,
Yeah.
you're gonna, a chest cold. So you have to take a little time off anyway.
Sure. And it's good to do that too sometimes, to go away from it and let the body get a bit lethargic, and then it's got a challenge, you know?
Yeah. Excuse me. It's just, like I said before, the older you get, the more important it is to work out. And the older you get, the more affected, or the more quickly you're affected negatively if you're missing
Mm-hmm.
just one. Even if you just miss a workout, I feel it now.
Mm-hmm.
It's you got to stay on top of it. So sometimes,
Yeah, I think
it's difficult sometimes, because for me anyway, exercise is 90% mental. But if I got something on my mind, I just can't get into that frame of mind where I can just go in and do what I got to do. It's like it becomes extremely challenging.
certainly. Age is definitely an attribution towards that, but also, especially if you're living in the beehives, the things that they're doing agenda-wise is exponentially increasing. So, the level of toxicity of the stuff that they're doing today is not what they were doing 10 years ago. So that also has quite a great impact on the body.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Well, is it what's your name is D12, the guy from that's down there in Georgia? Is that it?
12B.
12B. I'm sorry. Yeah. Well, so I'm assuming you said you do it every other day.
Yeah.
I'm assuming what you're doing is pretty much you're working out each body part, each workout, right? You're doing a little bit for each body part, each workout.
No, because I've had a couple of back surgeries. I've got a rotator cuff that's gone on my shoulder, so lifting weights is kind of out of the picture now. So I do the 3-in-1 elliptical. I'll do that for 20 minutes. Go right over on the sit-down bike, do that for 20 minutes.
What are you doing for strength training?
Just the elliptical and the bike. I'm good to go.
Well, that's cardiovascular, which is great. That's part of that's aerobic, but you need to do, well, I shouldn't say you need, but it would be optimal to do some type of non-aerobic training, which is strength training, which could be push-ups. You don't need to lift weights.
Right. No, I know I can use my own. I was in jail before, so I know how to use my own body to exercise, my own body.
Yeah, exactly. And, I hear that you have a back problem.
Yeah.
But there's still parts of your body that you can still work out, even though you have a back problem. You know what I mean?
Hey, to be honest, I found out as long as my lower body, my legs are strong, I'm good to go. It's, just these big muscles still being strong, it seems to just radiate to your upper body too. I mean,
Well, I'll tell you what, from my experience, what I would say is this: if somebody was only going to work out one part of their body, the number one thing that they should work out is their stomach, their ab muscles.
I'll tell you that.
Second to that would be legs. That's what we walk around on.
When you rip out, put it on a real tough level on that 3-in-1 elliptical, dude, that thing's pretty rough.
Oh yeah, it definitely will develop some muscle, but it's still more cardiovascular based.
Well, like I said, I don't have it on the easy setting. I get that son of a bitch cranked up like 80%.
Hey, you're doing great. You're doing great, man. You do whatever you can do and whatever you enjoy.
Oh yeah,
you're moving. So as long as you're moving, that's what's important.
Hey, knock on wood, I've been the same weight, 190 pounds for 40 years now. So,
How tall are you?
6'1".
Okay. Do you know what your body fat percentage is?
I forget what it was. They used to do the pinch test on us in the military, but I can't remember what it was. It was.
So when you say the pinch test, you mean with the caliper, right?
Yeah, they check your body fat content.
Yeah. What's your diet? You eat good food? You stay away from the fast food and all that junk?
I don't eat. I mean, I eat everything I want in moderation, but I don't do any takeout food, nothing. Everything I eat comes from home, single ingredient products that I put together and eat.
There you go. That's the ticket. That's the ticket.
Yeah, the processed foods and all that crap, I mean, it's not good.
And I'm assuming you probably don't drink much, if any at all, alcohol, right?
Just from time to time.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, I'll go months on end without drinking a drop. So.
When you drink, what do you drink?
Beer.
Yeah, beer.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll get a 12-pack of beer and pound it down, and then I'll have a headache for 2 days.
I think actually, if you had, people that have a beer, even every day or every other day, that's not a bad thing.
Oh, hell, red. I used to work with an old Italian guy. Used to drink, we were construction workers, laborers at the time. And hell, he used to drink red wine at coffee break and lunch break every single friggin' day of his life. Every day.
You used to see the old Italian guys in New York City here doing construction, and they usually have a tall can of Budweiser and a Hero sandwich for lunch.
Yeah.
There's a fringe benefit of that, but it's a double-edged sword that will accumulate toxic problems, even just one or two, on a consistent basis. It's benefit-wise, there's a better route to go. Do fermented drinks, do kombucha and stuff like that.
Yeah, but to have one beer a day, I don't think it's really that bad. To be honest with you, beer actually helps you to digest your food a little bit.
Yeah,
one beer
at the expense of, and it also depends if we're talking naturally brewed or the commercial shit. Even naturally brewed, though, you're dealing with all kinds of non-beneficial yeasts and just things that over the long term will definitely have an effect ill-wise for your health. Better to do natural fermented fruits and stuff. Do kombuchas. You'll get the same benefit of the fermentation and even more, and without the bad yeasts and without the bad levels of alcohol, and also with the benefits of the nutrients from the fruit.
Yeah, I don't drink any alcohol at all, but I don't frown upon somebody that have a beer every day or every other day. I mean, I think we only live once, and everything in moderation. And if you get enjoyment out of something, I don't see the.
Yeah. Hey, every so often I get a 12-pack of I get IPAs, craft beer, the strong ones. I'll get a 12-pack every so often, and then I say to myself, "Welcome to Pound Town." I drink that whole 12-pack, boy. I'll tell you, the next day I wake up, I'm like, water.
Yeah. You probably wake up in the middle of the night with your mouth parched, no?
Oh shit! Are you kidding? I just drank a 12-pack a couple weeks ago. I woke up the next morning. I just looked around. I was like, I need water right now.
Yeah, well, that's success. I if I drank a 12-pack of beer, I don't think I could actually drink a 12-pack of beer. Maybe I could do it over the course of 2 days, but I just couldn't do that.
Well, it takes me the whole day to drink it, but I mean, that's all I'm doing that day pretty much is pounding beers.
You know what my favorite thing to drink is? I'm like a kid. I like chocolate milk. I don't drink it often, but I'd rather drink chocolate milk than freaking alcohol, to be honest with you.
I still love whole milk. Organic whole milk. I love that shit, man.
The reality is milk is really not good for us. I mean, in small quantities, okay. But if you think about it, what is milk for? Milk is for calves.
Yep.
And what does milk do to a calf? The calf drinks the milk and they put on weight rapidly, very rapidly.
Yeah.
So what's going to happen with human beings if they drink milk? They're going to put on weight and they're going to put it on very rapidly.
You're also going to calcify. That stuff is not designed for humans.
When we grew up, right? You'd see the commercials on TV. I can't remember exactly what they said.
Milk, it does a body good.
Yeah, there you go. They were urging you to drink this milk. And I mean, I use milk. I put it in my coffee, and every once in a while I'll have a chocolate milk. But when I was a kid, I used to drink milk like it was going out of style.
Dude, hey, we had 5 boys in my family growing up. We used to drink 1 gallon of milk every day.
A gallon each?
No, between the 5 boys.
Oh, between the 5. Okay.
I got news for you. If I go to the grocery store and I buy a gallon of milk and a bottle of Hershey's chocolate syrup, I'll polish that off in 2 days, no problem.
Yeah, hey, my mom used to send us down to the convenience store every day. Whose turn is it to get the milk?
When I'll drink my chocolate milk now is if I'm out on a bike ride. Like, I'm going 20 miles one way and 20 miles back. I might stop and pick up a chocolate milk in the process because, I think in a pinch, chocolate milk is actually kind of a decent recovery drink. It's not the best, but in a pinch, it's not too bad. As long as it's not super loaded with sugar. Of
For
course,
me, if it's not something I would put my lips on to suck on to extract from, it's not something that's going down my hatch.
yeah, well, I don't walk around like you do with a freaking big leaf in front of my crotch. You know what
That's
I
just to scare the neighbors away.
mean? Yeah, well,
Otherwise, the leaf wouldn't be there.
no. What I'll do with that though is I'll soup it up with a banana or two, right? So if I ride 20 miles and I'm turning around and I come back and I don't feel like I don't have the time or I don't feel like stopping to eat something, I'll run into a deli. I'll grab a pint of chocolate milk and a banana or two bananas. I'll bang that down and I'll jump right back on the bike and go. So, and when I'll usually do that is if it's cold out.
For me, it was all a learning process of elimination. Discovering from not being well with my health, after just stopping certain things, my health just recovering. The first thing was junk food, and I was very athletic, and I still am, not as much as I used to be, but in my upbringing, I was always, first front runner in all the sports, and what do you call that? Track and field and everything, So besides music, which was secondary, turned into be primary later on, sports was my life. I couldn't wait to get out there and run or do something. That was really the only thing attractive about gym, especially in junior high and high school, was double phys ed class, back to back.
Yeah.
After that, I couldn't wait to skip class to go play hacky sack in the front.
We used to get extra high before gym.
Yeah, I gotta go back to liquids for just a second. One thing that I don't touch at all, and I think nobody should touch this, is soda.
Oh no, dude!
Absolutely. That's
Horrible. Good God, dude.
And so, I was very athletic, and that saved me a lot. But even though I was very athletic, my parents, we did a lot of home cooked meals and stuff. We were kind of middle class, maybe sort of borderline, hovering upper to lower middle class, fluctuating. But there was always food, and but it was more just your modern sort of indoctrinative diet. A lot of meat, a lot of cooked, not a lot of raw. Some veggies some of the time, some boxed stuff, and then my snacks was a lot of cookies and stuff. I used to eat a lot of fruit when it was there, but not a lot of like whole raw fruits and veggies, nuts and seeds and stuff like that. And I drank a lot of milk, and then of course, being a kid loving candy and chocolate, I did a lot of that.
Listen, I ate 4 meals today. I'll tell you what I had. I started.
I'd like to finish.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, thanks. So, by the time I was in my mid-teens, I had gunk on my face like you wouldn't believe. And, of course, the schools, they teach you that this is acne and it's just hormones and this is normal. And it wasn't so much on my upper face, but mostly on my neck. Starting to get real bad craters on my neck. And my parents would take me out to bingo every Saturday. And at this bingo, they had this real greasy popcorn just loaded on it. I used to love the shit. But I had noticed that by Sunday morning, my face was just 3 times as greasy from eating this shit. And it just dawned on me, I got to cut this shit out. And so I made a pact with myself. I said, okay, I'm going to do an experiment and just see what happens. And I just stopped one day. I just said, cut out all chocolate, all the junk food, chips, chocolate, candies, no more popcorn. and no more pop. I wasn't real bad on the pop, but it wasn't helping much. So, and it took maybe about 3 weeks, and it was practically all gone, all on my face condition. That's all it took. And that was the start of me realizing that so much of our health attributes had to do with what we were ingesting. And the next big thing that I cut out was early on in my 20s. I was a milk drinker, quite a heavy milk drinker, because they taught us in health class in the 4 food groups that if you didn't drink, I think it was 6 cups of water and 4 cups of milk on the daily, within 3 or 4 days, you would die. That's what they taught us. So, I was going with it. And I thought, well, okay, I don't want to take any chances of that way. And I was going with it. And, I would even overdo it to make sure I had the extra cushion. Well, by the time I was in my, early 20s, I was breaking out with a lot of skin rashes and getting sick just a little too often and stuff. And then I started noticing a bit of a correlation to when I was drinking milk. That's when I started not to feel so good. And doctors would probably say, well, you're lactose intolerant. But I just decided, I'm going to test this crap out. I don't care what they said. And I went cold turkey, stopped drinking the milk. And after that, the next time I got sick, next time I got a cold was about 2 or 3 years later. Just that alone. I was so much better health-wise.
Oh, even at 6. Okay, I'm sorry.
I was about finished, and I never looked back. I haven't done any dairy since 22, I think it was when I stopped, and I'm 47 now. Don't regret it one bit.
When I was a kid, I ate candy like it was going out of style, but even at the age of 63, my metabolism is so fast, it's incredible. I ate 4 meals today. Started off with 3 eggs and a slice of wheat toast. Cup of coffee with a tablespoon of all-natural peanut butter in it. Then I ate, I'm not kidding you, I ate 3 servings of oatmeal with probably 3 to 4 tablespoons of peanut butter mixed in and a banana sliced on top. Then after that, right before my workout, I ate a 1-pound chicken breast with 2 servings of green beans. And then after my workout, I ate 4 servings of pasta with a serving of ricotta sauce, or ricotta cheese, I'm sorry. And I won't gain a pound from that. My body, I've been in the house all day. Yes, I did my pull-up workout, but I didn't burn very many calories doing that. My body just incinerates calories still.
Yeah.
Yep. So,
And a big dog.
Oh, and I also had a cup of coffee right before when I first got on with you guys. And again, I had a tablespoon of freaking peanut butter. I like to mix peanut butter in my coffee.
Yeah, I'm pretty big. I haven't had it for quite some time, but I had a peanut butter fetish for some time.
Well, the reason why I mix it in there is dual folds. One, I like the way it tastes, but also I read somewhere, I don't know if I'm just getting a placebo effect or not, but I read somewhere that when you put coffee and put peanut butter in coffee, the peanut butter kind of works as a catalyst with the caffeine, and you feel the caffeine for a longer period of time than if you just have a regular cup of coffee.
Maybe.
Hell yeah. Put some peanut butter in a friggin' ramen noodle. That shit is the best, man.
Yeah, ramen noodle is something that I don't touch. I used to eat a lot of it years ago, but I don't touch that very often anymore.
Yeah.
That's something I might bring into the woods with me, but even I probably wouldn't because it tastes good. I like the way ramen noodle tastes, but the problem is there's no nutrition in there. You feel full, but it's not going to give you energy. There's no nutritional value to it.
In what?
Now, if you add other ingredients, yes, but the peanut butter is definitely a good thing to add to it for sure.
Yeah,
in what kind of noodle were you talking about?
Like the little packets of ramen noodles, and inside of it there's like this little thing it's wrapped. It's like a powder that's wrapped up in aluminum foil, which is basically just salt. You throw that in there.
Is that like the Chinese noodles, Ichiban and stuff, or is that something different?
I think ramen noodles are actually Japanese, but don't quote me.
Okay, so yeah, those real cheap sort of things.
Yeah, you big thing for like 10 or 15 bucks, 50 packages of it or whatever.
Exactly.
Right.
But
You're
like I
eating
said,
filler.
That's
It's-
all right. I throw in some peanut butter. At least I'm getting a little peanut butter and some salt out of it anyways.
yeah, it's very cheap. It's easy to make. Like I said, it makes you feel full for a little while, but it's
Yeah, that's all it is.
loaded with fat and it's highly processed. That stuff.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
Yeah.
But it does
Not
taste
good for
good. It does taste good for sure.
I tear them up. I probably eat 5 or 6 a week.
Hey, if you enjoy it, you only, like I said, you only live once. So, you're doing your cardio, right?
Oh yeah, shit. Like I said, I'm 60 years old. I know guys 20 years younger than me, and they look at me like, "Oh shit, I'm not fucking with that guy."
Well, I'm 5'11", and I fluctuate between say 182 and 185. I don't know what my body fat percentage is. It can't be anything higher than 15%. It might be a little bit lower than that. I'm not sure right now. I don't feel my age at all. I don't compare myself to other people, but if I'm in the park working out, there's rarely anybody else there by the pull-up bar. But when there is, these 18-year-old kids will come in and they can barely do a pull-up.
Yeah.
I'm banging them out like they're nothing. So
I think you probably do feel your age. You're just more feeling the proper feeling for your age than most people. That's the thing.
Oh yeah.
We look around and we see all these lethargic people by the time we're in our 40s and 50s and especially 60s, but they make it that far. And,
I'll
if you
tell
got
you,
even half decent energy, it looks like, whoa,
I'll tell you
but
what.
they're problematic and you're doing better, right?
Well, yeah, that's definitely a factor. But I tell you, when I do feel my age, is like when I wake up in the morning, when I first wake up, or if I do a hard workout, when I'm finished, or a long bike ride, when I'm finished with it, I definitely feel older.
Yeah.
But anyway, I still don't feel my age. I don't feel like society says you're supposed to feel at my age.
Okay. But compared to your peers and stuff, and especially that. But I reckon that, even when we do well, at 80 years old, you should be looking like how most people look in their 20s and 30s by the time you're 80. And I know people who are like that, especially not in the corporate societies. And if you were to see me, nobody says I look my age. Nobody can guess my age. Not even close. Not even close.
Good God. Hey, I got a 17-year-old son, and he goes out there and plays basketball. I mean, all friggin' day long. That kid is solid as a rock. You can't beat, the young versus old factor. I mean, that kid is in incredible shape.
Right.
What dictates everything, though, for each one of us is our genetics.
Yeah.
That's definitely a factor, but it's a whole lifestyle holistically. I'll show you
absolutely.
I'll show you some documentaries on some Japanese folks that there's plenty of other societies. They live their own way and they're in their hundreds, like 115, 120. And they literally have like their own nightclubs for their specific groups. The reason why they're so healthy is because they don't work a corporate lifestyle. They grow their own food, and 60% of the day is attributed to fun-based exercise.
I think also, I was going to say that there's two other factors with the Japanese. One, they eat very little, sometimes no sugar. And two, they eat a lot of fish.
Yeah, that sugar's a killer, ain't it? Processed sugar. Good God, dude.
I do use sugar in my coffee, but what I do is I put all natural honey in it, which is still sugar, but I don't use granular sugar ever.
Right. Oh, that's tough.
And there is a benefit. There is a little bit of a benefit to honey, all natural honey anyway. And there's two benefits. It's loaded with antioxidants, and it's also it helps your vascularity. There's like something in there that activates arginine, which is I can't explain exactly what arginine is, but now should I put the honey in my coffee? It would be healthier without it. To be honest with you, it would be healthier just not to drink coffee at all.
It just use. You ever heard of monk fruit?
No.
What fruit? What's it called?
MONK, monk fruit.
Oh, monk fruit. Yeah, I've heard of monk fruit. I've heard of it. I don't know what it is, but I have heard of it.
It's a natural sweetener you can use instead of sugar. I haven't used sugar in a couple of years now, and I use that monk fruit.
Is it red?
No, it's white. It's white granule. It looks like real fine sugar,
Okay.
but it's a refined fruit.
Anybody out there that uses stevia? Anybody listening in the audience or whatever in the future?
That's bad news, isn't it?
It is. Yeah, there's some new studies come out. We knew this already, but they're starting to admit it now. Number one side effect is, especially for men, not erectile dysfunction, but your sperm count. It's actually something that apparently some tribes used to use as a form of birth control.
Really?
Yeah.
Damn, I just it's freaking 4 o'clock in the morning. Holy shit. I had no idea it was getting to be this early in the morning.
I didn't either, to be honest with you.
I'm going to jump off here. It's kind of getting early / late.
All right, 12.
All right, hey, it was good seeing you, Paul.
Good to see you again. Just real quick before you go, last I seen you there, you were in the surgery of the jaw and the teeth and everything. How are you doing with that? Everything all healed up now?
Yeah, I just 2 more months. They're going to give me the fine. Right now, I have partials. They had to pull 5 of my teeth. I got 4 implants, and then when my gums are completely healed in January, they're going to give me the snap-in teeth and then the snap-in partials. They'll
Right.
be real sturdy. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Hey, it's good talking with you. Keep up with your exercise.
Yeah, I do. I went to court too, and they dropped the the disorderly conduct. They dismissed that, and they gave me a $50 fine for vaping.
For what?
Vaping.
Oh, no way.
Yeah, I was vaping at the VA. I was out by the parking lot vaping. Dude, 3 cops walk up to me and start hassling me like they're gonna friggin' tase me and shit.
Outside?
What were you baking?
No, I was
No,
vaping.
he was vaping.
Oh, vaping.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Outside?
Yeah, I was out by the parking garage. I was a couple hundred feet away from the hospital. Yeah, I didn't know somebody was watching me on a camera.
Yeah, you're being targeted, man.
Dude,
That's crazy. That's nuts.
3 VA cops walk up to me and they're ready to tase my ass. I fucking went. Dude, I went off. I said, "You motherfuckers." I said, "You ain't got something better to do, you donut-eating motherfuckers." I was cussing them left and right, dude.
You got to start videotaping this stuff, 12V. I'm telling you, your channel would be gold.
Dude, I fucking went off. So next thing I know, 2 weeks later, after, I left the place, 2 weeks later, I get 2 tickets in the mail. One for disorderly conduct and one for vaping. I'm like, oh, great. Had to go down to the federal courthouse in downtown Atlanta for that shit.
Shit, right now here in New York City, you're allowed to walk down the street smoking a joint. That won't last for long. They'll change that soon.
Dude, I went off on those cops. They thought for sure they were going to have to take me down. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
I didn't threaten anyone. I didn't make any threats, nothing like that. But I went off.
I would have. What the fuck are you doing?
They came up to me real aggressive, and you can't do that. You can't vape on federal property. I said, okay, you got me, man. I said, I'm cool. I won't do it no more. We could give you it. He goes on and on. And finally, I looked at him. I said, you donut-eating motherfucker. I said, go fuck yourself, bro. I said, you ain't got shit else to do but fuck with a fucking service-connected veteran, you motherfucker. I went off, dude.
See, me personally, I'd like to go off in those situations, but I tend to not because, to be honest with you, I'm afraid that they're going to start some shit and maybe put something in my pocket. And, you go before the judge, and who are they going to believe? Is the judge going to believe me or them? He's going to believe them.
Hey, we'll put it
Well,
this way. I was
put
trying to be,
something in their pocket first.
hey, I was trying to be cool about the whole thing, and this one guy kept telling, we could give you a $250 fine right now. I finally just got to the point where steam came out of my ears, and I said, that fucking did it.
I'll tell you, about 3 or 4 years ago, I got pulled over on my bicycle. I ran through 2 red lights, right? So an undercover cop car pulls me over, and they're like, ID? So I give them my ID, and this lady stops. She's riding the bicycle. She starts hassling the cop. She said, what did they pull you over for? I said, oh, I went through a couple of red lights. Leave him alone. Why are you bothering him? And she started going off on the cop. And I'm like, lady, just take it easy. It's not a big deal, right? So the cop, he actually ended up writing my last name. He left out one of the letters of my last name. And I think he did that on purpose because I was actually defending the cop. Like, lady, go away. You know what I'm saying? Let him write his ticket. So here in New York City, anyway, if they misspell your name or they leave a letter out, that ticket won't stand up in court. It'll be thrown out. You know what I mean? So I mean, he's got my ID. How could he leave a letter out of my name? It doesn't make any sense. I think he did it on purpose. So I try to stay cool in those situations, and I normally do.
Oh, I do too. That's the last thing I want is to get into it with 5-0. But when they're in your face and they're going to tase your ass because you were vaping, come on, man.
Yeah, here in New York City, the NYPD, the New York City Police Department, they'll shoot you in a heartbeat. They'll say, oh, he had a pen in his hand. I thought it was a gun, and they get away with it. So,
Yeah, these VA cops will do the same thing. Like I said, they were ready to take my ass down over me vaping. Okay, guys. Have a good day.
you too. It's good talking with you.
Hey, it was,
All right,
good, it was good seeing you guys. All right.
have a good one, 12B. Always a pleasure, man.
All right, 12B.
Yep, tell Grandpa I said I'll see him around.
Grandpa, you're too kind.
All right.
See you later, man.
All right.
All right, Guru. Now what?
Oh, anything that floats your boat.
I'm getting kind of tired. Oy.
Well, it's up to you if you want to keep going or shut her. I told Wrights before we started, this was an unexpected. I had no idea he wanted to go live today. I was out picking some things for some tea. And when I got back, he had sent me a mail an hour before I got back saying he wanted to go live, but it'll be a short one for him. So I said, okay, we'll do that. And he said, if anybody comes up, we'll just go for a little longer, but we can go either way.
According to what I'm seeing here, there's nobody in the chat room.
At the moment, yeah, it looks like 0. What day of the week are we on? We're at Sunday.
Yeah.
That might have something to do with it, you know.
The last chat I see came from 12B.
Yep.
Well,
yeah, the sporadic ones late tend to be a little bit less people, especially probably on a Sunday. You know, people doing their hog life stuff and whatnot.
it looks like you guys went on for a little over 10 hours on Friday, huh?
Yeah, we had a long one, and that was after already another 10-hour one that I was on another panel. You were there with us with Kat and Smiles.
And then there was the guy that had the German name.
Smiler.
Smiler. That was his name?
That was his stage name anyway. So
The
him
guy-
and Kat.
He was from Maryland. I remember that. He said he was in Maryland.
Yeah, I think that's right. Yeah, he's a vet too. I heard right. So yeah, the two of them. Kat does panels. every once in a while. She didn't do too many lately, but she had one a couple days ago, and then another one that same day. Well, she started in the evening and then went into the morning. I was on hers that whole time, and
Yeah, she was
then
very, very knowledgeable on what's going on over there with Israel.
yeah, that's her heritage, right?
Right. Well, Palestinian, yeah.
Yeah, so she's very much a heart tied to that stuff. I don't think she grew up there or anything. I don't know if she was born in Canada, but she was raised in Canada. But she's got
Yeah.
family over there, and of course, for obvious reasons, it's paid attention.
I got to tell you, you know, being an American is getting tougher and tougher. I mean, if I was going to be honest, I side with the Palestinians, not with the Israelis. I'm not against the Israelis. Don't think that, but I do not side with them with what's going on right now. I side with the Palestinians. I believe
I'm on the side of peace.
Yeah, ultimately, but you know, peace
That's the problem.
peace is a long way off. To put it, be optimistic about it. I mean, these people have been fighting for how many years? This is just going to keep going on and on and on.
Yeah,
both sides are willing to bend, but neither side is willing to bend.
That's the problem, you know. So peace is as long way off as people choose it to be. That's the problem. Is people are choosing war. That's what they want, you know.
Well, America has sent 2,000 Marines over there right now, as it stands. Plus, whatever however many Navy SEALs and Army Rangers have already been there.
Yeah.
I don't think it's long before there's going to be many more American boots hitting the ground over there.
I mean, what are they really fighting anyway? You know, the Palestinians are just this tiny little group of kind of docile people that have had their asses handed to them, from what I understand. What's the problem? They just want them to move for resources or something? I don't get it.
Well, from what I understand, the Palestinians want to have their own state, for one. And secondly, they want some of the land, at least some of the land that Israel stole from them, back. And that land to them is holy. And the Israelis claim that that's holy land to them. So, you know, from what I understand, more people have died in wars fighting over God. My God's better than yours. My God is right. Your God is wrong. And this is one of those situations. So you're not going to find an easy resolution to it.
I guess, yeah. In that case, then split it. Make room for everybody, you know?
Yeah, well, the Israelis are not willing to do that.
That's the problem. So as soon as you think that you got more entitlement than somebody else, that's where the problems start, when people don't want to share.
I don't
care. The rest of the stuff is superficial, you know? Everybody bleeds red. Our consciousness doesn't have a color culture, and neither does our soul.
I don't know if this is really the truth or not, but my feeling is that the Israelis feel that, you know, since 6 million Jews were killed in the Holocaust, that they should be given special privilege when they went there and they took that land. And I don't know, man. I have no idea what the solution is, other than, you know, it's obvious that both sides have to be willing to bend, and neither are.
Yep.
And as it stands now, you know,
as an individual, if it were me, I would just go find land somewhere else, you know, whatever. This is the thing. It's all an ego thing, right? It's all based on superstition and fallacy.
Well, like I said before, in the end, I hope there's peace. Eventually, the war will end. Hopefully, it doesn't start World War III. I think it will, but the writing's on the wall for that. But in the end, I really side with the Palestinians. If you ask me which side do I think is right or more right, I go with the Palestinians.
I see us already in World War III. It's just a different kind of war, and it's going to get perpetuated. And if it's not that narrative that's going on right now, it's going to be other things. I think more other things, but I think what's going on there right now is just, as always, the excuse being used for the other things at the very least, you know?
Yeah, well, I still think that the reason why America backs Israel so much as it does, for lack of better words, is the oil over there in the Middle East. They're kind of our foot on the ground, so to speak.
Well, that and also remember, all the nations are just de facto sub-franchises of the United Nations. It's just one country that looks like it's divisible, and they're just doing what they're told. That's all.
No,
They're just following directives.
the way it looks to me is Israel is, war is a numbers game, right? You killed, 5,000 of us, but we killed 50,000 of you, so we won. We killed more of you than you killed of us.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's kind of where Israel is right now. Okay, so you came in and you killed, I don't know, what was it, 1,000, 1,100 people the first day when the Hamas attacked. And now the numbers have changed. Now the last report I saw claiming something in the order of over 3,000 Palestinians killed and 1,300 Israelis. So I think this is more than a numbers game. I think in the end, Israel will probably end up killing 20 times as many Palestinians or more as Israelis were killed. But I think Israel wants a little bit more. I think that they want to actually be the de facto government in there now. I don't know.
That thing that happened earlier this year in Palestine, what's it called? What was that place that the train accident happened in? The state.
Turkey, wasn't it? Or India?
No, the state in the United States.
Ohio?
Yeah, I think so. Palestine, Ohio. I saw that as a smoke signal. Palestine train wreck coming.
Well, I got news for you. It's funny you brought up trains, but here in the United States of America, the infrastructure is getting poorer and poorer. It needs to be rebuilt. And when you look at the train tracks were designed in the freaking 1800s.
Yeah.
I mean, what's going on with that? What's up with that? I mean, you can't have high-speed rail on those train tracks. They're not strong enough to support that. So you could put new trains on those old tracks. It doesn't mean diddly squat to me. You need a whole new system.
Totally. They could be all solar electric and so much quicker and so much more efficient, so much safer. But that's everything. The entire infrastructure for all travel is so outdated, it's ridiculous. We shouldn't be driving in cars right now that are so hazardous.
Pollutive.
Clunker, accident-wise, people still getting injured and killed in it every day. And, there's far better technologies we could be using.
We've had the technology. We've had electric cars since the 70s.
30s. The very first car ever was an electric car. Did you know that?
No, but I can tell you this. Back in the 70s, they gave out, I think it was 800 to 1,000 electric vehicles to citizens. And they drove the cars and they loved them. And then they took all those cars back and they cut them into little 1-inch squares. And that was the oil companies that did that.
You sure that was 70s, or are you talking about the Chevy? I forget what was it called, but they had that in the early 80s.
It might have been the early 80s, but if I remember correctly, I think all the auto manufacturers kind of chipped in and built these little electric cars. And then when the oil company stepped in and those cars were taken back from the people and they were cut into little 1-inch squares, like I said. And where was I going with that? I lost my train of thought. But the technology has been there for many decades now. And the oil companies, well, here's where I was going. Let's say I invented a way to run cars on tap water. If I opened my mouth about that, I'd be killed before I made it to the patent office. The oil companies would have me killed. You know that. They got a cash cow and they're not letting go of it. That's it.
That's what the patent office is for, is to catch that.
And like,
It's a bait. It's a bait scam. Come
Right.
here, register your patents so that we know what you're up to, and
I
we're going to
don't
make
know.
sure it doesn't get out.
I don't know what's going on in Canada, but I can tell you here in America, we had the pandemic, right? So for 9 months or so, people were using a lot less gasoline than normal. Not that people weren't driving, but they were going shorter trips and less trips. So what the oil companies did is during the pandemic, they shut down most of the refineries. And then when things opened up again to help exaggerate or raise the price of gas, they refused to reopen those refineries, right? Because it's really OPEC for the most part in normal times that sets the price of oil and gasoline.
Yeah.
But here in America, like I said, to recoup that money that they lost, they have refused to reopen all of those refineries. It's crazy. It's just nuts. It is what it is. I ride a bicycle, right? So I don't go to the gas station to buy gasoline,
Right.
but I'm still paying for the elevated prices of gasoline every time I go to buy anything, no matter what it is, because it comes in here on the truck and gasoline.
Absolutely. Right? Absolutely. Yeah. Well, that's why, as counterintuitive it might sound, I'm totally in favor for the prices to keep increasing. As far as I'm concerned, anything that's toxic, especially on that level, is not expensive enough until it's out of the reach of the consumer.
I agree.
The consumer is too dumb to choose wisely for their own health. And
I agree with you 100%. And, the reality is, I know that Canadians that live like on the other side of Canada, let's say near the Peace Bridge, which you cross it and you're in Buffalo, New York, they come across that bridge to buy gasoline and cigarettes because it's cheaper than it is in Canada. In Canada, they sell gasoline by the liter, don't they?
Yes.
And here in the United States of America, even though the price of gasoline is way higher than normal, we still pay far less than most countries for a gallon of gasoline. Some countries pay $9, $10 a gallon, right?
Yep.
Listen, I have a half brother who lives in Venezuela. His wife is Venezuelan, and they went back to live there, I don't know, a couple of years ago. And he was telling me they just doubled the price of gasoline. You know what it is now? 25 cents a gallon. But here's the problem. Now listen to this. This is true stuff. I'm telling you fact here. He told me this. In Venezuela, yes, gasoline's only 25 cents a gallon, right? Venezuela is one of the most oil-rich countries in the world. I think Citgo gasoline, I don't know if you have that in Canada, but I believe that's Venezuela. But anyway, what they do is you can only buy, I think it's either 5 or 10 gallons of gasoline every other day. You can't. So meanwhile, the country is rich in oil, right? And the dictator says, well, you guys are doing great. Look at this. You only have to pay 25 cents a gallon for gasoline, but you can only get 5 or 10 gallons every other day. I think it's 5 gallons. I'm almost positive, actually. There's 5 gallons. So what my brother does is the economy's so bad over there, he can get as much gasoline as he wants. He just goes to somebody's house and they start emptying gas cans into the freaking gas tank of the car. And they charge him 50 cents a gallon. You know what I'm saying? Right. So listen to this. He lives in a gated community. There's a 24 hours a day. There's an armed security guard with a dog, right? You leave that gate and people are so dirt poor. It's unbelievable. So he was like, I was talking to him on the phone one time. He said, listen, I'll be right back. I got to go bring a little bag of rice to the garbage man. I said, what? He goes, yeah, over here, you don't pay for your garbage, but you got to give them something. I'm like, what are you talking about? He says, well, you got to give them like a little bag of rice or a couple of cans of food. I'm like, are you serious? And he goes, yeah. And he goes, what happens is they take it from you, and then when they leave the gated community where the people that have money live, they give it to the poor people right outside the gate. It's crazy. It's nuts. I'm like, dude, what the fuck are you doing living in Venezuela? It's a dictatorship. And he says, listen, I came over here with $150,000 cash. And he came in through freaking Colombia, right? Took a plane to Colombia, and then they drove to the border, and then they walked across the border. He's right on the border of Colombia. He's in Venezuela, but he's right like maybe 5 miles away from the border with Colombia.
Right.
And it's like crazy. He says over here you can live like a king for $500 a month.
Mm-hmm.
He bought a house that a doctor used to own for $5,000. Okay, he says you go out to eat dinner, you can have like a steak with mashed potatoes and vegetables. It'll cost you $3. I'm like, what? He was trying to get me to go over there actually to be his bodyguard. And I'm like, no freaking way I'm going to Venezuela. I'm not going to live in a dictatorship. No freaking way. It's very dangerous there. You know, if anybody finds out that he has money, he'll either end up dead or he'll be a hostage. He'll be taken as that's not the right word. They'll kidnap him for money. But his wife's two brothers, one of them is a captain in the Venezuelan army, and the other one is, I don't know, he's in the Venezuelan army. So like he does things like with her family, he'll give them like $50 and they'll cross into Colombia and they'll buy like bottles of whiskey for dirt cheap, and then they'll bring it back into Venezuela and sell it top dollar and make money like that. You know, it's crazy. It's just nuts over there. Just absolutely nuts. So he says he's living like a king. And I was like, all right, if you feel like that's, where you want to be, that's where you're going to be. So I'm not going to Venezuela. I don't even want to go there to visit. I'll pass. So he did come back. He did come back to the States about a year ago for a few weeks. And when he went back to Venezuela, he had to do the same thing. His wife and his son actually have dual citizenship. He does not. So he had to fly into Colombia and then get a caravan of cars, her family, namely her brother, the captain in the army, to drive him, pick him up, drive him to the border. And then when he said, when you get to the border, you have to pay, you'll walk a little bit of ways and you'll see like the FARC, which is like I guess like a paramilitary group, the Colombian paramilitary group. And there's a bucket on the floor, on the ground, and you got to put a few dollars in the bucket, like $3 or $4, and then they let you through. Then you walk a little further, and you get to the Venezuelan army. They'll be there, and you got to put a few dollars in the bucket, and they'll let you through. It's like fucking nuts, man. I'm like, if they catch him over there,
Holes for humans.
Well, if they catch him over there, he will be going to a jail in what is it, Caracas? Yeah, that's the big city there, and it won't be good for him. Anyway.
Well, is he not permitted at all? Like even for some amount of time?
I know, because what happened when Trump was in office, he put sanctions on Venezuela. So in response, Venezuela said Americans are not allowed to come here under any circumstance. That's why he comes in through Colombia, right? But if you have dual citizenship, you can come. So she and his son have dual citizenship. Why he doesn't have dual citizenship I really don't know. My brother, technically he's my half brother. How do I put this? He grew up with and was in business with some pretty big time hitters in the Italian mafia. And I don't know if that's why he left the country. I really don't know the real reason, but this is what he's telling me. I can live like a king over there. All right. Well, then why are you asking me if we come over there and be your bodyguard? You know what I'm saying? Something's wrong. So, anyway. He's my half brother. I only know him since, I met him when I was 45. It was the first time I actually met him. I knew about him when I was a teenager, but I didn't know what his name was or who he was. I just knew I had a half brother. So
I always confuse the two. Is it not Venezuela? Then it's Vietnam that had the hyperinflation last few years, or is it Venezuela?
I don't know. I can tell you this much about Venezuela. One of the reasons why they came back was to buy a couple of laptops and a few iPhones, because over in Venezuela, like food is really cheap, right? But
Yeah.
an iPhone that you'll pay $1,000 for here in America,
Yeah.
you'll pay 3,500, maybe 4,000 for the same iPhone in Venezuela.
Right. Right. I heard that's typical over in those sections there. The government doesn't allow
Well,
that technology.
right, and where he lives like at the base of the mountains. He's like, I think it's like a 6 or an 8 hour drive from Caracas if you were to drive it. So he's surrounded by her family. You know, like she's probably got, I don't know, 150 people in her family, and I don't know. For all I know, Guru, he's left the country because the mob wants to kill him, or he might be running from the law. I don't think so, though, because if he was, I can't see why he would have come back about a year ago. If he was running from the law, I think they would have caught him at the airport. I don't know what the hell is going on. No, I really don't know. I would think it's probably likely he might owe some mafia guy a lot of money. I don't know. But it just, the story he's telling me just doesn't make sense. I'm like, why the hell would you go live in a dictatorship? I don't care if you can live like a king or not. You can live in a gated community. As soon as you go outside that gate, the people are dirt poor. You know, they make like 50 cents a day. You know, it's like, no, I don't even want to go for a visit. Thank you, but no thank you. I'll pass. No, something's up with that. Anyway, actually, as it stands, not to get into a long story, but we got into an argument about 6 months ago. We haven't spoken since, and I think I'm going to keep him away, keep him at arm's length, because I don't involve myself with the things that he was doing. It's just not who I am. You know what I mean?
I can speculate.
Yeah, well, you know, you probably don't know much about the mafia, but I know many years.
I know enough.
No, I can tell you this much. Many years ago, he was in business with one of those guys. The guy just died recently. He had a store. He was partners with one of those guys. Now, my brother's not in the mafia. I know that for sure, but he was definitely, at least back then, an associate of the mafia. Which, for all intents and purposes, it's not the same thing, but it's pretty similar.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, I grew up in a mafia neighborhood in the 70s. And a couple of my friends were killed by them when they were teenagers. But I got out of there, you know, when I was a late teenager. I never got involved in that kind of activity. I was surrounded by it, but I knew when I would see these guys with the brand new Cadillacs and the fancy clothes and the girls on both arms, that came at a price. You know what I mean? It didn't, nothing's for free. You know what I mean? So I'll give you an example. I'm sure you've heard of Carmine the Snake Persico, right? He was the boss of the Colombo crime family. Well, my brother used to hang out with him. They grew up together. His son, not him, his son. His son is also doing a life sentence. I think Carmine Persico actually died. I'm not positive about that. I think he died in jail. If he didn't die in jail, he's going to die in jail because he got a life sentence. So did his son. So, yeah. You know, where I grew up, they would find bodies in the 70s quite frequently. You know what I mean? You ever hear of a guy named Roy DeMeo?
Doesn't ring a bell.
Well, he was with he was a made man with the Gambino crime family, and they found his body in my neighborhood in the trunk of his car in the middle of winter, frozen solid. Well, anyway. Yeah, he grew up in I guess we could call it the stronghold of the mafia in Brooklyn, which was Bensonhurst, Brooklyn. And I grew up in Sheepshead Bay, which wasn't the stronghold of the mafia, but it was still a mopped up neighborhood. Well, yeah, so
it's an elitist group that I try to avoid, but it's no matter what it's unavoidable.
Well, I'll tell you what, I don't consider it an elitist group. I consider it what it is. What are the mafia guys? They're basically bullies, right?
Yeah.
They use the threat or the fear of violence to
Yeah.
control people, to get money out of them, right? So like if like the neighborhood I lived in, every
What would you
single
do? What would you define an elitist group?
uh the wealthy people that run around with suits and ties and live in gated communities.
Isn't that just the mafia when they're not doing their
Now,
business?
well, there's some of so with the mafia guys, you have racketeers and you have gangsters. The racketeers are the ones that make the big money, right?
Yeah.
Whether it's controlling the construction unions or whatever it is. The gangsters are the ones that commit the violence and do the murders. Now they're far and few between, but there are made men, which we call them button men, who are both racketeers and gangsters, but most of them are one or the other, right? So, like, if you're dealing with a racketeer, they're real gentlemen, right? They're snakes, though. They're all con men. If you're dealing with a gangster, you're dealing with somebody that will kill you in a heartbeat, freaking heartbeat,
Right.
with no questions asked, and they'll go right home to their wives and go right to sleep like nothing ever happened. They don't have a conscience. They're psychopaths and sociopaths, but mostly psychopaths.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Well, I can tell you this much too. I'm not going to elaborate, but he passed away. But both of them actually, my grandfather and my uncle. I don't think that they were made men, but I know that they were under the umbrella, so to speak, of one of the families many years ago. So, anyway. My mother did her best to keep me away from that stuff, and she did her job well because I never got involved in that. Thankfully, those guys either end up dead or in jail. It's never a happy ending.
Mm-hmm.
And then what happened is over here they got something called the RICO Act, and what is it? Racketeering, influence, crime organ. I can't remember what it stands for, to be honest with you, but when they came out with that, the justice system, basically, if you were involved in a criminal organization, everybody in the organization is now guilty. And instead of getting a 3-year sentence or a 5-year sentence, now you're looking at a 50-year sentence. So when that happened, many, if not close to probably half the guys that got arrested would turn rats. They would give the government information. I'll give you a perfect example. This guy you had to have heard of, Sammy the Bull Gravano. You ever hear of him?
No.
He was the underboss for the. If you'd ever heard of this guy, then you don't know anything about the mafia. You ever hear of John Gotti?
That rings a bell.
Okay, well, John Gotti killed the boss of the family. His name was Paul Castellano, which he wasn't allowed to do, but he did it anyway. Sammy the Bull Gravano was his underboss. When John Gotti and Sammy the Bull were arrested by the FBI, Federal Bureau of Investigation here in America, Sammy the Bull Gravano was offered a deal. If he told everything that he knew, instead of getting a life sentence for killing the 19 people that he either killed or was part of killing, he would get 5 years in prison. And that's what he did. The government wanted John Gotti so bad that they gave a guy who was either killed and or was in on the killing of 19 people. He admitted it on the stand. They gave him 5 years in prison. He ended up only serving like 3.5 or 4 years. And John Gotti was given his life sentence. He died in prison. I want to say he died about, I want to say it was about 20 years ago. So the mafia today is a mere pittance of what it used to be. Right around, I would say, probably by the year 2005, the FBI had brought it to its knees. which is a good thing, I believe. You know, I'm Italian. That I don't know about people in Canada. I doubt you've ever heard this, but here in America, many people think that if you're Italian, either you're in the mafia or you work for them somehow, and that's the farthest thing from the truth. You know, anyway, like I said, there's a reason why my brother's in Venezuela, and it's not so he can live like a king. I believe more than likely he owes some mafia guy a lot of freaking money, and he wasn't paying it back for whatever reason. Probably not because he didn't have it, just he didn't feel like paying it back, and if they would have caught him, they kill him. They kill him in a heartbeat. So, and if I'm right about that, it's best for me not to even communicate with him anymore, because if they can't get at him, they might try to get at me. You know what I mean? I don't think so, but who the hell knows? Anyway.
Always a Russian roulette with it.
Yeah, well, like I said, the mafia
Italian roulette, maybe.
Yeah, well, in the 70s, actually, if you go back to the 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, into the very early 2000s, the mafia pretty much controlled New York City. There wasn't anything you could buy in New York City that they weren't getting a piece of. I'm not kidding you.
Yeah.
So what happens, like in stores in my neighborhood, every single store was paying the mafia money. And depending on how much you made in your store would depend on how much you would have to give them every week. And then what they would do is they would send a couple of goons into your store. Let's say you just opened a store. And they'd say, hey, how you doing? We got a lot of pull in the neighborhood over here. You know, if you give us $1,000 a week, we'll make sure your windows don't get broken. Right? And if you didn't pay, your windows got broken. You go to the store the next day, your windows would be broken. So people paid. Well, what ended up happening? This guy's paying $1,000 a week to the mafia. This guy over here at this store is paying $2,000. That store over there is paying $5,000. Well, how do you think they recoup that money? They raise the prices in the store, so the people in the neighborhood are paying more now, right? Now,
Mr. Wrights, you back with us? You must be if you put that. What's up, Dennison? Smiler's in the chat as well. I didn't pin that. So, Wrights, what are you doing? Yeah, you on mute?
I just woke up and I seen it. I'm going back to sleep.
what's the point? The sun's going to be up in a couple hours. Have a cup of coffee. Have a cup of coffee. Join the party.
Well, I'm going to be busy till tonight or tomorrow. Today, shit, yeah.
Well, good. Time to rise. Go get yourself.
You guys go ahead. Get a hold of Digital Dan's. What the hell is it? Dennison? Yeah, get a hold of Dennison and. Let me give him the link, Guru.
I could, but I think we're going to shut her down here in a little bit.
Let me just finish what I was saying, and I'll end this whole thing with the mafia stories, right? So when you go into these neighborhoods that were all mobbed up years ago, they're not all mobbed up anymore. There might be, if there's 10% of the mafia activity there used to be, it's a lot. Like I said earlier, the FBI brought the mafia to its knees. And in the end, I think that's a good thing. Well, anyway.
Yeah.
You have the mafia up in Canada, but it's really over in Montreal. And I can't remember the name of the family there. It escaped. I think it might be the Rizzutos, but don't quote me on that.
It's everywhere that I've been, but the thing is, it seems to be so much more multicultural over here that there's mafia in every culture, So you got more turf wars going on here than anywhere else I've been to.
Well, what you also have over there, like we have here, is the Hells Angels.
Yep.
The motorcycle groups, the outlaw bikers.
You got that, which is actually pretty much mafia infiltrated.
Oh, they work, I wouldn't say hand in hand, but they work with each other.
Yeah.
Not fully, but on certain things, they will work with each other for sure.
Yeah. They're basically just the front runners of getting directives from the higher ups in government, sending. That's how the drugs get distributed and everything.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, I believe that here in America, anyway, the government is the biggest mafia. It's not the Italian mafia. They're the ones that really have the power.
Yeah.
When I grew up in the neighborhood, every day they had something called a number. And what it was is you would pick a number from 001 to 999, and you'd give the guy $1. And at the end of the day, a number would be picked in between that range of numbers. And if you picked the right number, you won $600. Well, the government said that's illegal, right? And then what did they do? They started what they have over here in America called a lottery, right? You go to the newsstand and I don't know if it's $1 or $2 or how much it is. I never play it. And you buy a ticket, you pick numbers, and then there's a drawing of the numbers. Usually it's on the news. And if your ticket comes up, you won. Sometimes it could be $1 billion or a little bit more, right? Let's say it's $1 billion. You win $1 billion. The government takes half of it right off the top. Mm-hmm. So you got $500 million now. At least with the mafia, if you gave them $1 and you picked the right number, you got the full $600. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, like I said, the government over here is really the biggest mafia, for sure, by far, by far. So, and if you want to become rich in America, I would assume it's probably pretty much this way in any country in the world. Just become part of the government. Become a government official.
That's one way to do it.
Yeah, you can commit a felony, right? You could be a congressman or a congresswoman in America and commit a felony. And what happens to you? You have a get out of jail free card. Pretty much usually, as long as you resign.
I was about to say, if you want to get privilege rich, then sign up for the.
Yeah. And then on top of that, even if you commit a felony, you still get your pension. It's like crazy. So.
Desk duty is vacation,
Yeah, well.
Or what's the other paid suspension is paid vacation.
What do you think of Trudeau?
Just a muppet, whatever, insignificant. When you know how it's run, as same thing I was stating earlier. These people are just put into place to take directives from the people in the United Nations. They don't make any decisions. It's just fractionalized to make it look like that's the case so that people don't realize what's going on. That's all.
Well, the way I see it here in America anyway, I see it as if the top 5 or 10 wealthiest families in the country, for instance, the Walmarts. I don't know if you probably don't have Walmarts in Canada, but there's Walmarts. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, good. So the Walmart family goes to the politicians and they lobby, they give them money to basically to institute laws or deregulate some laws so that the Walmart stores can make more money. The family can make more money. The way I see it is kind of those people are running the country to a large degree. And the politicians are there just to make us feel like we have a choice. We don't really have a choice. There is no freaking choice.
That's about it. And also to make it look like you even have a
voice,
a sovereign farm or a sovereign country, right? There really is only one country. And so they'll put, in each different nation, slightly different variables. But if you really look at the entire structure is the same everywhere. It doesn't matter. Slight variables, different colors on different flags. And they do teaming for division, right? It's just statism banter. And people don't realize, but it's like this. If you were to take 2 teams and pin them against each other for a scrimmage match, and only the people on each side didn't realize they were actually on the same team from the aboves, there's the same owners are holding the ownership to the league. And they're just using the teaming aspect to keep people distracted and entertained, and divided and killing each other, doing the work, right? So I reckon that it's actually, a lot of people always are turning this finger to the governments and whatnot to point the finger at for the problems, but I reckon that it's actually the people who are not only choosing this, but voting for it, funding it, and doing the actual physical actions, carrying out these perpetrator agendas. They're just the governments are just the narrative setters. That's all. And then
Okay.
it's the people that are carrying that out by directives. And to keep the facade going, it's very easy to scapegoat and point to the government. As long as people keep doing that, the government's got everybody pinned in a loop and avoiding and taking any real fruitful action for change to take self-responsibility and stop this bullshit,
Yeah, I'm looking at the chat here and I see Digital Denizen.
Yeah.
He says the Venezuelan bolivar is worth 3 cents to the US dollar. Smiler, aye, peeps. How you doing? How you doing, Smiler? And then Dennison says that John Gotti died in 2002. That's what I said about 20 years ago. And he says Italians are one of the few people that it's still socially acceptable to be racist toward an America. I don't know if I would say that. And he confirms that in Montreal it is the Rizzuto family. That's what I thought it was. That the crime family over there. So I would imagine that now the Rizzuto family probably has less restrictions from the 5 families here in America than they used to. And the 5 families were the Genovese, the Gambinos, the Colombos, the Bonanos, and the Lucchese.
Right.
And they don't have the power that they used to have, nowhere near it. They're still out there. They'll always be out there.
When you asked me, sorry, finish.
I'm sorry. That was all I wanted to say.
Okay. So when you asked me what do I think of Trudeau, now was that question coming from seeing me as being where I'm located and that type of thing?
Well, because you're in Canada, yeah. So I mean, I know that you don't really pay. I would assume you don't really pay much attention to what's going on with the government there. But I also would assume that you knew who he was, and I was just curious
Certainly.
what you thought.
Yeah, I mean, even further than that, like I don't subscribe to any nations or states. I'm stateless. I'm my own man, and I would not put me in a stereotype or box like you've been sovereign or anything like that. As soon as you get into that, you're starting to get into ideologies and definitions and blah 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 and bullshit.
But
I'm just me,
Well, aren't you still part of it? Like, let's say, for instance, let's say
I never was actually. I never
Okay,
was.
so you mean to tell me that if you need an operation in the hospital, you're just going to pay for it yourself? You're not going to get it covered by the
I wouldn't even go to a hospital.
the universal health care that you have?
I wouldn't even go to a hospital.
Where would you go?
If I really needed to, first rule of thumb about being self-reliant is don't get sick. Take care of your health. Be careful.
Well, eventually, we're all going to get sick eventually.
Sure, but in an emergency, I got friends who can do things. The corporate hospitals are just death camps. Why would I go there?
Well, you see, I see the hospitals here in America as being corporate hospitals because they're set up and designed to make money, not to save lives. But in a country like Canada, where you have universal health care, it's a little bit different.
A little bit, but it's still the same thing. It's all racketeering and for profit. And it's still part of the agenda, and all the poisons that they use there. It's allopathic industry. I don't touch that with the 10-foot pole. Never have for the longest time. Only did for a little bit in my younger years in naivety, not much at all. And I reckon that's probably one of the reasons why I'm not as indoctrinated and stupid as most people, because I don't have the same toxicity in me that people get when they go to those places,
Mm-hmm.
So it's just not an option. It's not on my radar of options. It doesn't exist to me at all. It's very stupid to go to those places. Most people don't know why. Just said that, but that's not a place where you go for health. There's a reason why they have a cross on the top.
I gotta, and I'm looking at the chat again, and Digital Dennison wrote a couple more comments. One of them reads, on TV, Italians are always gangsters and pizza makers who talk funny and no one bats an eye. What are you saying? I talk funny?
What do you say? On TV, Italians
I'm
are
sure
always gangsters and pizza makers who talk funny and no one bats an eye.
I'm sure
Italian stereotypes persist in popular culture and no one writes any letters or starts any political campaigns.
I bet you've seen Goodfellas. There's a scene in there where the guy's saying to Joe Pesci, Joe Pesci's saying to the guy, Ray Liotta, what do you mean I talk funny? Something like that, he says.
Let me take your question you had about the hospital and let me try a reverse question for the answer on that. What would you do if there was no hospital?
I guess I would die.
Would it make you maybe be a little bit?
It depends on what you're talking about. Do I have a broken leg? I'd make my own. What do you call it? I take a couple of pieces of wood, duct tape around it, and try to heal my break as well as possible. If I needed open heart surgery and I can't get it, I guess I'm gonna die. I don't know.
I guess so. That's life for me.
All right. Well,
that's life for me, and so I'm not worried about those things. Heart attacks and all that kind of stuff.
I don't worry about that either. I mean, I don't take any medicine, any high blood pressure medicine, cholesterol medicine, nothing like that.
Yeah, those things are what happens for people who don't take care of their health. And I don't mean by using, the conventional means of synthetics and antibiotics and all that kind of shit. I mean action-based health. Healthy with exercise, diet holistically, and all that kind of stuff. I know I'm healthy. I know I'm not destined for any of those problems. Those types of things are problematic for beehive slaves, and that's because they're lethargic, right? They get built up in their arteries from their lifestyle and all that kind of shit. So I don't have the same concerns. Also, I know what to do for myself. Learning holistic health. If I do have any health challenges, I know how to deal with that myself with natural remedies, herbs, everything. Just by the way that I eat and what to do, what not to do.
I agree with you for the most part, but I do believe that there's some people. I mentioned the word genetics a while back, who are predisposed to different types of ailments.
Maybe, but that's not me.
No, that's not me either. And I don't think it's the average person. I think here in America, anyway, most people who take high blood pressure medicine and also cholesterol pills do so because their diet and exercise is just not where it's supposed to be.
Right. And there could be some anomalies too that happens during birth, some birth defects, they didn't come out right, or depending on type of labor, what their mother did, her lifestyle, all kinds of stuff like that definitely impact the health of the baby, right?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. If your mother was smoking crack and you were born a crack baby, that's not a good way. That's not a good way to start off in life, or even an alcoholic or any kind of illicit drug.
Right. So, I'm fortunate enough to have, a good foundation of health, enough to, as long as I take care of myself properly, I'm all right, so even if that wasn't the case though, for me, I still wouldn't look at, allopathics as an option. That's just snake oil sales.
So what happens if you trip and break your ankle when you're walking in the woods? What are you going to do?
I would, take myself out of the equation and stay off of it until it heals. Relax,
Well, if it's a bad, especially an ankle break, takes a long time to repair itself. Even if you're only 47.
Yeah.
And what if you do that? You're more than likely, if it's a bad break, it's going to take a lot longer to heal if you just leave it alone. And when it does fully heal, you're going to lose a lot of the range of motion and the use. I mean, you'll still be
Certainly.
able to use it and walk, but you'll be walking around with a limp. You won't
Certainly.
be able to carry as much load in the backpack.
Yeah. So in this case, you know, okay, the first rule of thumb then is with self-reliance is you got to slow down and be careful. Prevention is what it's all about. Now, I've never broken a bone in my body since birth. Never had a sprain either. There's a reason for that, you know, because I'm not crazy and erratic, paying attention. So that's the first thing. But you know, nobody's perfect, and especially when you're out in the middle of nowhere, you know, then you got to be triply careful, because even if you did want to go to the hospital, you're gonna have to wait an hour and a half to 2.5 hours for an ambulance to come, another 2.5 hour ride to get back there, and then, you know, the whole 9 yards of that shit. So you got to really be careful about everything when you live this kind of lifestyle, and you ought to be in life anyways. In the event of something inevitable like that, though, I would just take it on a case-by-case basis, and if I would use technology if I needed to assist me, also friends and family, you know, to help out until I got better.
Well, you know, the way I live is I think that if you sit on your hands, you just exist. I think that life is it's if you're going to really live life, you've got to take certain risks.
Sure.
Otherwise, you're just sitting on your hands and existing. And I don't live like that.
Yeah, and calculated risk. Like for that reason, you know, if I'm up, let's say, out in an RV in the middle of nowhere and it's raining today, I'm not going up the ladder on the RV. That's just stupid, right? I'm going to wait till it's dry and mitigate risks to the best of your ability and just do things methodically like that. And don't take chances. Slow down, pay attention, make sure you know what you're doing, and do things properly.
But then I don't think you would live my lifestyle. Like, for instance, you know how dangerous it is every time I get on my bicycle when I go out into the streets of New York City? It's extremely dangerous. I don't care if you're wearing body armor and a full face helmet. It's extremely dangerous. But I do it.
Other than picking up Fruity back from the airport when she gets back, the chances of me ever seeing a beehive city again for the rest of my life is pretty minimal.
Have
almost zero.
Have you ever been to New York City?
No, I have not. I've been to many metropolises. Vancouver is basically the New York of Canada, other than Toronto, I guess.
How many people live in Vancouver? What's the population?
I forget altogether with the surrounding metropolises. What is it again? I just looked that up recently. I can't remember. It's millions.
What's the population of Canada, roughly?
I think it's in the 60 million or something. Let's look that up. Hold on a sec. It's not that many, especially compared to the United States. And most of them are in the two biggest cities, Vancouver and Toronto. Got to account for at least 40%, maybe even more.
I would have thought, you know, that Montreal had a rather large population. I know it's relatively small, but I thought it would have been relatively high in population. Why are you looking it up? Let me ask you this. You ever think about going a little further north into the Yukon?
No. The most north I would do is just the interior of British Columbia. I'm not a fan of the cold.
Okay.
I grew up in Winnipeg, and so I'm still a little bit traumatized from years of brutal winters. So I like my warmth, and also the lifestyle that I live caters much better to warmer climates. If I had it my way, you know, I did snowbirding for many years, and I'll probably do more of that again.
What's snowbirding?
You go south for the winter.
Oh, okay.
Like snowbirds, you know.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, I used to do Florida and Texas a lot. Did Mexico a few years. Well, so I'll do more of that again. You know, I didn't do so much of it the last few years because I had some health challenges again from carbon monoxide poisoning that I had to get over. Fortunately, now I'm pretty much done with that, and also because of the whole
digital
COVID
dentist
shit.
says Digital Dennison says Vancouver is 3 million, Toronto is 7 million, and all of Canada is 40 million.
All of Canada's 40. Okay, there you go.
That's a lot.
I think.
I thought there would be more.
when you,
I thought there was more people in Canada than that.
yeah, so Vancouver is the major metropolis, but then there's like 9 sub-metropolises around Vancouver, and they're all like big enough to be their own metropolises now. So when you add that all up together, like it's all connected, it could well be into the same 5-6 million range. I don't even know. Yeah, so Toronto and Vancouver, they're the biggest. Then you got, I think Winnipeg is a million. Probably Calgary or Edmonton. They're probably more than a million. Let's see, what is
So I'm
population?
assuming that Montreal has even less than that for the population.
So Edmonton is just under a million. Let's try Montreal. Montreal, 1.78. Oh, that's a 2017. 2023. Wow.
It went up, didn't it?
4 million. 4.3 million.
What?
The fuck?
It's doubled, more than doubled?
That's what this is saying. The current metro area population of Montreal in 2023 is 4.3 million, a 0.72% increase from 2022.
If I remember correctly, I think I'm stating this correctly, but I think not too long ago, Canada made a rule that if an American who's committed a felony tries to come into the country, they're denied.
Yep.
That's pretty recent, isn't it?
No.
No.
I've
not been to Canada. I always wanted to go. I've never committed a felony, so I can go no problem.
There's pardons that you can get for that, case specific, but for the most part, they want clean people.
Digital Dennison says 1.7 is just for the city, the population. The metro area as a whole has 4.2 million.
Okay. That'll be for, is that for Montreal? Montreal. Yeah.
Montreal.
Yeah, so that's similar to here then, type thing.
The reason why I asked about Montreal is because that's really the closest city to where I am here in New York City.
Right. How big is, how many people in New York then?
8.5 million.
And is that including like Manhattan area and everything, or is that a separate?
No, I'm not sure what the population of Manhattan is. I want to say it's probably somewhere in the order of 2 million. That's with the 5 boroughs. You have Manhattan, Brooklyn, Staten Island, the Bronx, and Queens. And I don't know what the breakdown is in each. I would think Queens is probably the most populous borough, probably followed second by Brooklyn. And I'm not sure where Manhattan comes in, to be honest with you. Much of Manhattan is corporations, right? That's where most people work in the city. There are residential areas of Manhattan, but I doubt highly it has the highest population of any of the 5 boroughs. I do believe it would be Queens.
Gotcha.
And then, like I said, followed by Brooklyn. I'm in Queens, by the way. I grew up in Brooklyn, but I go there to visit from time to time, but I live in Queens. Brooklyn is much more expensive to live in than Queens. And I just wanted to get away from where I don't want to be where I was raised. I don't know. I feel like I haven't accomplished anything if I just stay in the same spot. I do know. I don't know if it's Brooklyn used to be the 4th largest city. Was it in the world? I think it was in the world. Don't quote me on that, though. I don't know. Who knows? I'm one of the New Yorkers that takes. I'm one of the guys that lives in New York City that takes New York City for granted. There's many things here that, for instance, Statue of Liberty. I never gone out to see it. I've seen it from the shore, from a distance, but I've never, taken a boat out there or anything. Not that it's a big
That should be
thrill
a
or anything.
middle. That should be a middle finger, not a torch.
You know, that's our gift from France. I have been to all the museums. Many of them I went to when I was in grade school. We did class trips, but I've gone to some of the museums as an adult as well. They're interesting, you know.
Right. Yeah. So the question you asked with the Trudeau thing too, like I haven't watched TV since I was 29, 28, 28, I think. So like literally, even looked at a television. So any information that I get, I mean, of course, I use YouTube, so it's trying to force me to watch mainstream narratives, and so I come across it a bit. But mostly any stuff that I get is just from people talking about, so. But I know that it's all just nonsense. It's just a distraction. So I have no interest in that stuff. It's all just it's a soap opera, right? And pop culture bullshit that actually has no bearing on my life whatsoever. And it surprises me and kind of appalls me how much people really want that to be a part of their lives. I really don't get it.
Well, I gotta say, well, first off, I wanted to engage Digital Dennison here again. He says Brooklyn is the most populated borough in New York City with a population of 2.5 million people or residents. That's news to me. I thought Queens would have been the most populous borough, so what do I know? But as far as television, I think television dummies people down. Although I do have the television on frequently, but it's just kind of in the background. I'm always on the computer. I'm always on looking up this or looking up that, Googling this, Googling that.
Yeah, I mean, it's
I
educational.
I will watch the television. I'm a boxing fan to see the fights, but that's pretty much the only thing that I'll focus on. And I do. I know you're probably going to laugh. I mean, it's on right now. The volume is down, but I'm kind of monitoring what's going on, at least what they're telling us. And not that I believe that it's actually the truth, but what's going on over there in the Middle East. I'm quite concerned about that.
I couldn't, yeah. And that's the thing is, I couldn't be bothered. It doesn't, I find it astounding that people let it affect them. Now I don't mean I think it's sad and it's horrible and horrid that there's people infighting and killing each other and this kind of stuff. But it's been going on since, not that I'm desensitized to it. It's been going on since I've been born. And I just know that people are choosing these paths and they shouldn't be, but they are. And if I were to focus on that, then I'm neglecting self-responsibility for nothing. It's the same thing as MSN, I'm more interested in like what we're doing right now and focusing on constructive things, because that's the only thing that we can do as individuals to be meaningful in this life,
I hear you and I agree with you, and I'm doing the same thing, but just, I'm not focused on what's going on in the Middle East. That's not my sole focus, but I am, kind of keeping abreast of what's going on.
Sure. Also, I see it differently than most, right? Because I've seceded. Not that I ever saw myself as a Canadian or patriotic or anything like that, but even as much as I still had sorting out to do to really fully remove my mind from all that. And once I did, I just realized, why are people choosing to personify themselves superficially? And the more that people do that, the more it just propagates and perpetuates division and war. That's by design, right?
Yep.
So I don't want to have anything to do with even just little one person me. I don't want to have anything to do with being a part of that propagation and perpetration at all.
Dennison says that, hold on a second. Where am I here? the
Brooklyn
population
equals
2.7 million, and Queens is 2.4 million. So I was only off by a few 100,000. I should actually know this, right? Being that I live in New York City, I don't pay attention. So then I'm assuming Manhattan probably has under 2 million people, maybe 1.5 million. And then Staten Island and the Bronx, I'm not sure which has, I would think the Bronx has a bigger population, but who knows? Anyway.
He said earlier he posted 1.7 million is Manhattan.
1.7. Okay. Oh, yeah, there I see it. Yeah, that makes sense. You know, I've lived in Manhattan before, many years ago. I was got to tell you, when you live in Manhattan, everything is at your fingertips. You could go see a Broadway play, go out to dinner, go buy a suit, go buy a car, and I don't know, go dancing, and it's all within a 2-block square radius. You know, it's like you can walk to everything,
Right.
pretty much. Things have changed. The Bronx is 1.47 million. I'm going to guess that Staten Island is just a hair over 1 million. Can't be much more than that.
All these things that, you know, are so...
Yeah, it's only 500K Staten Island. Okay.
That are so reachable in these cities are all the distraction, you know?
Yeah, well, I got to be honest, you know, at least during my youth, I kind of felt fortunate that I was born and raised, for the most part anyway, except for the 2 years I spent on the farm here in New York City. You know, I like the versatility. You know, there was always something to do close by.
Yeah. You ever live in the country?
Yeah, when I was a kid, when I was 12 or 13, I lived way up north on the dairy farm.
Oh, right. Yes. So, way up north in the dairy farm. Okay. How much? What was the acreage? And was it in a rural area, or were you pretty secluded?
Oh yeah. Oh no, it was very rural. Very rural. In fact, back then it was a dirt road. Now it's a gravel chip road. But I'm not sure what the acreage was. What I can tell you is the farm was the people that cleared the land got there in around 1865, and they built the barn for the cows in 1874. And when I was there, they had 55 cows and anywhere between 10, 15, and maybe 20 calves at any given time. And every spring they would get, you know, piglets. Actually, the second year I was there, they kept the sow, so they just had her impregnated. And in the early fall, we would butcher those piglets. They would, you know, grow up and put their weight on. And we'd keep a couple for ourselves and sell the rest. I shouldn't say we, it was them. I was just, you know, I didn't live there with my family. I lived there with basically friends. So okay. my family stayed in New York City. My mother, my stepfather, my full brother.
Okay, so you were born in New York, and then at an early age you moved to the country.
No, what happened was I was born and raised in Brooklyn, and when I turned 8, from 8, 9, 10, and 11, my mother would send me and my brother to go stay at this farm for the summer to keep us off the streets.
Okay.
But I was kind of an unruly kid, and I was either going to be I had a choice to either be put on Ritalin or stay on the farm. I chose to stay on the farm, which I think was the wise choice. I stayed there for 2 years, and then eventually my mother got into an argument with the people, so she pulled me back to New York City. I would have liked to actually be honest with you, at that age anyway, I would have preferred to stay there where I was, but that wasn't an option. I had to come back to the city. And then to be honest with you, not long after I came back to the city, I was glad I was back because I worked my ass off up there when I was a kid, and there was no other kids to play with. I wasn't able to do sports. You know, like I wanted to be on the JV basketball team, but I wasn't allowed because I lived on a dirt road in the valley. It was 6 miles over the mountain to get to town to the school. School bus would take me home, and if I stayed for practice after school, I wasn't able to help them in the barn, and they'd have to come pick me up because the bus wasn't going to make a second trip. So that bothered me. So I went back to the city. You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
not to
So
get
if you had
into
your
a deep story about it, but I ended up leaving home when I was 16 years old, and I never looked back.
so I see. So if you had your choice, you would have come back in the city.
Well, no, if I had my choice, when I was brought back, I would have preferred to stay there on the farm.
If
But
you
it
could
was,
do it again, I mean.
if I could do it again, I would have preferred to stay on that farm till I was, say, maybe 18 and then come back to New York.
Okay.
Because I didn't get along well with my family, to put it mildly. That's why I left home when I was 16.
I see.
And you know, I hit the streets, and I, you know, did a bunch of different things, different jobs, and
Well, we
led
got
me
a
to,
common denominator there a little bit.
yeah, well, led me to where I am today.
That was the best education I ever got. It was same age, 16. Said, fuck you, I'm out of this house. Too much arguing.
Oh, you left at 16 too, huh?
Yeah, I did, but not a permanent thing. Like, long story short, it was just too much infighting going on, especially with my dad. And he just kept threatening to throw me out. And I just got tired of hearing it. So I said, well, fine. This time I'm going. I packed up. And I don't think they took me serious until I got to the door. And they saw I wasn't turning around. And then they said, oh, no, you can come back. It's fine. We'll work it out. And I said, no, I'm fucking going. And they were just in culture shock for a second. And I had no plans, no idea. I had a rinky-dink little job at McDonald's, very part-time, nothing. And I didn't, no plan. I had no idea what I was going to do, but I was so fed up with this shit, hearing that I said, fuck, I'll just find my way out there. And so they said, okay, you go out there, and when you're ready, you can come back. Doors open. So
Well,
that's what I did.
the one regret I do have, and ultimately I blame it on myself for this, though, but had I had a better home life, I was always academically inclined in school. I would have more than likely went to college. Now, I could have done that on my own, but I didn't. That's not my family's fault. That's my fault. But listen to this. When I was 17, I met this girl, and I ended up staying with her, living with her, her mother. She was 16 at the time. Her older sister and her younger brother for 6 months. I was in heaven. I was having sex. It was like crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Her mother had one ultimatum, one requirement of me, and it was that I had to go to church, Catholic church, with them once a week. They usually went on Sunday, but sometimes they went Saturday evenings. So I was like, okay, no problem. I said, well, listen, I'm not Catholic, right? So listen to this. So what happens? The first time I go to church with them, right?
Mm-hmm.
Some guy walks down the aisle and he whispers something in my girlfriend's ear. She's sitting on the edge of the, what do you call it? The pew? What is that called where you sit in the church? I don't even
That's
know. But
pew.
anyway,
Yeah.
okay. So he walks away and I said, what did he just tell you? She was all excited. She goes, he asked us to bring up the offerings. And I'm like, what's that? She goes, shh, just follow me. Right? So a few minutes goes by, the guy comes back and he gives her, I don't know, looked like it was, I don't know if it was real gold, something like a little pitcher. And he gives me like I don't know if it was gold or not, it was colored gold, a bowl, and it had like these little wafers in it, right? So she says, follow me. So I'm following her. We go to the front, to the priest is at the pedestal, whatever it's called, I don't even know. And she gets down on one knee And she does what I used to see baseball players do. She touches her head, her stomach, and then she goes side to side. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on here? So I just stood there. I don't know. So the priest gives me this look like, what the hell is wrong with you? And I'm like, what's going on here? So we turn around, we walk back to the pew, and my girlfriend's like, you didn't genuflect. I'm like, what the hell is that? I told you I'm not Catholic. That the genuflect, apparently, that's when you touch your head, your stomach, and then you go side to side. I guess it's like making a cross. I didn't know. And I'm thinking, she goes, how come
That's
you
what
didn't
that's
get on?
called? I never even heard of that.
She goes, how come you didn't get down on one knee? I told you to follow me. I said, I'm not going to put my freaking knee on the floor and get my pants dirty. I thought the only women had. I don't know. I thought you did that because you're a woman. I don't know. So, needless to say, they never asked us to bring the offerings up again. But it was funny because that was the requirement of me, right? So, my girlfriend's room was in the basement of the house. We slept together. We had sex 2 or 3 times every night. But her mother's this, devout Catholic. It just never made sense to me. Anyway, whatever. So I found myself at an early age in, kind of weird living situations. Like, not weird. It wasn't weird. I wouldn't call it weird, but unusual. I actually consider myself to be very lucky. So anyway, yeah.
Yeah, those cult rituals in the church are pretty weird.
Well, you see, my mother's would tell us that we were, what would she say, Presbyterian Christians, but we never went to church. I think I went to church once when we went to a wedding that was in a church. One of our relatives got married, but what do I know about church? I don't know anything about church. You know what I'm saying? So, could you imagine that, though? I remember when we turned around to walk back to the pew, to the seat, everybody was giving me a dirty look, and I'm like, what the hell did I do wrong? I had no idea. I remember seeing baseball players do that genuflect thing. I thought it was for luck, like so they could hit a home run. I had no idea it had any kind of religious symbolism to it. I didn't know.
Yeah.
What do I know?
I didn't even know that's what it was called.
Well, I didn't either until she said you didn't genuflect, and I said, "Genu what? What? I never heard the word." So anyway, yeah, that's what happened. So that's it. It's funny. I got to tell you this. I had this nightmare last night, right? Where I'm at home with my mother and my brother, and this girl's brother rings the bell. Her younger brother, I think he was like 12 years old or something when I lived there. And now he's an adult, and I'm an adult, right? And he says, I have your record here. So what are you talking about? He said, I have your criminal record. I said, I don't have a criminal record. Let me see what you got. So he hands it to me, and it's got one of my cousins, whose father was connected to the mafia somehow. I don't think he was a made man, but this guy happens to be in prison. So I'm like, that's my cousin. That's not me. Listen to this. So then he says, well, why don't you walk me back to the car? So I'm walking him, and it's like a long walk. And he's talking to me, this, that, and the other thing. And then all of a sudden, there's like this van, right? And we start to approach the van, and he just doesn't say a word. He starts running, and he jumps in the driver's seat of the van, and he takes off. And I'm looking at the van as it's going down the street, and I see my girlfriend in the back, his sister, looking at me. So I'm waving, but she doesn't wave back. So I walk back to my mother's building, and when I get there, I see that van again. And I'm going, what the hell is going on here? Something's wrong. So I open the door to walk up the stairs of the building, and there's a guy at the top of the stairs with a machine gun. He starts shooting me. And I'm like, I woke up, I'm jumping as I woke up. I was getting shot in a dream. It was crazy, man.
Wow.
Just nuts. It was a nightmare, but it wasn't, bad. It woke me up. I had my 3 eggs, my slice of wheat toast, a cup of coffee, and I went back to sleep for a little while. Anyway,
Hmm.
crazy.
It is.
I don't know about you, but sometimes if I have a bad dream when I wake up, that can affect me, kind of stay with me for a couple of hours.
Oh, sure. Yeah. I haven't had one in a long time, though. Don't even
I don't.
remember how long.
I don't have them often. In fact, I don't really dream very often. They say we dream all the time, but we don't usually remember it. But anyway, whatever. That was my dream last night. Crazy dream.
Hmm.
So I remember one time having a dream about having sex with this really hot chick, and I woke up. Had to go to the bathroom. I went to the bathroom. I went back to sleep, and I went right back into that dream. That's never happened again.
Really?
Yeah, it happened one time. It was
That's
a
a
real.
recurring dream. I've had that. I've had it recurring a few times. Usually, it's something I'm flying and something along those lines.
Well, the ones that I have it's always like the same thing. It's either I'm on one of my old motorcycles. I've had a bunch of really nice motorcycles when I was younger, but there's always a problem. Either one of the tires has a flat and I have no way to fix it, or I can't find the key to the ignition, or there's no brakes on it. Rarely am I ever be able to ride it, or I have other dreams where somebody stole my bicycle. It's just driving me nuts in the dream. I want my bicycle back. And like one dream, I locked it to a pole, right? And I came out of the building and the bicycle's gone. And I said, well, I must have left it on a different pole. Maybe I left it around the corner. So I walk all the way around the block and I'm looking at every pole of my bicycle. Shit like that. Anyway,
Have you ever had a lucid dream?
what's a lucid dream?
Where you're aware in the dream that you're dreaming and you're in control still. It's almost like you're awake in the dream.
No, but I did have one dream one time where again I was shot, and when I woke up, I really thought I was shot. I know I jumped. It woke me up like the bullet hit me in the chest, and it like made my body, like my body jumped.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Anyway,
Yeah,
crazy.
I can relate to that type of thing for sure. I've had a few lucid dreams. I was getting pretty good at it. I listened to a technique on. Do you know who Art Bell is?
No, excuse me.
Okay. He's an American fella. Just passed away now, but he hosted an alternative talk radio show, worldwide actually, but mostly North America, coast to coast. And it was all kinds of extracurricular guests that he had on every night. Everything from conspiracy stuff to just stuff you would never hear on mainstream. A lot of controlled opposition stuff, but anyway, he had a guest on one night that was talking about techniques of how you can induce lucid dream. Pretty simple to do. All you really do is you just every time you think about what time it is, when you go to look at the time and the clock, go to the wall first and put your hands on the wall for 10 seconds. And you ask yourself, am I awake or asleep? And you do this routinely. And typically between 30 and 60 days, if you do that, you're going to catch the same loop in your dream. And if in your dream something weird happens when your hands either melt into the wall or go through the wall or something funny, that's your indication that you're in a dream.
Well,
It works.
Do you ever have this happen? This happens pretty frequently. Like as you're falling asleep, like what will usually happen is like as I'm drifting off, all of a sudden I feel like I'm falling off of a roof and I jump. You ever have that happen?
Say that again?
Like sometimes, quite often actually.
Oh, yeah. Where you're falling and then,
Right.
yes.
And you just like you wake up for a split second, you realize you're not jumping, and you go right back to sleep. What I've been told is when that happens, we do that because there's something that we're insecure about. something that's troubling us. That's why feel like we're
That could
falling,
be.
like we've lost control.
That could be. There's a theory that if you ever hit the bottom when you're falling in a dream, you'll die. Not the case. I hit the bottom twice, falling down off of something to the bottom of the hill, and I just bounced.
I never hit the bottom.
Well, I think most people don't. I think it's rare. I think that's where the theory comes from. It's just superstition, though. I hit it twice, and I just bounced up like nothing happened, and then I woke up. It was fine. So
Boy.
theory debunked for anybody who thinks that. It's a common theory.
Is there anybody even in the chat anymore?
I'm not sure.
I can see the comments, but I can't see how many people are in the chat, if there's anybody at all.
Well, on this thing it says 0, but I think it's not very accurate because when Dennison was here, it was still 0, and even when Smiley was here at the same time, it was still 0.
Is Smiley the guy that was was talking with us from Maryland?
Right, I believe
okay.
so. Yes.
Well, who was the guy with the German name?
Oh, you're losing me now. I'm not so good. Maybe that was Smiley.
Okay.
Smiley has a bit of an accent, kind of cross between Irish and English sounding, I would say.
Oh, okay. Okay, that was the guy. Wasn't he in England?
He might have been. Yeah, I think he moved there or something. I don't know.
Well, then there was another guy who came on with a German name, and he said he was in Maryland.
Yeah, I might be just confusing people. So now there's 2 people. But tell me a character about the other one, and maybe I'll know who that is.
Well, he was asking me a lot of questions about, like the difference between a corporate cow and a farm-raised cow. Remember we were talking, I was battling you with the weight of the cow, if it had more area to move around.
Yeah.
Got stuck on that.
As far as I remember, that's probably, that could have been Dennis. He was up here. Dennison, do you want to come up? I wasn't earlier. I was thinking might shut her down. It probably will in not too long anyways, but if you want to come up, you're more than welcome. And anybody else, just let me know. I'll put the link in the chat for you if we're going to be up for longer anyways. It might be Dennison. Maryland is where exactly?
Maryland is just north of Washington, D.C., and just south of is it Delaware or Jersey? It's Delaware.
Okay.
It's on the East Coast. It's on the East Coast.
Now, possibly Dennison might have been from there. I'm not sure.
I think he said he was there, actually. That's where he actually lived, if I remember correctly.
That could be possible.
Here's the thing about the when I'm falling asleep, and sometimes I feel like I'm falling like off a roof or something, is I don't know if I sleep on the floor. I don't sleep in. I have a bed. I don't sleep in. I swear to God, I sleep on the floor. I've been sleeping on the floor for a decade. And so I'm like, I don't understand. How is it that I'm falling asleep and I feel like I'm falling already on the floor? I can't fall. You know what I mean? It's not even like I could fall out of bed.
So you sleep directly on the floor?
Yes, directly on the. Well, it's a hardwood floor, but there's a carpet on top of it. And I just sleep on the carpet.
Okay.
I put a sheet down.
Yeah.
I lay down my pillows. I put a blanket on me, and I sleep on the floor. That's it.
I think that's very beneficial for the body to do that.
It probably is if you sleep on your back, but I sleep on your stomach. So it's probably not too good for you, but it's comfortable.
Well, if you're getting a solid sleep, you're getting a solid sleep. Why not? You know.
I don't know. You know, it might come from when I first left home when I was 16. You know, what I did initially was I would stay at each friend's house as long as the parents would let me stay there. And then when that ran out, I started going into like apartment buildings, and I would go up. Like there's always like some buildings have like a landing at the top, and I would just sleep on the landing on the floor.
Interesting.
I'm serious.
I find I sleep better elevated. I guess probably because of the air quality and also sometimes a draft on the floor. So for me, I get the best sleeps when I'm elevated and close to a window that's wide open.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's got to be cold in the room. It's got to be cold. My window's
Cooler is
open now.
better. Cooler is better. Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
Lots of
like,
blankets and fresh air. You know.
yeah, like I mentioned earlier, I sleep very warm. So it could be 10 degrees outside. The window's still open, and I just put one more blanket on. I got 2 blankets on me. I'm still on the floor. It doesn't bother me. I don't get cold. I enjoy it.
Hmm.
In fact, if I get warm, I'll wake up.
Hmm.
Like if I get too warm, I just like I don't mean like where I'm sweating or anything like that, but I just get like warm under the blanket. I'll wake up. So the easiest way for me to fall asleep is to actually be cold before I lay down on the floor and get under the blanket. I'll fall right asleep as long as I'm cold.
Right.
Anyway. Crazy. People think they think I'm nuts. Like, what do you mean you sleep? I don't think a lot of people don't believe me. What do you mean you sleep on the floor? That's exactly what I said. I sleep on the floor. Don't you have a bed? Yeah, I have a bed. There's a mattress. It's right next to me. Well, why do you sleep on the floor? I find it to be more comfortable. I don't know. It's like more down to earth. It's like
it's people in their indoctrinated minds, very close-minded. The amount of jaw drops I get when people find out that I don't have a cell phone, and I haven't had one since the Nokia 5150 when they finally had 8 colors on the screen. People just can't fathom that. It's just too out of their realm. I lived in a day where there was no fucking such thing as a cell phone.
So how do you make a phone call?
Through the internet. On a computer.
What, with like Skype or something like that?
There's a few different apps. There's Text Now. I can do it with Skype. Can do Discord for person to person through the apps. It just depends what I need to do. Text Now allows me to make and receive calls for free. It's a phone app. It doesn't cost me anything. Just got a bit of advertisement on it.
Well, there's something called WhatsApp.
Yeah.
You can use. I would assume you could probably use it from a computer too, but like I used to have it to communicate.
You need a phone to activate that, and you also need a phone number on the cell to activate WhatsApp.
Right. Okay. Well, I used to use it to communicate with my half brother in Venezuela, but since we don't communicate anymore, I removed the app from my phone. It was free. You could call anywhere in the world that had that WhatsApp coverage, and for free.
Right. Yeah, and it's not only an unnecessary thing to function, it's an extra expense for no reason, and it's also high radiation. So I've avoided it for a long time. I'll be getting one soon though, because there's certain things that I need to do that now they've cornered everybody. You want to do certain things, you need it to get access to that. So I'm going to get one also for some of the better editing stuff you can do on a phone.
So what are you going to get? An Apple, an iPhone, or an Android?
Not sure. I'm in deciding mode right now, looking at the different options as we speak. The biggest thing is I'm going to use it also for protection, camera wise. So that's the first thing of priority is a really good camera, especially in the dark.
I don't know a whole lot about technology, but I trained a big time technology freaking wizard, for lack of a better word. The guy's worth nearly $1 billion. I shit you not. But he tells me to stay with the iPhone, and the reason why is the iPhone is more secure than the Android. Now, the benefit or the plus of the Android over the iPhone is that the Android allows you to kind of customize things a lot more to your liking. And the other difference between the Android and the iPhone is the iPhone is quite a bit more intuitive. It's a little easier to use. For you, that's probably not a problem. You sound like you're pretty technology savvy. I'm not.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah. no problems there finding
Well,
my way around
here's
software.
here's the other
When,
thing. Here's the other
when you,
thing.
go ahead, go ahead.
So it goes with the security, right? When you
Yeah,
buy it, if you buy a new iPhone, like the current this year's model,
yeah,
you'll be able to get security updates for the next 5 to 7 years. If you buy an Android phone, like the most current model they came out with this year,
yeah.
you'll only be able to get updates for 2 or 3 years. And the updates are important because most of them include some kind of security upgrades, right? You have hackers constantly trying to break into the system. So every time like Apple is aware that the hacker has broke into the code or whatever the hell it's called, they change it a little bit. They send an update to your phone and then you download it so that
Hmm.
your phone is more secure.
I gotcha. So now this would pretty much only be a concern if you're doing anything personal information wise, right? Like getting
Well, like,
hacked.
well, yeah, if you're doing banking or anything like that, or
Right.
uh,
Yeah, yeah, that's
but
something I would
even
never do on the phone personally. I don't plan on doing any of that. All that stuff will be done on my computer.
what if you wanted to have like a cash app, to send or receive money from people?
We don't have that up here, but I have access to doing all that through my computer. Anyways,
Okay,
through the
yeah,
stuff that we can access.
right.
Yeah, I mean, I've made out quite fine without it. You know, all this time. There's only a couple little things now that are getting to the point that are important to me to get access to that are requiring it. So I'll get it for that, and then like that's only just to initially get access to it, and pretty much after that, I don't even need it. But I'm going to keep it for um, recording purposes, like as a self represented individual. When you're up against tyrants, one of the best deterrents for them to do their shit is being on camera. So that's the best form of protection, you know.
Well,
So
it
that's
doesn't really does it really protect you, or does it just give you a way to prove, any kind of crimes or mischief that they've done? You have it on film.
well, I would never use their system for remedy, anyways. So it's but they don't know that, and so it'll deter them from doing naughty things a lot. I have, if it ever went south into another direction, I would take it in another direction myself to deal with that. So it's more for just uh, a deterrent from their view, you know.
Right. Is there somebody up on the panel here with us, or is that third thing I see rights?
That's right.
Okay.
Yeah. Nobody else here, and Dennison didn't respond when I put that earlier, so I guess he probably doesn't want to come up. Okay.
Either that or he left.
Maybe, yeah. If you're still there, Dennison, you want to come up, just let me know. I'll pop the link in. Anybody else as well. So yeah, that's what I want to get the phone for. You know, I would never use their system for remedy at all. I don't want to have anything to do with their system. But as a deterrent, it's very good.
Yeah, well,
They don't
can't
like
you just?
cockroaches don't like to have light on them. You know.
Yeah, but can't you just buy a little camera? It would be a lot less than a cell phone.
Oh yeah, but there, so there's the access to the couple things, and then for also for there's some pretty good video editing stuff that you can do on the phone. So I'm going to make use of that, and also the quality of the camera. Well,
Well, here's the other thing with you. If you use the phone, let's say overnight, as a camera, right? For your
yeah,
deterrent, it's going to use up a lot of gigabytes, a lot of data.
that's fine. I can offload that if I need be. I'll probably whatever I get, I'll probably have half a terabyte on it or whatever.
Well, me personally, I have my iCloud only holds 5 gigabytes,
That's
and
an old one.
I only have 64 gigabyte storage on my phone. You know, I'm not very well versed in technology, and I hate spending money on this stuff. You know, I have like the cheapest iPhone that you can buy.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't make sense to me to buy the most expensive one. I don't even know how to use it, you know, to do all the things that it's capable of.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll use this phone until it's just dead before I get another one.
Yeah.
You know, I'm not one of these people that's got to get a new phone every year or every 2 years even. So,
Yeah.
in fact,
Yeah.
the battery on this phone is needs to be replaced for about the past 6 months. Eventually, I'll get into Apple and I'll just have them put a new battery in it as opposed to just going and buying a new phone.
Isn't it with Apple's proprietary on the thing? If you're, oh no, it's the screen. If the screen goes, your phone is fucked. You have to get a new phone, right? With an iPhone.
I don't know. I've never had a. Oh, you mean if you break the screen?
Yeah, if you break the screen or crack it or whatever, you can't
I
get it fixed. You have
think
to.
I'm not sure. You might be able to get a new screen, but I'm not sure. I can tell you another thing about Apple, right? I had an Apple. What was it? The iPhone 5S, and what I used to do with my phones was I would keep them plugged in all the time when I was at home,
Mm-hmm.
and I didn't realize that when the phone is plugged in, once it hits 100% charge, if you keep that phone plugged in and you're using it, it actually hurts the battery. So what ended up happening was the battery swelled inside the phone, and the case started to separate.
Is that because it gets more warm that way?
That's probably the main factor that gets warmer, yeah. So I went into the Apple store in Manhattan, into Grand Central Station. You can actually bring your bike into the station and right into their store at that location, right? So I told them what happened. No problem. We'll give you a new phone. How much is that going to cost? Nothing. It's on us. So they gave me the same phone. About 9 months later, the same thing happened. So I go back, and the guy says, are you using the phone when it's plugged in? I said, yeah. Why? Well, you shouldn't do that. Oh, I didn't know. So they gave me another new phone for free, right? That one lasted about a year, and the same thing happened again.
And this
So
is with you not doing that, I guess.
I wasn't doing that exactly. So I call up Apple to make an appointment, and I tell them, the same thing happened with the phone, the same model. All right, we're going to give you one no more new phone for free, and that's it. So Apple ended up giving me 3 phones for free. Actually, yeah, it was a total of 3 phones. I went back a third time, 3 phones for free. So I can't complain.
Well, yeah, but I guess you know that's honoring warranty, right? They should do that. What was the
Well,
problem? What was causing it then?
I think that the phone that model phone, for some reason, it would do that frequently. I wasn't the only one that was happening. It was happening to.
Ah,
The thing is I didn't have the insurance on the phone, right?
oh, and
So
they still gave you a new one.
yeah, so I ended up getting a total of 3 brand new phones from them for free. So I can't complain. They were really good about it. But they did tell me that last phone they gave me, they said, that's it. We're not giving you any more new phones. So what ended up happening, right? So I got that third one.
Mm-hmm.
And about a year and a half later, the battery didn't swell. One day, I can't make a phone call. Like, what the hell's going on? So I sent out a text message, and I'm wondering why I'm not getting a response. So the next day, the same thing. I can't make any phone calls. I can't make any text messages. This is no good. What if one of my clients tries to contact me?
Mm-hmm.
So I call Verizon from a landline phone. And they said, oh, well, we changed the system. You have to get a new phone. I'm like, what? They did, I don't know, they did something to the system. They upgraded or something, and my phone wasn't able to make the connection. So I went and I got a new phone. Like I said, I use the phones until they don't work anymore. So the one that I currently have, I think it came out in 2020. Yeah, 2020. So I'll actually either use it until it doesn't work anymore, or they're not going to do the upgrade anymore. Like
So
I said
that's about
earlier, you got
3
5 to
years.
7, 5 to 7 years on the phone for the upgrades. So this phone is about to be 4 years old. So I have anywhere between 1 and 3 more years where I can get the upgrades.
Okay, I see.
And
So
once
this is
I'm,
3 years old. This one, and no problems. This one is better.
yeah, this one's great. It's really great.
Or-
The battery life is not that long on this phone, but the battery itself has lasted a long time. It's they say once the battery will only charge to 80%, you should go get a new one. Well, I got an alert about 6 months ago that my battery only charges to 80%,
Mhm.
and I've still been using it. Well, real soon I'll go to Apple and I'll have them put a brand new battery in it. That's the other thing with phones that you want to consider, right? I don't care what the phone can do. What's really most important is how long is the battery life on a full charge.
Right.
Some phones you might only get 8 hours. Other phones you might get 15 or 16.
Right. Especially if you're doing a lot of video watching and stuff.
Exactly. So, but like I said, I bought the cheapest model iPhone that they had. That's is what this one is. And the battery life, I think it only lasts like 8 hours if you have a brand new battery in there, but that's enough for me. The other thing I used to do with my phones that I no longer do is I used to get these battery packs. The company was called Mophie. And what it is you kind of slip your phone into it and it'll charge your phone for you. So what I used to do is I would charge this Mophie battery pack to 100%, put my phone in, and it would be charged to 100%, and just keep the Mophie, the battery pack, constantly charging my phone. You shouldn't do that. And I'll give you a tip that I learned finally. That when you charge a cell phone, it's best to keep it charged no more than 80%. Because if once you go past 80%, it actually degrades the battery faster than if you just charge it to 80%. If you keep it like between, what is it, 20 or 30 and 80%, that's where the battery will last longest if you keep it in that range. So you only really want to charge it to 100% if you're going to be going out all day and you know that you're going to need that extra charge.
Does it say this in the manual?
There is no manual. Well, is there? I don't know if there is a manual. If there is, I didn't look at it. I learned this online. I was when I was having problems with the other phone, right, with the battery. I googled batteries and these lithium batteries in iPhones, and that's what I kept getting one article after another saying that you really should only charge your phone to 80% if you want the battery to last longer before you have to replace it.
Interesting.
Oh, anyway. I need to go get a laptop. I have a laptop and it's got a virus in it. The laptop is like literally like 20 years old. It might be 22 years old actually.
And what's the operating system on it? Do you know?
I think it was Microsoft, but I had somebody put Linux in it,
Yeah.
and I barely know how to use it. So one day I was using it. I don't know what I was doing, and this little screen came up and it said, "Your computer has viruses on it. Just click this button and we'll clean the viruses out." Not realizing that
Shit.
it gave me a virus. So anyway, what ended up happening, the way I got this computer was one of my Israeli American clients says, "Listen, you got to get a computer." I don't want a computer. You got to get one. So he had sent me this Israeli American girl that I was training and another guy. So when Christmas came that year, the three of them chipped in and bought me this laptop. This was like 20 or 22 years ago, somewhere in there. And I brought it home and I didn't have Wi-Fi. I didn't even know what the hell Wi-Fi was. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I'm like, how do you turn this thing on? So I figured out, oh, there's the on button. I turned it on, but I couldn't use it. I didn't know what the hell I was doing with it. So then finally I got Wi-Fi. I didn't even know what it was. I thought you just, if you have a computer, you use it. I don't know anything about computers. I didn't have that in school. Anyway, I need to get another one because I haven't done any lives yet on my channel. And from what I understand, it's best to do your live from a computer.
It's more stable. You can do it from phone, but you know, it's I mean, you would just it's like you already you've never tried it like through StreamYard on your phone?
No, I haven't. I haven't done a live yet. No, I can. I know I can. I had to like verify my account, and it says that I can do lives now, but I haven't done one yet. I only
Well, you
have.
should. You can do a mock live by not actually going live, and just to get a feel for how it works, what the control.
Well, I kind of did do that already. I hit the live button, and I saw my face on the screen, but I had to hit one more button to actually for anybody else to see it, but I didn't hit it. I only have 191 subscribers, and I just feel like if I go do a live right now, probably nobody will show up, and I'll be sitting there talking to myself. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, and the
It
other
usually
thing,
is like that at first.
and the other thing is I'm not sure when I do the live, even if I can, or how to actually see the chat if anybody does show up and leave messages, because
Yeah.
my live will it'll be a little bit different than this live. You know, it's an exercise channel, so
Right.
I would expect I would get people asking me questions constantly, and if I can't see the questions, that's not going to be a good live. They're going to be like,
Well,
I'm asking this guy questions and he's not answering them. I can't see them. I don't know how to do it. You know what I mean? Anyway.
yeah, I get you. It's certainly easier to do it on the computer, but then if you don't know how to use the computer, that's a different story.
Yeah.
And what you can do is you can stage a live that's not actually broadcast to everybody. You just set the live to go on only for people who have the live link. I forget what that's called. There's a status of that, and then you can do it so that you're not, nobody gets notified that you're actually live or anything like that. Only people that you give the link to on YouTube for that specific live will be able to access it. And so you can do that as a mock and then just get a feel for how everything works, as a practice type thing.
Here's the thing. I don't see any reason why I would need to get StreamYard because once again, it's an exercise channel, right? I'm a personal trainer. I've been putting up videos of some exercises.
Yeah.
So why would I need somebody to come on the panel? They're going to sit in the chat room, ask questions. I'll look at the chat, the comments, and I'll answer the questions.
Yeah, so in that case, you could either, it just depends on what's easier. I've never actually seen what it's like to go live directly on YouTube without a third party thing. So maybe just do that then, same thing. I'm pretty sure you could also do a mock live just to test that out and see how that works.
I gotta figure out, I've been involved with this stupid genre, right? And I probably got about 50 subscribers from this genre. And I've had to block, I don't know, about 6 of them. They come on and they leave these ridiculous, stupid comments. I'm not even going to begin to tell you what they are. So I blocked them.
Mm-hmm.
And one of them, I actually would, in considering, I'd like to unblock the guy, but I don't even know how to do that. I know how to block him, but I don't know how to unblock him. So I guess I got to go to the studio. I have the studio app on my phone, and I guess somewhere in there has got to be a section where you can unblock people. It should be like a list of people I blocked, and I can choose to unblock this person or that person or whatever. I got to figure out how to do that.
Yes. If you don't know how to do that, just go on YouTube and type in the search how to unblock people on YouTube through the phone.
Right. Mobile,
Yeah,
right? Yeah.
mobile. Yeah, easy. You'll find tutorial for pretty much everything you don't know how to do tech wise. There's somebody has made a tutorial for it on YouTube. That's how I learned almost all of this stuff.
It's a pain in the ass though, because I know what you're talking about, and I've done it before. But it'll be like there's like maybe 6 different steps. It'll say,
Yes.
go to here, then go to there.
Yes.
So then I go.
There's a bit of a thing to it because you want to also find the most recent one because it could be dated if the app changes or whatever. So adding in what I usually do is I type in, let's say you want to find out how to do what you just did. I would say how to unblock somebody on YouTube 2023 for beginners.
And mobile.
Yeah, or mobile. That's right. Yes.
Yeah, because it's different if you're on the desktop or you're on a laptop as opposed to mobile.
Absolutely. So if you get used to that though, there'll be steps, but you just pause it and go through the steps. Now I do have an advantage too, and once you get used to that on the laptop, you see, I haven't used the phone, but I know more how to work a phone without having one than Wrights does. It's because when he doesn't know how to do something, I go find a tutorial on YouTube. We watch it together on screen share. He's doing it on screen share, and I see the workings of it. So I already know how to do it, and I don't even have one. And it's easier to do that on a laptop because you got more of the, it's a bigger screen and everything's sort of laid out in front of you better. And it's not, once you get familiar with it, it's not as tedious to, you got to side swipe something and is that where it is? Or you got to hold a button, you press your thumb down and hold it and maybe that it's underneath there, it's a different layout.
Right. I got to tell you, so this other genre that I still go to, it's basically, it's supposed to be about the mafia, right? So when I first got involved in it, I figured maybe I'll run into people that I grew up with that I haven't heard from in years and we lost connection. Well, that's not what it turned out to be.
Mm-hmm.
What it turned out to be in the beginning was there was about 10 different content creators that would talk about these mafia rats, right? And they would go after them with a quickness, like they were the worst people in the world. And I'm like, well, what do I care that Sammy the Bull Gravano ratted out John Gotti? Who the hell is John Gotti to me? What did he ever do for me? I don't care. Sammy the Bull didn't rat me out, anybody in my family or any of my friends. I don't care. So I would go into the comment section in the chat room and I'd say, I don't care he ratted this guy out. What do I care? What do you care? I get blocked. And I'm like, this cocksucker just blocked me for what? Because I gave my opinion? So I would make a new account under a different name and I would go back in there, right?
Mm-hmm.
So about a year goes by and now there's like 25 of these content creators. And what it's turned into is each one of them has Cash Apps listed, right? Or Venmo or Cash App and Venmo. And there's like fucking con artists. They're scamming people. It's crazy, man. So the other thing when I first got involved with it 2 years ago, I thought maybe I could pick up some clients on my clients, right? Not realizing that there's very few people from New York City or even that are Italian that go on these programs or are following them, right? So every time I would get blocked, I would take it as an insult. I'm like, listen, I was respectful. I just gave my opinion. Just because it simply differs from that content creators, they blocked me. So I made a new rule. I told there's only 2 channels that I'm still currently dealing with. I said, listen, you block me because I gave my opinion, you won't see me here again. So what happened? 2 nights ago, I was up to 3 channels I was still going to, right? So I wrote a comment, I left my opinion, And the guy says, that's it. Apparently now you can time people out. They used to do that to me sometimes too, but you can time people out for like 24 hours now if you want. So this guy times me out for 24 hours, right? And as soon as he times me out, I'm still watching it live, and he's laughing. He's going, I fit this for 60. You can't make any comments for 24 hours, right? So the 24 hours goes by the next day, and I'm looking at his live, and he's people in the chat are asking for me because everybody knows who I am, right? And they actually call me handstand push-ups guy, most of the people, because that's the name I used to use. So they're like, hey, where's handstand? So the guy says, oh, I blocked him. He should be back any minute. The 24 hours is up. Well, I'm not going back. That's it. So what did the guy proceed to do? He's proceeded to rip me apart, calling me this, that, and the other thing. I'm sitting there laughing at him. Like I said, there's only 2 channels that I'm left dealing with. That's it. And I told them already, if you block me or if you time me out, even if it's just for 5 minutes, you won't see me anymore. I'm gone. That's it. I'm not playing the game anymore.
Mm-hmm.
One of these guys, one of the scams that he pulled is he says that my mother is going to die within the next 2 weeks because I don't have the money to pay for this certain surgery that she needs. And people are sending this guy money. Guru, I'm telling you, this guy pulls in $2,500 to $3,000 a week in donations. And he goes from one tragedy to the next. His mother was going to die. The most recent one was he got into an argument with another content creator that lives in another state. And he claims this content creator crossed state lines, had 5 guys with him, and they jumped him. And one of the guys had a baseball bat, and they beat him up. They broke his nose. They hit him in the legs with a baseball bat. And people are sending him money. It's like, it's unbelievable how stupid some freaking people are. So if you go into his chat and you say, I don't believe this story you're telling, boom, you're blocked because you're exposing the scam. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Without actually being specific. You're just saying, I don't believe it. It's crazy. It's nuts. So now my channel, there is no Cash App, and there won't be a Cash App, right? If I make any money from my channel, it'll be the few pennies that I get from YouTube. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So it's really kind of like a hobby in a way, and in the long run, it will be like kind of like my legacy. Like, if anything ever happens to me, as long as YouTube is still around, people can go see my videos of the different exercises that I was doing. My technique and philosophy on exercise, right? The different things that I found out over the decades that work for me. Doesn't mean it's going to work for you, but it's probably a good idea that you try it out if you're interested. That's it. So, and my approach to exercise is very much like yours. Your approach, I think, basically to most of your life is holistic, right? I see calisthenics is like holistic. It's you're using your own body weight, right?
Yep.
Well, anyway, yeah. And then the other thing that some of these channels do, actually most of them, they do these clips, right? They make shorts of like it could be like a scene from a famous mafia movie, and they'll do like they'll take like 15 seconds of that clip or 60 seconds and then post it as a short. And I'm like, that's not content. To me, that's what you're doing is you're taking somebody else's work and you're making it your own. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. Maybe I'm screwed up, but I think content is like the conversation that we're having. This is content.
Mm-hmm.
If I post an exercise, that's content. If I post a 15-second clip from the movie Goodfellas or from the movie The Godfather, that's not content. I mean, technically it is, but I didn't create it. I'm taking it from a movie, and I'm just, you know what I'm saying? So what I do understand is that most of the channels that do that, That's a good way to actually get subscribers, right? But that's not going to work for my channel anyway, because it's an exercise channel. It's not a mob tube freaking channel. They call that this collection of content creators, they call it mob tube, but there actually is no mob tube genre. But they call it a genre. You know what I'm saying? So anyway, just craziness.
Yeah, they make it that.
But yeah, but can you imagine? Oh wait, there's another guy. I'm not making this up, right? This guy, he's a homeless guy, right? And they have like the people in the chat rooms. They're like cult members. I'm not kidding you. It's crazy. It's like a phenomenon. So what he does is he's got this dog, and the dog is a prop. That's all it is. And he says, "Listen, he talks funny. He goes, listen, me and Leon, his dog's name is Leon. You know, there's a hurricane coming, and if you guys don't give me the money to pay for a hotel room for tonight, me and Leon are gonna be out in the hurricane." Right? So usually they send him the money. He's a homeless guy, but I'm not lying to you when I tell you this. He travels all over the United States. People are sending him cash apps. So, like, if he hits a rough stretch, right, where people aren't sending him very much money, he threatens them. He says, "Well, if you people aren't going to send me money, I'm not doing a live tomorrow, and then you won't know what happens to me and Leon." And there's a group of people that keep sending him money, and this is going on for 2 years. It's unbelievable.
I've seen that many times. There's a guy named Omaha something. He's a cop watcher. Does the same thing to his audience. He guilt trips them, right?
Yeah, they guilt tripped them, exactly.
And it works.
Yeah.
I can't believe people fall for that, but they do.
So the guy that supposedly got beat up, right? So the night he gets beat up, he's doing a live, and he's got this fake blood on his face, right? And he goes, "Yeah, this Johnny Mac came over across state lines from Ohio to Pennsylvania, and I pulled up in front of my house in my car, and I seen him. He got out of his car, so I jumped out of my car and I rushed him and I beat him up. But then all of a sudden, these 5 guys came out, and one of them was a black guy, and he had a baseball bat, and they had me on the ground, and he was hitting me in the leg with it." And I'm like, "That's fake blood." Right? So one of the wrenches blocks me, right? So I come back under another account, and I'm like, "Yeah, that's fake blood. It's Halloween. Every costume store in America has, a shelf full of fake blood. That's not even real blood." So I get blocked again. So the next night I'm watching the live, right? And he comes on and he goes, "Yeah, my nose is broken." His nose isn't broken. If your nose was broken, both of your eyes would be black. There's not a mark on his face. That I got hit with the baseball bat. I'm limping around. And like I told you, this is the same guy who, the scam before that was his mother was dying in 2 weeks. He needs money for this surgery, otherwise she's going to die. So they sent him a couple of $1,000 that night, that one night. It's unbelievable. Like, I don't know how, obviously somebody that could do that doesn't have a conscience. They have no integrity, no respect for themselves. You're making believe your mother is dying? Are you freaking kidding me? No, they're serious. And it's like I said, he might have 250 people in his chat room, right? Now, the vast majority of them are not sending him money, but there's 10 or 15 in there that are sending him money. And then they do this, like he says, "Listen, I would appreciate it if you don't send me super chats because YouTube gets 30%. Just send me a Cash App. This way I get it all." Unfucking believable. Unbelievable. And it's like these people see these content creators sort of as their cult leader, right? This guy that supposedly got jumped, which he didn't. A couple of months ago, he went out and bought himself a brand new car and his wife And he's not lying. He's showing the videos of it, right? And it's like he'll come on and he'll say, listen, guys, I take a lot of heat over here. People are constantly attacking me. It would be nice if you guys would send me some cash apps tonight. I'm trying to get up some money to take my wife to Florida for a vacation. What? Unbelievable. And they send him the money. It's unbelievable. It's like, wow. And in the beginning, I would feel bad. I feel like almost like I got to open my mouth. These people are getting taken advantage of. But every time you open your mouth, you get blocked. So I don't bother.
This will make perfect sense. Pity is a very lucrative business.
What'd you say is?
Pity.
Pity.
Yeah. Pity is a very lucrative business.
Well, I kind of see it like I kind of see a relation to Donald Trump in there, because what does Trump do?
No kidding. No, totally. Right. Send me money for my legal fees.
Right, exactly. No, they do that too. So listen, so this guy, right? So listen, so people are going in there, right, and they're saying, "Well, listen, you said this guy beat you up, right? There's no way the police in Pennsylvania are going to let him slide. You said you have 6 different videos. It was in front of your house. You have a video on your phone. You have cameras set up in front of your house. Why don't you show us a video of this?" "Oh, I can't because I gave it to the police." Well, this happened over a week ago. How come they didn't arrest the guy that beat you up if you have it on camera? They got his license plate for his car, right? "Oh, yeah, they got it." Well, could you send me money? Because I'm going to need money for a lawyer. I want to sue him. It just never ends. It's fucking unbelievable. It's like, wow. So I didn't know that there are other people doing this. You just told me that. It doesn't surprise me, actually. I thought this was the only genre that well, it's not technically a genre, but I thought these were the only guys that were doing this successfully, but apparently not. They use pity, they use guilt, they guilt trip people. I've seen people in the chat say, "Well, listen, I can't send you any money tonight because I don't get paid till Friday, but on Friday I'll send you money." It's what? Huh? I don't know. No. I could never do that, man. I don't, and it's like the one thing that all of these guys have in common, there's actually a couple of girls that do it too. None of them has a job. None of them is gainfully employed. Not one of them. I'm like, dude, you're able-bodied men. Why don't you go get a job? Why don't you go go to school, get us an honorable skill, an honorable marketable skill, so you can become gainfully employed. You live on donations because of stories you make up? Unbelievable. So the fucking homeless guy, right? He got an apartment about 6 months ago, right? And he says, after about 5 months, he says, "Well, I'm not, ever since I got this apartment, you people aren't sending me as much money." So people, a couple of people saying, "Yeah, well, Tony, you're not homeless now. You shouldn't need as much money," right? So he comes on about a week later and he says, "Listen, I got to get out of the apartment. There's black mold in the walls. The contractor was here this morning. He said, I got to get out of here. There's black mold in the walls." So he left the apartment to go back on the road and live in hotels because he makes more money that way.
Right.
It's fucking insane. And this guy travels around the United States, up and down the fucking Eastern Seaboard constantly on other people's money. He used to have a car, right? He had a couple of cars. And he would come on. The car was always breaking. "I need a new transmission. I need $2,000. They would send it to him. I've seen some of these guys pull in as much as $3,000 doing a 1-hour live, scamming people. Unreal.
Oh. And you would think, at least after a little bit, people would stop looping the response that way. They would figure it out. But no, it's like they get hooked, and I don't know. I guess some people with deep pockets or something, you know.
Well,
I don't know.
that's part of it. That's part of it. But here's the other part. These people love drama, right? And the content creators
That's true.
are giving them drama, right? And
That's true.
I think what also happens is some of these people that have been sending money do actually realize they're getting played, but they can't admit it because they feel stupid. So what they'll usually do is just stop sending money or sending as much money, but they're still in the chat room. And then what these content creators do is they all fight with each other. They all call each other names. They dox each other too.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. And what they do is they get the people in their chat room to fight for them.
Right.
They say, listen, if you go over to that guy's video and you see him saying anything bad about me or anybody in the chat room, take a screenshot and send it to me. Fucking what? But meanwhile, in the beginning, the premise of their shows was to go after mafia rats, right? To call them out for their lies, this, that, and the other thing. And now you're asking the people in your chat room, if they're in another chat room and they see a bad comment about you, to take a screenshot and send it to you. Well, isn't that being a rat? It is in my book. You know what I'm saying? It's fucking crazy.
And the next level of it is when people realize that more often than not, it's just a wrestling show, and the it's just a stage thing. You know, they're getting together behind the scenes and plotting what are we going to do next, and who's going to make the next move in the fight, and you know.
Well, listen to this though. So like, there was like maybe 3 different channels or content creators where I would go on the panel from time to time, right?
Uh-huh.
And I would be on these panels, and like either somebody would be in the comment section threatening me, or somebody would come on the panel and say, I'm going to kick your freaking ass, and I'm going to fuck you up, and I'm going to do this, that, the other thing, right? So I would just kind of let it slide. I'm not going to argue with them, right? So, you know, the content creator would say, well, so what do you do for a living? I'm a personal trainer. And I don't think anybody believed me. It was like, so one time I went on one of the shows, right? And on one of the lives. And somebody was threatening me in the chat room. So I said, hey, whatever his name was, let's say it was Tommy. So I says, Tommy, you say you're real strong, right? Why don't you come up on panel, turn your camera on, and we'll see who can do more handstand push-ups. Show me how strong you are. So the guy won't come up on the panel. So I tell the content creator, listen, I'm going to turn my camera on, and I banged out 20 handstand push-ups. Right? The guy never bothered me again. Right? So what ends up happening about the end of August, I open my channel and I start putting on like advanced exercises in the short sleeve, in the algorithm as shorts. And word got around real fast that guy, they named me handstand push-ups guy. That guy, handstand push-ups guy, is really strong. Go over to his channel and look at his videos. So what ends up happening, right? I'm going into the chat room and I got all these different guys. Hey, listen, I apologize. I didn't mean it. I'm fucking laughing, man. I'm fucking laughing. They stopped threatening me altogether. They just stopped threatening me. But what I have had is about a half a dozen people come in. It's probably people I know, but they came in, they created a fake account, and they're leaving these like, who the hell do you think you are? You look like you're 90 years old, and why are you exercising? You should be dead, and all this stupid shit. I just block it. I don't even respond. With people like that, what they're looking for is a response. And the way you get them is by remaining emotionless. And when you do that, you leave them powerless and then frustrated because they didn't get what they were looking for. They didn't get that response. You know what I mean?
Right. That's it.
fucking crazy. But the reason why I stuck around as long as I did is because it's freaking funny. It's like if I watch one of these lives for a half hour, for 15 minutes, I'm laughing my freaking ass off just at some of the ridiculous things that they're saying. And then you look in the chat room at the comments, and it's like 90% Trump supporters. They can barely write English. I'm like, what the hell? I need my decoder ring. What did you just say? I can't read that. I need a decoder ring for that. I don't know. Anyway, that's why, when I come over to talk with you and Rights and whoever else might be on the panel, it's like, it's refreshing. It's real. It's informative. Sometimes it's funny, but not so much. It's completely different. I don't know.
We're not here to create content. We're here for activism and for a totally different. We're just using the platform to talk about truth and maybe network a little bit and connect with people who are interested in learning about how to actually make some change for themselves. Totally different thing. We're not here to entertain people, although we like to have fun and it can be kind of entertaining in that way, I guess. But it's primarily about the activism.
Well, do you remember how I ended up over here?
Oh shoot! Well, that's a while back now. You'll have to refresh me.
All right, hold on a second. I'm plugging my earphones in.
All right.
Okay, so. Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay. So there was this guy named Rooski. Rooski.
Ruski. Yes,
Right.
I remember.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So now I don't remember exactly what happened, but I'll give you the best as I recall. So one night I'm watching one of these MobTubes lives, and this guy Rooski comes on. I don't know how he found out about MobTube, but he shows up, and he has like one of his eyes is like a little crossed, right? So the people are in the comments section and they're making fun of his eyes, and I'm like, that's not funny. What's wrong with you people? Anyway, what ends up happening is I go to his channel, right? And he's doing a sleep stream. And I'm like, what the fuck is that? So he's got his camera on. I don't know if it was on the phone or it was his computer. And he's like sleeping in a bed. And I'm looking at this, and there's a few people in the comment section, and I'm commenting back and forth. And then I see his eyes open, but they're not fully open. It's like he's making believe he's sleeping. So I'm like, what the fuck is going on here? Anyway, long story short, somebody made a duplicate account of my account. And they apparently went into one of his lives making believe they were me. And he must have blocked them. So sometime shortly after that, I went over to one of his lives. I think he was eating lunch. And he goes, I made a comment, I don't remember what it was, like, hey, how you doing? And he goes, you again? You're freaking blocked. So I'm like, what the fuck is going on? So I go back to the guy where I first saw this guy, Ruski, right? And he goes, I don't know what's going on. Somebody must have made a duplicate account. So I went back over there, and Ruski was doing a live, but I couldn't comment because he had me blocked.
Right.
So he says, I'm going over to this other channel. He mentions Rights for Vets. So I followed him over. And he was on the panel. And I'm in the chat room. I don't know what the hell you guys are about. I have no idea. I just found I wanted to talk to him and say, listen, dude, I would never say anything. I don't know what this guy said. It wasn't me. So I was able to express that to him. And he goes, oh, I didn't know. So he goes, don't worry, I'll give you a wrench so it won't happen again. I'll know it's you. So he did give me a wrench, but it came to find out not long after that these sleep streams were just not for me. It wasn't, interesting.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that's how I ended up over here. It was not really purely by accident. I was just following him over. I had no idea what the premise of this live was about, what these lives were about. I had no idea whatsoever. But as it turns out, I'm somebody that's always been thinking about, not always, but I've been thinking about going off grid for the past 10 years. I'm like, oh, this shit's cool. I didn't even know they had channels like this. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, that's how I ended up coming over here. So I did go back to Ruski's, I want to say, about a week after I opened my channel, right? And I mentioned it. I said, hey, Ruski, I have my own channel now. Because he does like, what he used to anyway, do these push-up workouts for a live. But he wasn't really doing push-ups. He was doing like half push-ups. So I said something like, you should, maybe you should come over to my channel, check out some of the videos. You'll get some ideas for things, other body weight exercises and different types of push-ups. But I don't think he ever came over. He never left a comment. So I haven't been over to his channel, I don't know, since then, which is about 2 months, close to 2 months ago now. Anyway, so it's like YouTube is fucking bizarre, man. There's a lot of
Isn't it?
different. Yeah.
It's whack.
Well, I'm not. I don't think I have the authority or the right, or anybody does, to say what's weird or what's normal and not normal. But there's a lot of unusual fucking people on here. Holy
Yeah.
fucking shit.
Yeah, just like I said, it's whacked.
Yeah, and then there was a girl that used to come over here. What was her name? Something Love.
Lady Love?
Lady Love, that's it, right. So apparently, this guy Ruski had a thing for her at some time.
Yeah, I remember that.
And if she would like comment back to somebody that wasn't him, he would get mad. He would get jealous.
Yeah, he'd freak out.
Right. So
Yeah, it's like it's like he had a pussy whipped, totally jealous demeanor about that, and he wasn't even an item with him. It was totally a fallacy in his head. Thing going on.
So listen to what happened with Ruski. So one time in the beginning, he used to work with this Indian restaurant, and at lunchtime, no, he would start the day. He would do a live when he walked to the restaurant before he got there, right? So one day he's getting ready to leave the house, and he shows these two old pistols. What the fuck is up with this guy? So he walks to work, and he goes, all right, I'll be back at lunch. So this is my mukbang, I think he calls it. So I go back later on, and he's eating lunch, Indian food, and I'm asking him what he's eating, and I'm having a conversation with him back and forth. And I lost my train of thought. But anyway, so one time I went over to Lady Love's channel. I think I was there maybe 3 times. And he's in the chat room, and he's getting pissed off that she's talking. She's communicating with me. She's reading my comments and fucking, replying to them. He got pissed off. I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with this guy?
That's bad.
Yeah. Well, so what ended up happening was the genre over there, he only went to that one channel that I know of. And that content creator says, listen, this Ruski guy, he's fucking nuts. They think he's a serial killer, or he has the potential to be a serial killer. I've seen him do, what was it? Like some crazy shit over there, man. Just crazy. But once again, I'm not anybody to say what's normal and what isn't normal, but it's highly unusual. I'll put it to you like that.
For sure. And, he definitely displayed a lack of self-restraint ability.
And I think also self-awareness.
Maybe.
Wait. So one time, this is a while back, I want to say about a year ago. So one time, me and my half-brother were in the chat room, right? And he's doing one of these sleep streams. So there was a couple of girls in there. We're chatting with them, right? And all of a sudden, you see his eyes open a little bit again. And my brother's going, "Hey, Ruski, you're not fucking asleep. You're awake. What are you doing over there?" And then all of a sudden, you see the blanket moving. It's going up and down. I'm telling you, this guy was fucking jerking off under the fucking blanket. At least he was making believe he was.
Oh, man.
Holy yeah, no, seriously. There's something, I don't know, the lights are on, but nobody's home. I shouldn't say that. But there's something there's a wire crossed in there or something. I don't know.
I don't think he would, be in denial to that if he was here. He would be. I don't think he was in denial to having some issues.
Well, you know what?
Maybe to the degree it was, but
if he was here, I wouldn't say anything. I wouldn't say an unkind word to him, and I wouldn't even be talking like this. I hope he doesn't see this because I'm not that type of guy. I can laugh at somebody, but I like to keep the verdict to myself. You know what I'm saying?
I try, for sure. I tried to work with that a little bit with him, and he was open to it a little bit, but it wasn't really his focus. So that's why I think rights too. I can't remember. It was an unmeaningful encounter, and at least I felt it was mostly a waste of time.
Well, what happened with him was when one of the first videos I went to watch, one of his lives, he was doing push-ups and sit-ups. He would do like 10 half push-ups, 10 half sit-ups, spin around, 10 half push-ups, 10 half sit-ups. So I wrote a comment. I said, "Ruski, you're not really doing push-ups there. You got to go all the way down." So he read the comment and he got pissed off, right? So I left, right? So what I did was I changed my avatar to a picture like you could just see my arm. I'm like flexing my arm. So I go back over there, I don't know, the next day or the day after, and he's doing the push-up workout again. And I made a similar comment. I was like, "Dude, you got to go all the way down if you really want to get the full benefit and get stronger." So he reads the comment, and I guess he saw the avatar. He saw my picture, and he goes, "Wow, you look like you're in really good shape." So then now he's talking with me and he's taking my advice. So I'm like, "You probably can't go all the way down, but you got to go down a little further than you are." So he started to. And so now they're finding out from the other genre that I'm over there trying to help him with his push-ups. And they're over there doing a live and they're laughing. They're going, "Yeah, that handstand push-up guy, he's Ruski's trainer now." Anyway, at the end of the day, they were ripping his guy for like months because of that one eye that's crossed. And I'm like, "What's wrong with you people, man?"
That's not nice.
No, you can laugh at the guy with his sleep streams. You can laugh at his push-ups, but don't laugh at his freaking eyes.
Yeah.
So then I noticed he started doing lives with like dark sunglasses on. And the guy must have felt terrible. You know what I'm saying? But now, what I will tell you is he never goes back over there. He might be in the chat room under a different name, or he might be in the bushes watching the video, just not commenting, but he never goes on the panel anymore. As well he shouldn't. I wouldn't either if I was him. Anyway. Yeah, so that's how I ended up over here.
Interesting. I didn't know it was through Ruski.
Yeah, otherwise I would have never known about this channel. How would I have known? I mean,
Right.
There's something like 114 different YouTube content creators, isn't there?
How many?
I've heard 114 million. I don't know if
Oh, yeah.
that's
That's probably more accurate. You didn't say the million for 114. That's
well,
a little.
so just check this out. So now I noticed, like, I look at my videos, right? And there's like several of them. It says channels like channels that suggest this content, meaning channels that suggest my videos, right? So I start clicking on them, right? And almost all of them are these like really freaking hot chicks doing yoga with like a mini skirt on. And you can see, they got underwear on, but you can see the hairs on their crotch. I'm like, what the fuck is this? I'm like, hey, at first I'm like, this is cool. These chicks are suggesting my channel. And I'm like, wait a minute. I don't think that's what's going on here. I think the computer's doing that. But now, why the hell is the computer, I don't know, saying that these channels are suggesting my content? So what the fuck is going? I have no idea. None whatsoever.
Channels, that must be something else. Channels don't suggest content.
It says
Unless if it's talking about the area where you can showcase the content or the channels you're subscribed to, and then you can separate that to I don't know if it's suggested or if it's what do you call that?
Yeah, it suggests
featured.
I think it says something like channels that are suggesting this content, something to that effect. And I'm looking at these chicks and I'm going, I can't compete with these girls. This girl's got 200,000 subscribers. She looks like she's about 23. She's got drop dead gorgeous, drop dead body. I know, well, I'm not trying to compete with anybody, but I'm like, why the fuck would this channel be suggesting my content? It just doesn't make any sense.
For the longest time, I don't know if it's still the case, but if you ever did a search for Nude Guru in the search, you had to get past a whole bunch of distractionary hot naked yoga videos, and you were lucky if you found me way down at the bottom there, if you made it that far.
I never searched for you because I actually subscribed to you. You dropped a link
right
not long ago. So when you dropped that link, I clicked on it, went over to your channel, and I just subscribed. Here's the thing with my channel, right, which I couldn't get. Why they're saying that these hot chicks doing yoga, their channel is suggesting mine, is because my videos suck. I don't even have a way to I don't even have a tripod to hold my freaking iPhone. So before I do a video, I gotta move furniture around in the living room, right? And I gotta prop my phone up and turn the camera around so I can see myself, right? So it's facing forward. And I said, okay, I got my whole body in there. Then I got to go back, flip the the phone over, so that I can get, the actual forward-facing camera to film. And then I film the video, and then I go back, I put it in my camera roll, then I go to iMovie, I edit it, and then I go to YouTube to create. I get that movie out of my camera roll after I've edited an iMovie, and then I'll do a voiceover, or sometimes I'll just throw music in there, or sometimes I'll do both. So my videos suck. I mean, I didn't even know when I started that you have to have the phone in panoramic to do a video, and you have to have it straight up and down to do a short. I knew nothing. So recently, I saw a guy in the park, right? And I was like, could you do me a favor? I'll give you some exercise tips if you take a few videos of me, right? No problem. You don't have to give me any tips. I don't like to exercise. Just what do you want to do? So I had him take 5 different videos, short ones. I think actually there was 4 shorts and 1 video. but he fucked up 3 of the freaking videos. No, 3 of the shorts. You know, it's like I'm not in the middle. I'm doing pull-ups. You're only showing one of the bars instead of both of them. You know, what am I going to say? You screwed it up. Oh, thanks a lot. I appreciate it. You know, so like to do a good video, the best to me, maybe I'm wrong, but if you're doing an exercise video, it's probably best to do it outside. It's probably going to be more interesting to the viewers. But you know what it's like to try to set your phone up to take a video when you're doing an exercise? Oh, it's a nightmare. It's like you got to move your phone 1,000 times. And then even then, it's on the ground or I got it on a bench. It's a nightmare. It's just not what I thought of. I thought it was going to be a lot easier. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Anyway, so the last video I put up was it's been a while since I've done an actual video. I think it's about 8 or 9 days now. But anyway, I did a video. One of the girls in MobTube asked me if I would show some beginner ab exercises. So I said, sure. So I set the phone up and I go, okay, you can see me now the whole time, right? So I do the video and I realize I didn't move the chair and the TV out of the way and the big body ball I have, it's in the way. I was like, fuck it, I'm posting it anyway. You know what I mean? Anyway. Oh, and then the other thing that's crazy about YouTube is like I'll make a short and I'll say, this isn't going to get any subscribers. It's not going to get hardly any views. And it'll get 3,500 views. And then I'll do another short and I'll say, this is great. This is going to get a lot of views and it's going to get a lot of subscribers. And it'll get 500. And the thing is that I'm posting them at the suggested times, right? Each day is a little bit different.
Mm-hmm.
At the times, usually, for the most part, between 12 and 3 is a good time, and then between 6 and 9 o'clock in the evening is good. But it changes on the weekends. Who the hell knows? I have no idea how the algorithm's working. But now listen to this. So what I do when I post a video is I send a text message with a link to the video or the short. Actually, I usually just use it when I'm doing shorts, because what I noticed is when you post a short, if it gets 10 likes within the first half hour, I've had shorts that get over 1,000 views in 45 minutes.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. So I text everybody in my contact list, and most of the people are, they're nice and they click on it, they like it, because that, I guess, pushes it in the algorithm. So there's an older woman, a friend of mine, right? It's his sister. She barely knows how to use her smartphone. She's like a 70-year-old lady, 71-year-old. Anyway, I send her the links and she's been clicking on the thumbs up for me. So she calls me yesterday and she goes, "You're famous." I said, "What do you mean?" She goes, "Well, I turned my smartphone on today. I have something called Smart News." I go, "Yeah, it must be sort of like Apple News. I have Apple News. You have Smart News." She goes, "Well, you know what I saw when I turned it on?" I said, "No, what?" She goes, "A bunch of your videos." I'm like, "What are you talking about?" She said, "Well, I turned it on. I wanted to get the news, and 4 of your videos came up."
Wow.
And I'm like, I think what happened is this. It's either one of these two things. Either, you see, when you use these smartphones, they know what you're doing. So, let's say you Google tents, right? You Google a specific kind of tent.
Mm-hmm.
All of a sudden, you'll get ads for tents. All different types of tents that'll come up on your phone. So either my video came up in her Smart News section because of that, because it knows that she watches my videos. Or I got this another bigwig computer guy that he works for one of the biggest venture capitalists. He's actually a partner in the company. This guy's got to be worth $500 million. He may have found out that I'm doing YouTube videos, and somehow he's friends with the owner of YouTube. Somehow he's trying to help me. I don't know. I have no. I'm like, well, wait a minute. When I turn on Apple News, I don't see anybody's videos. I just see news articles. So I said to her, well, what's this smart news thing? She goes, well, it has news articles. So I'm like, what the hell are my videos coming up? I said, did it come up with an article? She goes, no, just the videos come up. I turned on my smart news, and the first thing I saw was your videos. I go, what the fuck? I have no idea. I don't know. Crazy, right?
Yeah.
So I do know that this former client I'm referring to, a while back, I want to say about 15 years ago, he's like, listen, he goes, I'm going to buy a domain name for you and run some Google ads to pick up, your business. So I don't even remember what the name was now, but I did pick up a few clients from it. I can't remember. It escapes me exactly how he explained it to me. Maybe he did something. I don't know. I have no fucking idea. But I do know this. If he did do something, it really hasn't helped because, let's see, I only have 191 subscribers. I think I only picked up like maybe 25 subscribers in the past 2 weeks, which is terrible, really. But not really, because I'm not like these guys on MobTube. Like they think the more subscribers, the better. It's like, I don't understand why you think that, because you're just looking for cash apps. You know what I'm saying? And some of them, they brag. I have 2 million views. Yeah, so it's like monopoly money. What does it mean? Is YouTube paying you yet? No. Well, what does it mean? So you have 2 million views. Whoopie-doo. You know what I'm saying? Is it?
They're bragging about that before they're monetized?
Yeah.
Huh.
Why
wouldn't they? Why wouldn't they monetize if they're trying to make money at 2 million views? Shit, man.
Well,
you'd be making more than pennies.
Well, some of them are actually buying views, or they're buying likes, or they can't monetize because, like, the homeless guy, he'll come on and he'll say, "These effing," I don't even want to say it. He'll talk about people's sexual preferences, and he'll use the N-word, and he'll threaten to kill. He's threatened to kill everybody, including me. He threatens to kill people. So what happens to this guy is he must have had about, I'm not exaggerating here, nearly 10 channels already. 9 of them were shut down eventually. He gets a strike, then he gets another strike, and then he gets a third strike, and they permanently delete his channel. In fact, the current channel he has just got a strike, I guess, a couple of days ago. And then another thing that these guys do, a lot of them, is like when they start their live, they'll play music. And I guess they get a copyright strike. I don't know. I don't do that. I do play music, but like when you do a short, right, before you actually upload it, there's like a section, a music section, where like there's like a different genres of music. And I guess there's a list of songs that you can use and not get a copyright strike for. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I use. Mm-hmm. I'm very careful. I don't want to get any copyright strikes. That's not going to help my channel. But, for the past week or so, my channel's kind of been on the back burner. Whatever.
I see.
Even if you have 50,000 subscribers, my channel's kind of been on the back burner.
What's up, Smiler? Welcome up.
Hello.
Yeah, not bad. You?
Hey, how are
Pretty
you?
good.
Good, good.
Hey, how you doing, Smiler?
Yeah, not bad. Yourself?
Excellent, thank you. Can't complain.
Cool.
I'm gonna
Cool.
take a quick Tim 100. So give me a minute. I'll be right back, guys.
So, Smiler, are you on the farm?
On the farm? No, I'm
Yeah.
not on a farm anymore.
No. How long has it been since you
No.
lived on the farm?
Oh, 8 years.
You miss it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The grass was greener on the other side.
Food was fresher too, huh?
Well, no, I left my partner for a new partner, thinking the grass was greener on the other side.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. So,
Gave it all up.
where are you? Are you in London?
No, Cornwall.
Cornwall.
Right down the very, very bottom of the boot.
Okay.
So when you look at England and it looks like a little boot, yeah, I'm right down the bottom of the boot.
All right. What do you think about what's going on, the latest developments over there in the Middle East?
I think it's a sad state of affairs. I was speaking to Kat about it last night. I also started putting a video together as well, but then I've just run out of hard disk, hard drive space because I was editing it in CapCut. And yeah, I was going to do a live stream last night, but then when we went into StreamYard and when I was trying to talk, because I then found out that my hard drive, because Kat wanted a load of videos and what have you that I'd been sharing, so she wanted them, so I had to then download them to my laptop so that I could send them to her, because she doesn't have a Telegram, or she doesn't have Telegram. So I couldn't just share her the link, so I've had to download. So I downloaded them all and filled my hard drive up.
Okay. What's the premise of your channel? What's it about?
My channel is about everything. I actually started my channel because there was a battle going on, basically,
Between you and somebody like another content creator?
yeah. So there was a bit of a battle going on. It started in Discord, and then it flowed over to wherever I popped up on YouTube. He would then jump in the chat and start abusing in the chat, and then so many people sided with me and a few people sided with him, and then he was a mod on different channels, and every time I would go, "Hi everybody," bang, I'd be timed out, or bang, I'd be blocked.
Oh,
And it was like,
so you're not the only one that's gone through that kind of crap.
no. And the guy's a bit of a wrong un. And he's into hacking you and, you know, sending you silly links via Discord, and if you click on the link, then he grabs all your details and what have you. Oh, I had loads of problems. I had problems with my bank. I had stuff going out of my bank, and the bank luckily gave me the money back and what have you. But there's loads of fraudulent activity, and I was signed up to dating apps and junk mail and all kinds of stuff I was getting harangued with. You know, my profile picture was taken, I was put onto a dating app, and next minute I'm being spammed by all these scantily clad women that want dates. and they're all over the world, and it's like, oh my god,
Well, you know,
what
it's
is
funny
going on?
because I was talking to the guru about a genre that I came over here from. I mean, I just happened upon this channel purely by accident, Rights for Vets. But this genre, they call the police on each other. They call up the child welfare services, and they have people go to the house to check the children. They scam their subscribers into sending them money because they got jumped, and they put up a video up with fake blood on their face, and they get people to send them money, you know, based on pity and guilt. And I honestly, what you're experiencing is very similar to what I've seen in
Yeah,
this other genre. I thought it was just this other genre. Apparently, this is happening all over YouTube. They dox each
yeah,
other. They dox
yeah.
the family
I
members.
well,
They put up the pictures of the family members. They put up the pictures of the house where they live.
hang on, sorry, stop. Right, thank you. Sorry about that.
It's
Well, no,
crazy.
I actually doxed the person. I didn't. A lot of people were hating on me because they said that I doxed him, and it was a case of, well, if you do the crime and you get your photograph and you get your name splashed all over the internet and all over the local newspaper, if you can't do the time, don't do the crime. It's all out there. It's public knowledge. It's on the internet. It's in the newspapers. So it's all over. It's all over the internet. So I haven't actually doxed you. You've doxed yourself by doing the crime, and now you can't do the time. So then I was accused then of doxing his daughter. And it was like, I haven't doxed him. He doxed himself when he had to go and stand up in court for attacking somebody. So he doxed himself as far as I was concerned. Because if he didn't do the crime, he wouldn't have been in the newspaper and he wouldn't have been on the website for that newspaper. And that was my argument.
I thought this was only happening in the genre that I was involved in. Apparently,
But
this is happening.
when we were all friends, he was like, "Oh, I've run out of electricity. We've got no electric. We can't cook." So people were sending him money. We were sending him money, and it was like, wow, you know, he's got the money in his account, and then he's sending his wife out to go and buy him beer, and it's like, you're having a bubble. We're sitting in Discord chatting. You've just said you've got no electric, and now you've just asked your missus to go and buy you beer.
It's fucking crazy. The genre that I came from, people say that they have cancer, they're dying, their mother's dying. I need money for an operation. It's fucking crazy, man. It's nuts.
It's mental, isn't it? It's mental.
I have a simple exercise channel where I show body weight exercises. I don't have a Cash App up. I'm not gonna have a Cash App up. If I make it to 1,000 subscribers and the 4,000 watch hours within the 12 months, I'll be happy to accept a few dollars I can make off of YouTube, and that's it. I don't know.
Yeah.
These Discords, they tried to get me to just click those links too, and I was like, nah, I ain't clicking no fucking link. Fuck that. I ain't clicking that link.
Is this right speaking now, or is it because the banner's up so I can't see who I'm speaking to?
This is Fitness After 60. I was talking to you
right,
Friday night. Friday night.
Yeah.
Remember, I'm the guy who said that the cow, if you want it
Yeah,
to
yeah,
get
yeah,
rid, you
yeah.
got to keep it in the stanchions. I wouldn't let go of that.
Yeah, you just want the marbling in the meat. You're just putting fake wagyu out there.
Yeah, I kind of got stuck on that. Anyway,
I'm
yeah.
55 or 56. So I retired 18 months ago because of, oh, stop it. Hang on. Oh, stop. It's all right. I've just uploaded my video to my computer and CapCut just starts playing it automatically. So I've had to stop it from playing.
Listen, I got to tell you, so there was this genre that I got involved in. Isn't an official genre, but they call it MobTube. And there's a guy from the UK who's got a channel, right? So I used to go over there, and he would constantly ask me to come on panel. So I would go on panel with him, and then all of a sudden he starts asking people to send him cash apps. And I'm like, listen, I don't have a cash app. I can't send you any money. So he starts like trying to shame me. He says, well, Fitness After 60, he's the only one who hasn't sent me any money. If he doesn't send me money, I'm not bringing him on panel again. So I was like, well, fine.
This is why Wrights always says it's going to cost you $1.
Yes, we mock all that stuff.
I'm like, what? I'm like, what the fuck? So then what ends up happening was a few days later, I go to his video and I go to write in the comments section and I see I'm blocked. So like, what the fuck's going on? So he starts talking about me. He goes, yeah, I saw that Fitness After 60 guy. He was on another channel and he was saying bad stuff about me. So I blocked him. I'm like, I never said a fucking word about the guy. He blocked me because I wasn't sending him money.
Wow.
He figured, I guess he thought since he would bring me on panel that I was going to start sending him money. I'm like, what, are you fucking kidding me? What? No. It's not gonna, you got to be fucking kidding. Oh, and this guy had a story. They all have a story. It's always a tragedy. He says, I can't tell you what's going on with me, but it's my health. And I got to go to the hospital every day. So I said, well, so what's going on? He thought he was going to hustle me. He says, I said, what's going on? You got cancer or something? What, are you taking chemotherapy? He goes, I don't want to say here on the live, but he says, send me an email and I'll tell you what's going on. I'm not sending you no fucking email. It ain't going to happen. You know what I'm saying? You have my IP. You have my IP address as it is. That's all you're getting on me. So I'm assuming that if you send one of these content creators an email, not only do they have your email now, but they can kind of, if they wanted to, kind of pinpoint the location of where that email was sent from in the device, can't they?
No, they can't. But
they can't.
They could certainly solicit you for things by sending you emails.
Well,
but
they listen.
People can find
these content creators. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
People can find your IP via your YouTube account.
I thought they could find it even if you just leave a comment in the comment section.
Yep, they can.
How does that work? You'd have to hack YouTube servers.
No, actually, no. I do say no. You used to be able to, because there's a way of clicking on the what's it called, and then it brings up all the script writing, the Windows script writing, and on that script writing there's blue links, and you could click in those blue links and then it would take you to the IP. So, but I think that they did actually fix it. I think it was about 3 years ago or 4 years ago. You used to be able to use that way.
I hope I did, because that would be a hell of a breach.
Yeah, there was a way.
I would be ready to start
you-
a mass class action lawsuit tomorrow if that was the case.
Yeah, you started against
there
YouTube.
was-
Yeah.
Mm.
We'd all be rich pretty quick.
No.
That's a total breach of privacy. Your
there's a
IP,
couple
by
of-
the way,
there's
is not specific to your home location. It's only the
No, it's the local the
service
local
provider.
box or yeah.
It's a service provider. That's as far as it can get. So wherever like the company is that you're getting your internet from, it would be their home tower. That's what they can find. That's all.
So
a friend of mine wanted to test me. A friend of mine wanted to test me, so he gave me full permission to do so. And it took me from where he lives to the exchange, because it comes via the exchange. And the exchange was about 9 miles from where he lived, but I got the IP back as far as the exchange.
Right.
But
so you can't pinpoint somebody's location with the IP.
Correct.
No.
Right.
Just
I
the
already had
vicinity.
and I already had his home.
If you unplug your router, and your modem, doesn't that assign a new IP address?
Depends on the service provider. Sometimes. And sometimes you get a new one assigned every so often, depending on the service provider as well. Some of the service providers do that.
Well, listen to this.
It depends whether you've got a static. It depends whether you've got a static IP or not. Because sometimes if you've got CCTV and you want to log into it via a mobile phone app or via, so say you're on holiday and you've got CCTV at home and you want to log into it, then in order to do that for your CCTV, you have to have a static IP.
If you're ever concerned about that as well, you can always just email or contact your service provider and say, change my IP address. I'm worried about getting hacked, whatever. They'll do it.
Yeah.
I used to only use YouTube.
The way Twitter and YouTube and what have you, Discord, the way they get you is they get you via your
ISP
Mac number. No, your Mac address.
But what if you're on a smartphone?
On a smartphone, it's your IMEI. Your mobile number and your SIM card is attached to your IMEI number.
And can they get all the information off of that?
No. They can just target. They can just track you. They can track you, but they can't. You can hack anybody's mobile phone. There's ways of doing it.
When you say they can track you,
same
what do you
thing
mean?
though. That the closest they could get is the cell tower that you're close to.
That's all they can track you to. Is that cell phone tower?
That's right.
So listen, I used to just use YouTube. Like, let's say I wanted to fix something on my bike and I wasn't sure how to do it, so I would find a video how to do it. So one day I turn on YouTube a couple of years ago, and this video comes up on the screen and it says, I'm homeless. So for some reason I was curious. I clicked on it, and there's this guy with a backpack on in Florida walking on the shoulder of the road. And he's like, yeah, I'm homeless. I got a tent in my backpack, but I got bit by a tick. I got Lyme disease. So I don't know. So I'm in the comment section and I wrote, well, did you go to the hospital? Did you get, did you get any medicine? He goes, I don't have insurance. So I said, well, just go to a city hospital. They'll treat you. They'll help you. Oh, I'm not going to any hospital. So the next day comes, and I go back to his channel. He's doing a live. And I said again, did you get any medicine for the Lyme disease? No. Well, how do you feel? He says, I feel a little sick, but I'm okay. So a couple of days goes by, I go back again. And I ask him again. Now he's in Georgia, right? And he's in like a bus station. And he's like, hey, could you send me some money? I need a bus ticket. And I'm like, wait a fucking minute. This guy has Lyme disease and he's not treating it. Now he's asking me for fucking money for a bus ticket. I'm like, what the fuck did I stumble into? I had no fucking... That was the first time I ever commented on a video. And that led me to this thing they call MobTube, which I was talking to Guru about earlier. It's fucking sick now. I had no idea. Smiler, you're telling me the same kind of shit happens where you are that's happening on MobTube. I thought it was just MobTube. I'm fucking 63. I have no fuck. I'm fucking gullible to all of this shit. I had no freaking idea. It's ridiculous, man. People all over YouTube asking people to send them money because they got cancer. Their kid is in the hospital. Yep. They lost their job. It's like it's one tragedy after another. What the fuck? Excuse my language, but geez.
As I was saying before, the pity genre makes it very lucrative.
Wow.
Yep. Well, I had to have a go at a Guru, I know who I'm talking about. UK lady. I think because you put
I
your
her,
quote
yes.
up. Yeah, you
yes.
put your quote up at the bottom of everything. Well, she for clicks and whatever you want to call it, she shared a link in Cats or in Miss Cats, and it was 7 or 8 videos. Out of those 7 or 8 videos, only 2 of them were actually pro. All the rest was pro-Israel. And I'm like, wow, are you for real? You do know that she's from Palestinian background. Yeah, I know that. I said, well, you've just put up like 5 videos that are all pro-Israel and pro the attacks on Palestine, etc., etc. Have I?
Interesting.
I said, yeah. I said that link that you've sent, is a link of like 7 or 8 videos. I said, and only 2 of them are actually speaking the truth. All the rest is American government bullshit. I said, you really need to take them off. You need to take them down, because if Kat comes on, because I sent her via WhatsApp, if Kat comes on, she sees that your ass is grass, you're gone. So
Hey, can I ask?
Thankfully, she took them down.
Can I ask you guys
Yeah,
something?
go on.
Before I get myself in over my head here with this YouTube. So, like the account that I'm using here, right? I never gave YouTube my real name. And the email address for this account, it doesn't come to my phone. I've never checked it. Now, if I go to get monetized, obviously I have to give YouTube my real name, right?
Yeah.
If you want, for payment purposes, yeah.
Okay. Now, at that point, if I do that, is one of these idiots on YouTube going to be able to get my real name too?
No.
No.
No way in
You'll
hell?
get them. No, if they send you a donation, then you get their real name and address.
No.
Real
I don't
name.
I don't have a Cash App. I'm not going to be using a Cash App, and I'm never sending them any money. I don't have a Cash App.
He's talking about through YouTube Super Chats.
Yeah, so But if you get a super chat, then you'll know the person that sent it to you. So
It
instead
sends
of like
you their personal info as well, or just their YouTube hanger and
yeah,
email or
well,
whatever.
like I sent a friend yesterday or the day before. I sent them a $5.
Mm-hmm.
So it gives my real details because I
Really?
sent it from So it gives my
Fuck.
real name. It
That's
doesn't
bullshit.
say it comes from Smiler. It's the same as if you donate. You can donate to like this GoFundMe. You can donate to them anonymously. If you do buy me a coffee, it gives the person's name who buys you a coffee. Because
That's fucking nuts. That
know,
shouldn't be.
yeah, it's like during the Ottawa. I
Does
mean,
at least
I supported a couple of the guys that were going around doing the videoing because they were putting it out there, and I supported a couple of them and sent them dollars, and they were like really grateful. But it's like, don't know which one you are other than what's come up on the screen now.
does it at least warn you if you're gonna send a super chat that the other person's gonna know you?
No,
No? Oh wow.
That's
That
not
must
good.
no,
that must have pissed some people off.
because
That's
I
dangerous.
I sent my mate a $5, and he'd just finished his live stream, and at the same time I emailed him because it was a rally in London or a protest in London, and I wanted to use 10 minutes of his live stream. So I emailed him, and he then gave me his number and said, I'll be on the train in half an hour, give me a call. So I rang him, and he said, all right, Ian. And I went, huh? I went, how have you got my name? He said, because you just donated me a $5. He said, so it shows me you donated me a $5.
This YouTube shit is crazy. Now I'm putting the pieces together because the genre that I came from, one of the content creators, he'll be doing a live and he'll say, hey, Jerry, you haven't been sending me money. I happen to know you have a lot of money in the bank. Now I understand how he knows that. Because you got Jerry's name from the super chat, and somehow he was able to access his bank account, not to steal money, but to find out what he had in there. How the hell he did that, I don't know. But he did.
Well, I don't know how you do that. The only way you can do stuff like that in the UK is if you're a company, like when I was a company director, and you can go to the financial reports for companies, and you can see the financial records, so you can see their tax liabilities. And
Well,
also, if you're VAT registered in the UK, you've got to be earning a maximum of 75 grand a year just to qualify for VAT registration. So as soon as they know you're VAT registered, they know you're earning over 75k a year.
Well, according to this guy, he's there's a guy that comes on every once in a while who used to work for the Department of Defense, and he has access to computers, government computers. Then there's another guy in that same genre whose girlfriend is a partner in some law company. And apparently law firms have computers that have access to information that most people's, civilians' computers don't. All I know is this, I
That's
haven't emailed
that's
any of these
only
people. I haven't sent them any cash apps. I haven't exchanged phone numbers. None of that. And I won't be doing that.
Well, that means that somebody's third party sharing. They've bought information from third party sharing.
Wow.
You know when you see that there's a data breach or what have you, or what they'll do is the brilliant one in the UK was like get send us a blood sample and we'll tell you what your ancestry was, where you're from, and what what your ancestors were, blah de blah de blah. So all these idiots were sending off a blood sample where they prick it and they put it on a swab and they send it off, and then they extract the DNA, and they're supposed to give an ancestry thing for you. And you fill out all the forms and send it off. All they did was just sell all that information to somebody else so that they had all the stores of all the DNA.
Crazy.
But people were being fooled into doing it, and they were all doing it. And I said to my mate, I said, "You actually did that?" And he's like, "Yeah." And I said, "Well, now they've got your DNA, they've got your name, you've got the address, they've got everything about you." I said, "Now you've sent them your DNA as well." It's like, oh my God, did you really do that?
Wow. Oh boy. I don't even know at this point if it's even wise for me to continue with my channel. It might be just wise to just wipe the whole thing out.
Nah, I wouldn't do that.
Why? What are you concerned about?
Privacy. I don't need anybody. Listen. I don't even, when I do my videos, I haven't even shown my eyes one time. I wear dark sunglasses because I'm assuming that if you get a good clear shot of my eyes, there's some kind of program that can look at that and then find out exactly who you are.
Oh, I don't. Yeah, let me divulge this to you. So much as your thumbprint is you're already tracked. That's so easy. Just having your hands on camera is enough.
Are you shitting me?
For the right person who's got access to, I mean, that's not available to just everybody in general, but for, somebody who can do a little bit of database, deep database search, or somebody who is more on the government side, right? If you're concerned about that at all, that's easy for them, right?
You see the avatar? You see my avatar?
No, you haven't got one up. You're white screen to me.
Can you see it, Guru?
Right now, it's just white. Yeah, same with rights is white. That's a glitch that happens mostly on cell phones.
Okay, well, what I have is you see a picture of just my shoulder and my arm, and there's like a rubber band across my arm, around my arm. You know why that's there? To hide the tattoo on my arm.
Oh, okay.
Because if they can see the tattoo, I have been arrested before many years ago, and there's a picture of it in the police files. So somebody can access the police files, whether they work for the police department or know somebody that works for the police department, and then they find out who you are.
That's possible. That's a big reach, though, because they would have to know like what jurisdiction for a start to go in, and
Well, they know I'm from New York. So.
Well, that's true, but don't divulge more than you need to.
Right, you know when Biden ballsed up and bugged out of Afghan,
right,
and he left all that military equipment behind.
We always do that. We left $5 billion worth of military equipment behind when we left Vietnam. We only left $2 billion behind in Afghanistan.
No, it was more than that in Afghan. It was planes, helicopters.
I was having this argument with a Trump supporter the other day. When we left Vietnam in 1975, we left $5 billion worth of equipment. We do not send military equipment home after the war is over. That's a fact. Google it.
Right.
So you just leave it for the other side to have at her?
We don't send it back. It doesn't make sense. It costs too much money, and it's equipment that's been used already. We don't send it back. It stays. Google it. When the Paris Peace Treaty was signed in 1973, and we left Vietnam in 1975, we left our equipment there, $5 billion worth, and that doesn't even that's aside from the equipment that was jettisoned off the boats to hope to put more people on it. That's what we do. And the equipment that was left in Afghanistan is a desert. Number one, the sand that gets into those motors destroys that stuff very quickly. Number two, how the hell would they repair that equipment? Number three,
they repaired it. They repaired it the day after because they were flying around in helicopters. They learnt to fly them. They were flying around in helicopters, dangling Iraqis of ropes underneath the helicopters.
Okay, well, those helicopters need to be serviced. How are they going to service them? Where are they going to get the parts?
They left all the parts there.
Well, we left our equipment in Vietnam.
They left pallets of cash. They also, what I was going to say is, they left the biometric scanners there. So the Taliban were going house to house, scanning everybody, because all of the information for the translators was on those biometrics. And they were scanning everybody, looking for anybody that had been helping the Americans with translation and how to get around the country and what have you. And they were looking for the translators to kill them.
Well, like I said, we left $5 billion worth of equipment when we left Vietnam. So this is not something unique, this leaving equipment in Afghanistan.
Well, I'm just talking about the biometrics, what they left behind.
That makes sense. That's totally believable. It makes sense, actually. I don't trust this fucking government as far as I could throw it.
Maybe that doesn't matter what government, same thing.
Yeah, I would imagine. I would agree. No matter what the government is in any country in the world, it's all a freaking scam.
Scam is the best word. Couldn't have said it better. I mean, for them, it's not, but you know, it's a scam. They're just I don't know. They're just a ruler. They're just a slave driver. That's all.
I ain't slave driving me. I buck the system.
We're all slaves to the system.
I'm not.
I'm not either. You think I pay taxes? Good luck with that. I pay taxes when I go to the store. That's it.
I'm a slave to nature, and I don't mind.
What the fuck? Why do I need I need a partner? I mean, so I go make money, and then I got to give it to the government? Screw that.
Just so that they can use the funds to come and extort you more.
Yeah, well.
Don't people get that? Like, you know, if you didn't give them the funding, they have no resources to extort you anymore. It's so simple.
Yeah, it's like, you know, you earlier, Guru, you said, oh, you should buy a small piece of land. What do you mean buy a small piece of land? I got to pay taxes on it every year. It's not really mine.
To drive a vehicle?
No.
Well, yeah.
Not anymore. I ride a bicycle.
Right, okay.
Well, again, you know, if you put it in a foundation, you know, and you can be exempt from that. But it's for the purposes of refuge, right? I mean, you could do it the other way. Like I have little plots in random places that I got tons of little gardens growing everywhere, and you know, a bunch of stuff. And I've already been out in the boonies several times and built structures and shelters. I don't give a shit what people think. You know, if you're willing to go the distance, then just do that. You know, the key is to not be attached to any of it, to know that it is everything in life is temporary, and to not be afraid of whatever happens. But be ready to mitigate any resistance that might come in your path.
You just go and find a landowner, and you just do a cash deal. And you draw up a contract on that cash deal and on that plot of land.
And then you're exempt from paying taxes on it every year?
Well, if that's the case, then you're leasing from the landowner, so he would be paying taxes. So you're just using his land.
Mm-hmm.
So that's another avenue for sure. Another avenue is to get agricultural-based land, designated agriculture. Most of that land, or conservative land with limited use.
Yeah, a few sheep, couple of goats, chickens.
Mm-hmm. There's lots of different ways. Most of the rural land, anyways, though, is like, especially if it's classified as farm use, it's so minuscule in property tax. It's a joke. But 1 penny to the government is 1 penny to the government. I still wouldn't pay it.
No.
The thing about it is to realize, and this is what they don't teach you in the corporate. The wealthy accumulate assets.
Yep.
The poor continuously throw their resources away on liability. That's the difference. The very first thing you should do, if you're still going to be tongue-tied in the corporate world, at the very least, is get land, because land has what you need. And get decent land. Land has what you need for self-reliance. That's the starting catapult there. You can grow food on it. You can grow things for clothes, shelter, whatever.
Yeah,
so that's the very first thing. Reducing your reliance on the monetary system is the key to move towards self-dependence. And then in addition to that, find other people who are doing that and, share crops with each other, right? Grow crops and share with each other, and also share crafts and whatever you guys do. Make a point of producing your own goods and services instead of going to the fucking corporate stores and buying all that shit.
And live under that land. Buy a steel shipping container. Dig it out, bury the shipping container, and live in the shipping container underground. And then grow above you.
Could do that. You could also go in. You could do a earth ship, live in a hill or whatever. There's lots of different options, I prefer to be nomadic. I do the RV thing. I also know how to make cob structures, so I build with cob.
We used to do them as kids.
It's fun.
Turf buildings. We used to use turf and build turf walls, and then get wriggly tin, which is a bit like asbestos roofing, but we used to use wriggly tin, and we used to put that across the top of the turf structure and then cover that in turf as well. And by the time it all starts knitting itself together, it's rock solid.
Oh yeah, interesting. Called a turf structure.
Yeah, it's what you call I don't know whether you call it a sod over there. Like your grass, and you go like 3-4 inches underneath, or if like when you're going to lay a new lawn, you buy turf, don't you? And you roll the turf out, and then you join it all together close.
I got you.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's called sod over here. I got you.
Yeah,
right?
sod. Yeah, sod. Yeah, sod or turf. Yeah. But we used to build them when we were kids.
What about building a tree house? Living
Sure.
in a tree.
Sure. Why not? I've got lots of videos of people who have done that and instructions of different options for that. Morning 5D. Yeah, short live, eh? Well, you know, every word is subjective in definition. So we're only 7 hours and 30 since we started.
How about living on a boat at a dock?
Yeah. Yeah.
You still
Totally.
got mooring fees to pay.
Yeah, but it shouldn't be too much. It depends on where the dock is.
The only thing about boat living is repair and maintenance can be quite intensive and expensive. It's a trade-off there.
You don't even need a boat with a motor, just a boat.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but you still got to pull it out of the water. You still got to anti-foul it. You know, you still got to look after it. You got to maintain the external structure as well as the internal structure.
Yeah, it's a lot. Most people don't realize that unless they own one. You know?
Yeah, true. A boat is always looking to sink. You're right. There's always maintenance on a boat.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, if you know how to do it yourself, okay, it's all right. If that's your passion, then okay, I'd say, you know, or unless if you got deep pockets.
What about just getting what about just getting a van, gutting it out, and equipping it to live in?
Yes, absolutely.
There's hundreds of thousands of people doing van life.
I've done that very thing twice in my life. Very freedom feeling lifestyle for sure.
I did it for 12 months.
Even better if with the electric stuff now too.
Yep. We've already said live in a cave.
What about just going to what do you call it? A state forest here in America. I think it's state forests. As long as you keep moving around, you can live in a state forest, couldn't you?
Now you're describing my life. Even up here, same thing. That's what I do. I'm nomadic. I live in a.
Yeah, don't use a tent. Use a bivvy.
I do the RV thing, and I just go wherever, find a place to park wherever I feel like.
The bivvy is good for, that's stealth camping, but I can't see living in a bivvy. I mean, you can sleep in a bivvy, yeah, but how are you going to live in it? You know what I'm saying? You wake up.
You don't. You're living on your feet. You know, and then when it comes to getting your head down, then you just get your bivvy out and get your gonk bag underneath your bivvy and just, you know, if you're doing that, you're living light, so you're only living with what you can carry.
Next year, I'll be making a custom RV from scratch, all electric, even a drivetrain. It'll probably have about 300 to 400 miles range on a loaded chassis. And with my solar equipment already, I'll probably be able to boondock 2 to 3 months indefinitely before needing to go anywhere. Even then, I'll probably would only be, I'd never really have to go back into a town or whatnot, but I still would for different reasons.
Do you know what I say there a minute?
Huh?
You do?
What's that?
What kind of vehicle are you looking at doing?
Like an A-class RV.
Right, A-class. That's over 7.5 ton, isn't it?
I don't know how much weight it'll be, but size-wise, you know, like your typical, like about a 35-foot coach.
Right. So that'll be rear-wheel drive then.
All-wheel, all electric chassis.
Right. Well, what I would do is I would go split so that I would have alternative fuel, alternative. So you had an alternative drivetrain.
No, I don't. I'm not interested in any petrol whatsoever. Not necessary.
See the Dodge Rams are front wheel drive. You call them the Dodge Ram over there.
Yep.
Well, the Dodge Rams are front wheel drive. And when I was still doing garage work, when I was still running the business, I was looking at converting a rear axle and running an electric rear axle. So it was diesel driven on the front axle, and when the batteries are fully charged, then you could switch the diesel engine off and drive on the rear axle as
Right.
electric. So I was looking at different ways of converting, because the Dodge Ram has not got a power driven. It's not got a power driven axle, but there's loads of axles out there with the same wheelbase, which are driven axles, so they have got a diff in them. So powering them up with electric Tesla motor isn't a problem.
Sure.
So I was looking at converting basically a Dodge Ram, or over here as a Citroen Relay, converting one of them so it was 50-50.
Right.
So you could run it on electric or run it on diesel.
Right. Yeah, that's. I mean, hybrid is always an option. I won't do that though. You know, I don't even like. I'm not a proponent for petrol at all. I think it's disgusting, repulsive. It's unfathomable that we've all contributed to the use of that, especially for so long.
But you could go diesel and you could run it on biofuel.
Yeah, but that's a little bit more cumbersome. You know, I would want, if I did that, I would want to produce it myself. And even that, like, why do anything that even produces an emission at all? You know, and plus, an internal combustion engine is expensive, needs a lot of maintenance, and so many moving parts that can break down for nothing. It's better just to have all electric, easy to maintain, is a lot less weight, and is much cleaner.
That's actually a fallacy, because it takes 15 years. Right, I can run a diesel car. To produce an electric car, it's 15 years until that vehicle becomes carbon neutral.
That's only if you're charging it from the grid. I'm not doing that. I use solar.
Even making the batteries.
No, if you're charging enough solar, this may be about 3 or 4 years to be carbon neutral. But I'm not talking about just from that perspective. I don't care about that. I'm talking about the exhaust emissions and also my own health, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like I don't even in my current RV, I have your classic gas generator in there. I also have propane heat. I won't touch none of that stuff.
Hey guys, I'm going to drop down and listen to you as I'm falling asleep. All right.
All right, man. Good to wrap with you.
Okay.
It was good talking with you guys. I'm
Yeah.
as I'm drifting off.
Okay, you bet.
All
We'll
right.
see you again soon. Take care, man.
You too. Thank you, Chow.
Take it
Have a
easy.
good night.
So is your generator? So is that propane generator propane driven then?
No, it's connected to the gas tank of the RV. It's a gas RV,
Right.
and so it's just connected to the tank, and it's a gas one.
Gas as in petrol?
Yes.
Or gas as right. Okay.
Gasoline. Yes.
Right. Okay.
It's a 5,000 watt and whatever, and you know, obviously it's part of the RV as it is. So I'll just keep it as it is, and it's only a stepping stone RV until next year. So I'm not planning to do a whole lot of work. I don't know what I'm going to do with it after.
But all your generators, you can convert. If it's a petrol generator, gas generator, you can convert that. You can convert them to run on propane anyway.
Sure, but
And
even that, I don't want to use any petrol-based thing.
And you can convert them to run a diesel engine. You can convert to run on I'm trying to think what it's called now. I have a contraption on my car which has got a bubbler, and it produces hydrogen. Yeah, it produces hydrogen gas, and I pump the hydrogen gas into my inlet manifold.
Yeah.
Which then gives me better miles per gallon.
Right.
And it's a cleaner burn. So that basically runs off the electric from the alternator, which then causes the electric to do the you know, I use I'm trying to think of the name of the crystals that I use. I put like 5 crystals in the pot, and then obviously you got stainless steel plates in there, and they bubble away, and then it comes up via a tube, and then it goes down into the inlet manifold.
Right.
So I don't use as much diesel with that.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of things you can do with the current technology still to improve it and whatnot. You know, but that's I'm just tired of waiting for the industry. You know, they got a semi coming out. Tesla's got its Cybertruck coming out. But RVs, you'd think that would be the first thing, but you know why they don't fucking do that? That's because it gives people too much liberation. So I'm just
but there's loads. There's quite a few people in the UK that have bought the Ford Transit all electric and the Renault Traffic all electric, and well, they're having major issues and major problems.
Yeah. Again, it's primitive. It should be, that stuff should be long already ironed out, you know. And there's only 3 in primitive form on the market, and it's bullshit because there is already technology to make a bus, a local city bus, run 500 miles on a fucking charge, no problems, flawlessly. It's already 15 years old. So this is bullshit, right?
Yeah, but it's bullshit because years ago, years and years ago, Ford, all their delivery vans were all parked up in the warehouse, and in the middle they had all their charging stations, and every night they used to go back to the warehouse and they used to plug back in and start charging back up again, ready for the morning deliveries. You know, this is going back 1920s, you know, and
most people don't even know the very first car ever was an electric.
Yeah, and in America, they had taxes. That were where the engine should be was actually all the batteries, and you literally used to drive into the taxi used to literally drive into the petrol station. The guys would come out, remove that battery pack, put in a fully charged battery pack, and off they go again to carry on picking up passengers. And then that battery pack was then put on charge, and when the battery pack was running out, in they come again. They get the refreshed, fully charged battery pack reinstalled again. You know, and that technology was the old lead acid.
Right.
They were the old lead acid batteries, even before we had NiCads and before we even had lithium. You know, it was lead acid batteries, and they were taking all the lead acids out, putting in a new battery pack, and off they'd go. And that was in America years ago, like 1930s. All the forklifts, they were all electric. Milk floats, they were all electric.
Yeah. Yeah, it's all a scam. And yeah, I just
And we didn't have the fires that we're having now.
Well, that's just man-made crap, you know.
Whereas people not understanding
That's just
lithium
arson.
technology. Yeah, it's people.
Oh, you mean the the lithium batteries blowing up and shit.
Yeah, it's people not understanding the technology and just cutting corners, not doing it right.
Yeah, I think it's a bit of that, and also it maybe a little bit intentionally done. A little bit of that too. Part of the agenda, you know what I'm saying? You got to be careful with this shit. So, but that's another reason why I'm going, you know, custom made. So I'm making it my specs, and it's not going to have none of that AI shit in it. It's going to be raw, bare bones. Probably going to go with lithium iron phosphate or possibly a potassium to sodium based battery. We'll see. Got a couple different options there. So I expect it to probably on a full load, which will be most of the time. At least 300-mile range, maybe even 400 to 500. But I'm not so concerned about that because I'll just, you know, I'm not going to be driving it all that much. I'll be boondocking most of the time. So I'll drive out to whatever vicinity I'm looking at going to. And as a last resort, you know, I'm going to have the solar and all that kind of stuff already integrated with it all. But as a very last resort, I'll be able to use electric charging stations as a last resort to regenerate. And as long as I'm within 300 miles, well, that's on a full, you know, I probably won't let myself go down to like maybe 40% charge. So I mean, as long as I'm 150 mile range within one of those charging stations, which I'll always make sure that I do just in case, I'll be good to go.
Rip.
So you go pretty far up north, British Columbia. For the most part, it's hard to not be in vicinity of one of those charging stations more than 100 miles out. So, and that's at the current state. It's always getting more as things progress, you know. So it's pretty viable, pretty doable. I'm not too concerned at all about having any sort of petrol generator or backup type thing. It's just not necessary, especially now for people who are still on that sort of old way of thinking for their houses. Technology has come far enough where it's doable and financially economical even to go solar and a battery as a backup, and even start offsetting your electricity bill so that you end up in a neutral net gain or even a profit if you do it right.
Yeah.
It's all a scam, 5D says.
Yeah, just don't use 18650s.
What's that?
The ones that Tesla uses, 18650s, and it's the ones that you find in your laptop charger and
that's
battery operated drills and what have you.
That's lithium ion batteries. I won't touch that 10-foot pole.
No.
Not a chance. They even Tesla is abandoning going for the lithium iron in the next generation. Next year they'll be. I can see why. I was already ahead of them in my thinking with that, and I guess they figured it out. They'll be going to potassium soon in the next couple of years.
Yeah.
Far more better technology for maybe about 20% the cost. So it's only a matter of time before the industry catches up, and that's going to be interesting. I think I saw something where Elon's proposing within the next few years a Model something offshoot of the 3 or whatever. It's going to be like a $1,500 electric car, something like that. I don't know. I got to look into that further, but that would be interesting if that's true. That'll shake up the market a little bit. He's already done some of that in the housing market. He's got some of these boxable, I don't know if you heard of that, portable housing, modular housing things.
Yeah,
And
yeah, yeah.
You saw that? Yeah, there's some other companies now that are already way ahead of him, and they're way better and even cheaper.
Yeah, but there's been tiny homes for years, hasn't there?
Yeah, but not cheap like this, and not delivered to you all, compatible with already the solar and everything all integrated.
Yeah, well, Sweden's been building them for donkey's years. I can remember 25 years ago, we ordered a flat pack of a flat pack lodge, and all the electrics was done in it, all the lighting was done in it, everything was done in it, all to my boss's specification.
I don't mean
And
that. I mean the solar panels with batteries, all that stuff.
oh yeah. But I built solar panels, off-grid systems. A friend of mine, the gypsies, millionaires, the gypsies, they've got their own farm that they live on, and it was going to cost them something like 45 grand to put electricity in.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, Jesus, I said,
45,000 for the grid.
Yeah, to put all the yeah, it was something like £2,500 for each pole that they needed.
Wow.
To get the electricity from the roadside all the way down to their farmhouse.
That's just dumb.
And so what they did is they run a generator, and during the day and everything else, I built a battery system and solar and also a wind generator, and then they can go about 5 days with just on the solar. This is in Cornwall, so they can go 5 days with the solar and with the wind before they need to turn the generator on. And I built the system, and they can run the washing machine, they can run the gas cooker, because for the gas you've got to have electric, for the lighter, for the click. They can run the washing machine. They can run she can run hair dryers, Hoover, everything, all off the electric,
right?
And all off the battery system. And they can run for about 5 days. All the internet, all the phone charging, cooking, lights. Well, lights I put in 12 volt. I put in 12 volt LEDs, so all the lighting is on 12 volt. Obviously phone chargers and stuff like that, I just put in 12 volt USB sockets, so they charge off of them rather than 240. And yeah, no, they can last 5 days on the system that I built, and then I built another system for somebody else, and just put all the batteries in series, run the solar, and then ran wind generator going down through the solar.
Right. Yeah, it's not really hard to do. What kind of batteries?
Lithium.
Okay.
Trying to think what they were. They weren't battle born.
Lithium ions.
Whose batteries were they?
How old are the batteries?
They're about 5 years old now.
Okay, so yeah, more than likely lithium ions.
Yeah,
they're cheaper. In a stable.
Yeah, it was just before the life pose came out, because I said if you ever if if they ever start not charging, then we could swap them out for life pose.
Right.
Life pose
It's
4s.
yeah, that's what I got.
Yeah.
Definitely better, more expensive, but better.
Mm.
But I don't know. It depends. Like on a non-nomadic situation, I might actually have considered going for more of a savings because you can control the weather if it's inside better. It's not as a harsh environment type thing,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So,
Well, this system, I built in a shed in the barn.
yeah.
So it's warm, and then I put an intelligent charger. So basically a car charger, a battery charger, but it's an intelligent charger. So when they flick the generator on, so the generator is away from the farmhouse and is automatic start from the farmhouse. So all they've got to do is turn the key on, press the button, and it'll fire up. It'll kick the starter motor on and fire the Jenny up. And when it fires the Jenny up, then the charger comes on via the 240. But the charger, it'll only put in what the batteries need. It won't overcharge. It'll only put in what the batteries require. Bit like the new drill batteries and what have you now. All battery chargers now are intelligent chargers. So if you've got a battery that's like, you press the little button on the battery and it gives you 2 green lights, it'll only charge 3 green lights, so you've got 5 green lights. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're all intelligent chargers now.
Yep. And there's ones now that are lithium specific, which is even better, right? Because the lead acids and even the deep cells have the trick. They need the trickle, right? But the lithiums don't.
Yeah. Well, that's what this IntelliCharger is. It's switchable. So if you're on lead acid, you switch it to lead acid. If you're on lithium, you switch it.
Oh,
Switch
okay.
it to lithium.
Nice.
Yeah,
nice.
it's made by Sealy.
Cool. I'd be interested in that. I mean, my system is it's all in one proprietary. I'm running Blue Eddies, so
Right, yeah.
Yeah, it's all together. But I'm still interested in that. Send me a link, because that's a very good, important feature to have. It's something that can run no matter what you're on. What's up, Dan? Can't hear you, man. It's been forever. Can't hear you at all. I saw you come off mute. Might have to adjust your settings or something. If you want, you can go on screen share or just type in the private chat. Oh, he went down. I'm gonna try and fix it. That's not too often he comes up anymore. This guy is a friend of mine from Ontario. Known him for a couple of years now. He's been here since pretty much the beginning when I debuted with the project that I'm up to, and he's been kind of with it all since then. And also he had some court stuff going on in Ontario that I was helping him with. Had his own bout with the authorities, which is quite interesting. Got into it in a physical confrontation with one of them. So they were on his case, trying to press charges on him for resisting and assaulted an officer and all that stuff. So I was working with him. Yeah, I was working with him to help get all that alleviated. So it turned out good. turned out everything was dropped, and pretty much it was just an ordeal, of course, stressful headache for him. About a year and a half, or maybe longer, I can't remember. Whatever. Court date after court date, every few weeks and shit. So I did that with him, coached him and guided him so he didn't have to resort to bullshit attorneys with fees and all that kind of stuff. And turned out all right. Good. So, Dan, are you still with us? Put a note in the chat if you was using my phone. Wonder why the sound is off. No idea. Maybe check your settings or restart your phone or come up on your computer. I put in a little chat thingy. I got a little thing if you want. I'll give you an invite to in what's it called? Google Spaces. Got a little group space thing going down there.
Hello.
Yeah, still here. I'm just
Well,
looking at a chat to see if he's going to try and he's help or not. So yeah, interesting with the. I knew there was definitely some pretty good charge controllers. That would have been 5 years ago before the lipos were really kind of taking off yet. So, and that's even a different charge controller setting than lithium ion. So does it recognize that too, or just the lithium ions?
no, it'll do lead acid or lithium ion. I'm just looking on the Sealy now.
What's the
The
name of it
one
again?
that Sealy,
Sealy?
SEALEY. I'm just
Yep.
looking at a quick start one. It's very similar to the one that I got, and this one will do conventional lead acid, calcium, AGM, gel, leisure, and stop-start batteries.
Okay.
And that's £107. And it'll also do a quick start. So it'll jump start a 12 volt. It'll jump start a 12-volt vehicle.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I just did a quick Google search here, seeing some of the images.
I'll give you a copy. Where's StreamYard gone there? Join chat.
Oh, that's I see. So that's huh. Well, these are some more of the, I guess, some of the more traditional battery companies going into market. Really, huh? That's the type of stuff you buy at like Canadian Tire here.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I just put a link in. Mind you, you're on it now anyway, aren't you?
Well, I'm just in Google, not on their website. Just looking at the pictures that come up from Google search.
Yeah.
I'll check out the website. Oh yeah, yeah. I see. Oh, Interesting. Using my phone. Wonder why this sound is. Are you trying to fix it, Dan? Do you need any help? He might be rebooting his phone.
Mm.
Oh, it's going to be interesting. I'm also another technology that's kind of lagging a bit. That I'm going to take upon myself to expand on. There's quite good micro hydro technology out there already, and have been for a while for, again, stationary setups, but not portable. So I'm going to develop something because a lot of the places that I go to when I boondock, I typically go and I find glacier streams or springs.
Yep.
And I get my water from there. So it just makes sense if I'm going to do that anyways, then I can tap into that for electricity, you know?
Yeah. I mean, I keep saying it. I designed, right? You think about it, every single house, every single dwelling has got a mains water supply,
Right.
which comes off a 2 foot in diameter steel pipe.
Right.
And then it comes down then to going into your house in 22 millimeter, and which is nearly an inch, and then it drops down to half an inch going into your house. Yeah.
Right.
Now
there's certainly an opportunity there.
The mains water supply is running water through it constantly.
Right.
Right. Now I developed basically a water wheel basically that it just goes, so you cut the pipe on the joint and then you connect this up in the joint, put it back together again, and then you wire it all to a battery bank, and then you either go back to the grid with a battery bank or you go to supply with a battery bank.
Right.
And then people can use that to draw electricity from.
For sure.
And it's like, well, you know, they're putting all these ugly windmills up that are killing birds and, you know, the noise and everything else, when all they've got to do is go round to every single major water pipe where there's enough room to put in a battery bank, and that water's running all day long, and you could be getting free electricity from it.
Yeah.
And then I saw on, because I sat there and basically there's a couple of guys that I know where they've diverted a river that's on their property, and they divert the river. They're running it through basically like a waterproof trench sort of thing, which they build in a wood structure. And then it runs down to this box, which has got a water mill in it. It hits the water mill, it spins the water mill or water wheel with an alternator or brushes that then charge their batteries. And it's like, you've gone to all that hassle of doing that when you could have done it so much easier. Now, years and years and years ago, we had a it's not a river, it's like a little brook going through your garden, you know.
I
So
lost you.
It's not a river. It's like a little tiny brook. So it's only narrow, and there's only so much water that goes through it. Do you know what I mean? A little tiny stream. Can you hear me? Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Hello. Hello, hello, hello. 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 Hello, hello, hello. Come back. Don't leave me on my own.
Okay.
Hello, hello, hello.
Lost my connection there.
Ah, right. Okay. So it's a little tiny stream running through the garden.
Right. Gotcha.
Right. So what we did is, because my dad, my stepdad, should I say, was an electrical engineer. So, and he used to work for a big dairy, and he used to do all the repair work on all the machinery and what have you, that used to basically put the milk in the bottles and then, you know, send it out as bottled milk. So what we did is, in the workshop, we made a water wheel, and we put a shaft on it, and then the shaft drove an alternator. And later on, we changed the alternator because it was a 12-volt alternator, car alternator, and we actually changed it to a electric motor.
Mm-hmm.
From a generator,
Mm-hmm.
so a generator motor. So we changed it over to that, so it's shaft driven, and this little stream runs all year round, and it spanned the water wheel. And it looked really, really nice in the garden. We put all nice stones around it and cemented it all in, and it looked really good, you know. And this wheel would spin and spin and spin, and it'd go off, the shaft would come out, and it'd go to the alternator, and it would charge up. It would charge up batteries. It would run as long as you had a 12-volt battery on it.
Mm-hmm.
It would run all the lighting in the garden, you know. So like in the winter, and you wanted all the Christmas lights, and you wanted all the lights on, it would run all that. It would run the fish pond. It would run the fish pond filter and the fish pond pump, and it would run that, and it was all free.
Makes sense to me.
Yeah, we built that when I was a kid.
Oh man. Another idea I have. It's kind of old technology. Rather than using these batteries, this is what I would do if on a homestead, on a stationary situation. I would just use solar panels to harvest the sun energy, and instead of using batteries, I would just use an air compressor as a battery and release that. I would still have some batteries just to, hold a steady charge and a clean current. but
Yeah.
just minimally. So most of the battery would just be the air compressor. And not only would that would that serve purpose for electricity run devices, but also the old-fashioned. You can use old-fashioned tools that just run an air compression,
Yeah.
and also you can get free cooling that way.
Well, yeah, air conditioner.
Total air conditioner, right? Like
Yeah.
The old-fashioned air conditioning that way.
Yeah. You'd have to have a good few storage tanks though.
Yes, which are not hard to find and
Well,
not very expensive.
No, just the big gas bottles we used to use.
Sure,
You
yeah,
know,
they're
your
kind of a dime a dozen.
yeah, propane tanks.
Yes, you could use that.
I've seen somebody using beer barrels, the aluminium beer barrels.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
Kegs.
Yeah, kegs. Yeah.
Yeah. Sure, whatever works.
Mm.
Yeah, you can get.
It's only a case of tapping them so it accepts the air, and then tapping them so it lets the air out.
That's right, and just
just
regulating the flow. Yeah.
Yeah, and a pressure release valve on it, just in case it gets too much pressure.
That's right. So,
Mm.
what you do is you have your solar that's coming in during the day. That you're running live wire, while you're also compressing. And at nighttime, you're getting back from the compression. And if you're overflow, then it's the same thing with any other overflow situation. Like same thing if you're feeding back into a windmill or whatever. You just have a dump flow, into maybe a hot water tank or whatever. Very easy system to do.
Mm.
Not hard at all, and so much cheaper. And much less can go wrong with that, Like that can stand temperatures of probably, I don't know, -70, +70, maybe more type
Yeah,
thing.
I mean another way, instead of blowing the air, you go to the old fridges and you take off the pipe work off the back of them, the
Mm-hmm.
mesh gridding. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You take off that mesh gridding, you pump the air going into it, and then you pump the air going back to the compressor or
Mm-hmm.
back to the storage tank. And then if you run water, trickle water over it on a recycle,
Right.
then what it'll do is on the back of that, it'll freeze the water, and then it'll give you, and then you just put a 12-volt fan that blows through it, and it'll give you air conditioning that way.
Yes. And you can reharvest if you want to, just for fun, some of that air, or if it's a hydro situation, you can redirect the water interlooped.
Yeah.
If you want.
Yep. Yeah.
Not
you'll
perpetual motion, but definitely very efficient.
Because the air will be going on a complete loop.
That's right.
Easy enough to do.
Certainly.
And cheap.
Very cheap, right?
Recycling. Nobody wants in England. Nobody wants to take away your fridges because they're all worried about the gas. But you can also use a fridge compressor.
Yes. Even any kind of compressor, one from a car, or whatever.
Yep.
And not only cheap and efficient, but solid state.
Yep.
No chemicals, nothing harmful. Just air is being released. That's it.
That's
Compressed air.
And it's sucking the air from the atmosphere as well because it has to go through the engine.
Right. So it's pretty.
if you go for a hydrovane pump rather than a piston pump, it's quieter.
What's a hydrovane pump? Sorry.
Hydrovane pumps are they're still electric driven, but they're impellered.
Okay.
So they've basically got an impeller inside them, instead of a piston going up and down.
Okay. Interesting.
It just compresses the air rather than actually a piston going up and down to compress the air.
I see. Is that more
And
like the way a diesel engine runs?
well, yeah, I mean, a compressor is obviously there's no spark or anything in it, but as
Right.
the piston compresses the air at the top of the cylinder,
Yeah.
the air is then forced out through the pipe work that then goes into the tank. So it's like a one-way valve. So every time the piston goes up, it forces air into the tank. That's how a compressor works.
Right. Now, isn't it on an internal combustion engine? All that's happening just to make electricity that ends up going to the wheels. It's actually really an electric car, anyways. At the end.
Petrol engine, because you're
Right.
running a spark to run the engine.
Right, but I mean, isn't the like after the pistons are going up and down, isn't that generating electricity from the transmission? That's turning the transmission to turn the wheel. Isn't that how that works?
No. Well, the spark ignites the fuel as
Yeah.
the fuel compresses, which
Yeah.
then forces the piston back down, which
Yeah.
turns the crankshaft. On the end of the crankshaft is the clutch and then the gearbox.
Okay, so it's the
the electric is basically causing the crankshaft to spin. If you
Yeah.
didn't have the electric, then it would be diesel, and diesel works on compressing the oil to then cause the explosion.
Right.
The only time electric is involved in diesel engine is your initial glow plug, which then is
Okay.
enough to expand the fuel in order for it to compress and then ignite. But once it's started, it'll run all day, every day, until you switch it off,
I see.
or until it runs out of oil and runs a bearing or something.
I got you. Interesting.
Whereas a petrol engine needs a coil, or it needs something to power the HT leads to cause the spark on the end of the spark plug, and then spark plugs burn out.
Right.
This is why the government originally wanted us all to go to diesel, because diesel was supposed to be more economical and longer service times, and so the government said, buy diesel, swap from petrol, buy diesel. So everybody went out and bought diesel vehicles, and now it's like, no, don't buy diesel, buy petrol, buy electric.
Just a money racket.
Yeah. Well, I had a friend that paid £14,000 for a Mercedes electric, all electric Mercedes.
So that's about yeah, okay. That makes sense, the price.
And I said, "Oh, you bugger! So you got rid of your cars, and now you're not coming to me as a customer anymore." I said, "Well, no, I'll still be coming to you. It still needs tires. It still needs brakes, So I'll still be coming to you." But anyway, he had this car for a week, and he popped into the garage. I'd never even heard him pull up because it was that quiet. And he popped into the garage. And he said, "Here," he said, "Do you know much about these?" I said, "Well, I had to do a course, and I've had to buy a load of insulated spanners and insulated screwdrivers, etc., etc. And we got silly gloves, and we've got this big pole that if you get fried, then somebody drags you out of the way with this silly pole so they don't get electrocuted." I said, "So we had to go and get all this, and then we had to have cones and a little plastic chain, and if we were working on an electric vehicle, then you have to cone it off, etc., etc." So he's like, "Yeah, okay. So can you test them?" I said, "Yeah." I said, "Why? What's the matter with it?" He said, "Well, it only charges to 85%. I said, "Right, you've got a battery problem." I said, "Best thing you can do is go back to Mercedes with it." I said, "Because if I do anything, then they might void your warranty. So the best thing to do is go back to Merck with it. And, you know, they'll tell you." Anyway, he took it, he left me, he went over to Mercedes, and Mercedes said, "Well, yeah, it's like 3.5 years old. And, you know, the expected battery life is only like 5 years." It's like, "What?" He said, "The battery life is like it's
That's
all
it.
written. It's all written. Yeah, it's all written into your contract and everything, and it depends how the other person, you know, charged it beforehand, because you're not supposed to charge it to 100%."
Oh, he bought it used?
Yeah, he bought it used. Yeah, it was second hand. It was 3.5
Shit.
years old.
Shit.
So he
Wow.
said, "Wow." He said, "You never told me any of this." He said, "I just pull up at the house, plug it in on charge, and, you know, in the morning I jump in it and drive, and then I just notice that I'm not getting fully charged by night.
Oh,
So
shit.
I thought I was not leaving it on charge long enough. So, you know, I've left it, I've jumped in the petrol car, driven the wife's petrol car, left my car on charge to get 100%, took it to a friend. He said, "Oh no, I can't touch it, go to Mercedes." So anyway, they said, "Oh yeah, you need a new battery. That's
Fuck.
gonna cost you 15K." He said, "Well, that's £1,000 more than I paid for the car." He said, "Well, yeah, that's how much it is to swap the battery over, supply and fit the new battery." He said, "We got to, you know, unbolt it all, and then it all drops down, and then we got to put it in, and we got to program it, blah blah blah." He said, that means that I'll have a 4-year-old car that stands me in £29,000. He said, "I'll never get my money back on it." He said, "Nah." He said, "No, consumer rights." He said, "No." He said, "I traded my car in with you. I want my car back, and I want my money back." And so basically they started arguing with him. He took it, he took it to some, not an ombudsman, but he took it to somebody, a solicitor or somebody.
Mm-hmm.
And oh, it was all in the newspaper and everything. It was, because
Wow.
he went to the newspaper, and yeah, they gave him his money back. He got his money back, and they couldn't give him his car back, so they had, because they'd already sold his car, so they had to buy him a car which was the same as the car that he traded in.
Hmm.
So they had to search for another car because they'd already sold his car. He had a Lexus, so they had to get another Lexus. It's the same color and roughly the same mileage and what have you. So they had to buy him another car. Yeah, and he got it. He got it all back, and it was like, what a scam! What an absolute scam! You
Yeah,
know,
for sure.
if he hadn't have come to me, he would have still been trying to get 100% charge on it. And it's like, well, no, you'll never get 100% charge on it because your batteries are degraded.
That's terrible. They were already like that only at 4 years.
Yeah.
The
Whereas
previous
those
owner
is,
was a dunce then.
yeah. Well, the previous owner didn't really care because it was a company car.
Ah, just a write-off.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, a little bit of retribution then. At least the car company might think twice a little bit, maybe.
Mm.
You know, if they're that's their strategy.
It's just a scam, isn't it? Well,
4 fucking years and it was gone.
yeah. But the way some of them were put together. I mean, I've made lithium batteries. You know, I've made 40 ampere. You know, 72 volt lithium batteries, and I've sat there with a little welder and going click 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 and putting all my you know, you got so many parallel and so many in series to get the voltage you need. And to get the amperage you need. And I've sat there and like I've looked to buy the stuff, and then it's like go for the thickest that you can weld without blowing the battery up. And the thicker the better. So I mean that's what I did.
Right.
And then I wrapped it. I also put a heater on it. So and a on the, because you get the sensors, so you get the BMS. So you wire BMS on it, and then on the BMS, then you put it. So if it drops below a certain temperature, then you've got a heat pad, a warming pad that will kick it in and trickle heat, so the batteries stay warm. So because if the batteries get too cold, they degrade, don't they? Or they won't charge.
Right. You can damage them if you try and charge and it's too cold.
Yeah. So, you know, I used to do all that when we was building batteries for bikes, and a guy had a scooter, or he wanted us to build a scooter. So we built a scooter. I was gonna when I retired from the garage, I was thinking about building electric bikes. Yeah, just buying bikes, converting them to electric, and you know, selling them, and having a shop, a bicycle shop, selling electric bikes.
Right.
But then all the legislation in the UK is absolutely, it's crazy. You know, you can't have a thumb throttle. You know, it's got to be power assist only. It's got to be a 250 watt motor, and you know, anything over a 250 watt motor then becomes a motorbike. So then it's got to go through weight testing and all this lot. And the legislation on the UK, and the same with scooters. You can only ride on the streets in England. You can only ride on what the government put out, where you have to go and use your debit card to hire that scooter, and then you can only go in a certain catchment area with that scooter.
Really?
Yeah.
What the fuck?
So you've got something like Volley or Voyer or something like that, and you know, you've got all these little parking bays where all these scooters are lined up, or all these bikes are lined up, and then you've got to use an app to actually get on it and start riding it. A friend of mine, he's a YouTuber, and I don't know if he's still got his scooter. I didn't ask him, but he had one, and he actually rented it from the company. But he used to go around Bristol doing videos, but the scooter would pack out on him because he's gone over. The GPS in it has now said that he's out of the area. So it completely shut down on him. So you'd have to turn around, push it all the way back for it then for it to turn back on again.
Oh man.
Yeah, there's an old fashioned bridge in Bristol, and he wanted to go down and film it, an old iron bridge, and he wanted to go down and film it and everything. But there's like a geolocation that if you cross that barrier, the scooter just cuts out.
It's bullshit. You can see that's training for what's coming for sure.
Yeah, and then because there's not a freewheeling motor, you can't ride it without power.
Right.
Because the electric motor isn't a freewheeler, it's not a free spinning motor. So
right.
you can't actually push it because you're going against the motor. So I said, well, why don't you just stand on it? You're going downhill anyway. And it's like, it won't go because the motor's not powered up. It's like, wow, just wow. So they're actually restricting how far you can go in an area on your scooter.
Right.
There's your 15-minute city.
Exactly. Exactly. Yeah, that's the scam part about it all.
But, you know, you can go on eBay and buy a scooter. You can't ride it on the road. You can't ride it on the pavement because it isn't one that the government said you can have.
That's bullshit. Here you can. No problem.
Yep, well, no.
Here you don't, as long as it doesn't go over a certain speed.
Yep.
No license, no nothing.
I know loads of people that built scooters in Canada and in America, and their scooters can fly.
Of course, you know, I wouldn't. I'd unblock the turbo lock, but you know, as long as it's rated for 38K, and
yeah,
you know, be careful about going faster than that. You know, it's not much of a thing if you do get caught going faster than that. You know, they might just give you a warning most of the time anyway, because they don't have it in their regulation to deal with that. It's just the same as any bike, as long as it's got pedals on it.
It's only the UK. Everywhere else can ride scooters. They can buy a scooter, they can build a scooter, and they can jump on it and ride it. But no, because the government put these scooters out, they say the only scooters you can ride on the highway or the pavement is theirs.
Do they have a Nazi symbol on the front?
Yeah. Bikes, you can ride up to 250 watts. Anything over is, we're going to take it off you. And you can't have a thumb throttle. It can only work as power assisted.
So they got all these regulations, but so where do they sit then with the whole fucking green movement bullshit and everything?
Well,
doesn't sound like they're very pro-green.
Yeah, that's everybody's argument. That's everybody's argument. Why have we got to use a government vehicle, or why have we got to use power assisted and not power? You know, people can jump on a mobility scooter and ride it wherever they want to ride it. But you jump on a bike, well, no, it's got to be 250 watts. You know, mobility scooter's got a throttle, but a bike isn't supposed to have a throttle on it. It's only supposed to be power assisted, so it only kicks in with electricity once you start pedaling. It's like, how does that work? You're just stopping everybody from going on eBay and buying an electric bike or an electric scooter.
Right. Just want to monopolize the market.
You know, so and then you know, with all your taxes and what have you and everything else, you know, because now if you order the kit from China, then you've got to pay import duty on it. If you order anything from the EU, you've got to pay import duty on it. Well, by the time you got it, you may as well have just bought a second-hand motorbike.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's cheaper to buy a second-hand motorbike than it is to buy an electric bike.
Well, time to be a rebel. I would just do it anyway.
Well, I mean, China's getting better and better, and I mean, 1,000 watt or 1,500 watt or 2,000 watt motor used to be half the size of the wheel. Now,
Oh, yeah.
now, you know, 1,000 watt motor isn't any bigger than a 250 watt motor.
Oh, for sure.
You
We
know,
got bikes now that can go 300 miles in a charge.
yeah.
Scooters,
Mm,
maybe not as much, but pretty close to it.
mm.
And fast. Well, you know, you can, and they've got electric motorcycles that can do 500 miles in a charge.
Yeah. I mean, the kits my mate sells, you can hit 50 mile an hour.
That's decent.
Yeah. But who wants to ride 50 mile an hour on a bicycle tire that isn't rated to do 50 mile an hour?
I'd probably upgrade.
Yeah, 50 mile an hour is 80 kilometers.
Yeah.
I keep forgetting that everybody else runs kilometers.
That's okay. I got a sense of both here. That's fast. For a bike, that's fast.
It's like, I mean, but back in school, I learned feet and inches. And then when they decided to go decimal and join the European Union, we had to go millimeters. It's like,
that's what they did here too.
but then you phone up for sheet material or sheet metal. Sheet metal is in inches. The width of sheet metal has always been in inches, 0.6, 0.8. You know, it's always been an 8x4 sheet. 4x2 is still you still ask for 4x2, but you don't get 4x2 now because it's half round all the way round. So they've made it smaller. It's something like 3.5 inches by inch and a half instead of 4x2.
Marketing bullshit.
Well, they start off with a 4x2 and then they plane it all sides and then they do rounded edges all the way round. Unless you ask for rough sawn. If you ask for rough sawn, then you get 4x2.
Same with these solar panels. Same thing. What they're rated for and what you actually get. 2 different ball of waxes. The marketing is crazy on this stuff. Yeah, the batteries too.
I missed the first bit, sorry.
Oh, same thing with the solar panels and the batteries, what they're rated for and what they actually can perform. 2 different things.
Oh yeah, they never ever tell you that, do they? They say, "Oh yeah, it'll give you 20 amps,"
Right.
and in reality, you're only getting 10 amps for your solar charger.
You're only getting 10 amps with a lead acid battery. With a deep cycle, you're getting maybe 17. Well, probably 16. With the lithium, you might get 18. Well, with the lithium ion, you can go the full distance. But there's trade-offs for that. With the lithium ion, you're best not to go down past 10%. Probably 20 is even better, but definitely 10%.
But
So,
then, are you running through a solar charger?
yeah, it's all proprietary. It's all integrated. It's all in one system.
Yeah. Yeah, I used to, what the hell are they called? The blue ones. That's good. That is just nearly as good as, what was that car that drove past it? Oh, it was yellow. Solar charge controllers. What did I use?
For which?
There you go. Victron. I use Victron.
Okay.
Yeah, MPPT, not PWM.
Right.
Because there's a difference between MPPT and PWM.
Yep.
One's pulse width modulation, and I can't remember what the MPPT stands for.
Multiple point.
Yeah, but you get a better charge with MPPT than you do with PWM.
Yep. Much better, much more efficient.
Yeah.
And that was the start of also you get a better even flow coming from your panels that way.
Yeah.
And that was the original, modification for lead acid batteries that made a huge difference.
Yeah, but then you got monocrystallite or polycrystallite, and the polys were better than the monos.
And now bifocals.
Yeah, so you don't have to point them in a southerly direction.
That's right. That's right. And it draws from the back as well. Yeah. Yeah, they seem to be case specific whether or not it's worth the money to get those. I might try them out though. Thinking about it.
Well, in Spain, because we had a villa in Spain, we made with hose pipes solar hot water system. So basically, we went down to the local hardware shop or the local, garden center, what have you, in Spain, and we bought two 20-meter hose pipes. And we got a sheet of glass and we made a frame. And then inside the frame, we coiled or lay all this hose pipe. And then we put it in direct sunlight and you turn the tap on. And then the other end, you have the tap off. So the sun would beat down on all this hose pipe. So then at the end of the day, you could go and have an outside shower because the water's been heating up all day. And then what my stepdad did is he bought a expansion tank, heating tank, hot water tank. And what he would do every hour, he'd fill up the expansion tank. So the water was going from the hose pipe into the tank. That was staying warm. And it was filling up and filling up and filling up. And then with the solar panel, he put a 12-volt thermostat in it. So then that kept that water at a certain temperature all day and all night. And so he had free hot water for the villa, all via solar.
Right. It's the best way to do it.
Yep. And we worked that out because, like, I don't know, 100 yards, and I was on the beach from the villa. And you come back, and like my mum would go, "Don't bloody walk in the house. Your feet are covered in sand. Wash your feet off." And I was over there the first time, and I picked the hose pipe up, turned, and just as I was about to squirt my feet, my dad started shouting at me, "No!" And it was too late. I was already dancing. And I was like, "Wow, that water's really hot." And he said, "Yeah, you've got to run it for about 5 minutes before all the hot water's out of it." And I'm like, "Wow, you buy bottles of gas to get hot water. What are you doing?" And he's like, "What?" I said, "Well, we could make it, even if we laid all the hose pipe in the garden." I said, "But we'd be better with a bit of glass." So that was it. That was mine and his task. We went and got glass. We went and got a tube of silicone, glued the hose pipe to the glass, and made the frame. And yeah, we had solar hot water. So they stopped paying for gas to heat the water system up.
I'll show you, put it on screen share here. Maybe you haven't seen Blue Eddies before. They make you do this extra thing now to get screen share up. There we go. So this is what I got here.
Ah, right. Yeah. Yeah, it's a bit like I watch a guy called Chrome. He's in Canada. He's van life, and he's sponsored by where's his YouTube? Chrome. Come on, I know I had a notification from you yesterday. Oh, YouTube is censoring any comments about Palestine.
Really?
Yeah, a friend of mine put a live out earlier on, or put a video earlier on, and he was talking about the demonstrations on Saturday, but he said, "I don't stand with either side. I'm just pointing out that how come all these people can come to the UK, they can all go on demonstrations in the UK, but as soon as we go on a demonstration, we all get arrested. But all these people can come into the UK and they can demonstrate no problem at all without any problems." What? Chrome Van City Van Life is called. Playlists. Videos. Oh, I'm trying to think what he's sponsored by again now. No, there you go. Oh, shush, you're too loud. Run the volume. Jackery.
Okay.
Yeah, he's sponsored by Jackery. So he basically advertises all the Jackery, a bit like the Blue Yetis.
Yeah. Same concept.
Yeah. But there's quite a few of them out there now doing it.
There is.
I mean,
It's getting better and better too.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still running. I'm still running 2 jump packs. One's a 12 volt and one's a 24 volt. They're all lithium ion. They're all batteries inside them, and like charging phones and what have you. Because I go fishing, I use power banks. Ridge Monkey power banks, and it's got wireless charging on it. It's got USB charging on it. It's got 12-volt cigarette lighter on it, and it's hand portable. And it's 13 amp hour. 144 watt hours. And it's hand portable. It's handheld.
Right.
It'll go in your backpack. It'll go in your pocket. It's a smart charger. Like, because my headphones are Bluetooth wireless, and the cable isn't long enough to go to my plug socket, and the cable isn't long enough to plug into my laptop, then I've been sitting here with a Ridge Monkey power bank, and I can plug it into my headphones. So if my headphones said that they need power, I just plug it into the power bank, and the power bank lasts about 5 days.
I am your shepherd. You are my sheep. Come follow me into the shadows of the shadow house. Slaughterhouse.
You owe me $5,000 for the panel tonight.
What? Well, you guys are talking between the United States going to the pond and pond back to the United States to Canada. You guys woke me up. Wow.
You woke
I gotta
me up.
pay you $5,000, huh?
You're still dreaming. You woke me up.
Is it Smiley too?
Yeah.
Yes.
Smiler, should
Smiley. We almost had Dan up here. He tried, but he couldn't get his audio to work on his phone. And
he hadn't come back.
Well, he hasn't paid his bill. Oh yeah.
For legality purposes, this is still technically classified as a short one.
Yeah, 3 minutes to 9 hours, and it was only a short one.
Yeah, Guru says I'll be on there just for a short. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Well, that's what you put. That's what you put. UK time. It was 7 minutes past 11.
I should know better than that by now.
When
it never works out.
Wow. So what's been going on when I've been sleeping in Sleepingville? I already heard that 12B called me an old fart. I heard that.
Yeah, and we hacked into your bank accounts and stole all your money. And
damn, that's okay.
Yeah,
Smiler, can I live with you?
Yeah, we know exactly where you live.
Yeah. We found your secret credit card in that little safe of yours there.
Damn, that was for Barbara too. Shit.
American Express.
Wow, I'm gonna be really hurting now, not because of the money, but no Barbara.
We had a lesson from what's his name? Fitness in how to shill people by running pity panels. Have you ever seen the pity panels? There's a lot of shills that are doing pity panels. They gaslight their audience into guilt tripping them into sending them cash apps or super chat donations.
Oh, you're kidding me, really? And it works?
Oh yeah, there's tons of them.
I hope he doesn't get rid of his YouTube account though.
Yeah, I don't think he will. I hope not, but I don't think he will. I think he should. He's right to be careful, though. As you can see, there's a reason why. That's my real face up there. Pay no attention to anything behind that. That's my real face.
That is my real face there.
Well, listen, guys, I need some money. I got pity party going on here. I need money.
Oh,
Barbara's
I pay
taking Barbara's taking it like crazy. I need it.
I pay
He's
$5 on exit.
he's desperate to lose his virginity finally. What'd you say, Smiler?
I said I pay $5 on exit.
On what? Exit?
On exit when I leave.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, that's where I
Well,
collect.
Wow. I gotta wake up yet. Well, we woke up. It's raining. I says, "Well, we ain't going nowhere." Shit, I didn't know it was gonna rain today, so we're staying home.
Yeah, there you go. See, you got your panel started for you. It's all ready to go. I warmed it up for the last several hours. It's all running smooth.
Well, it's gonna be nice talking to myself.
You got your 2 lurkers happening as usual. I don't know who they are. We got. You'll be talking to yourself, yeah.
Yeah, I got 2 lookers.
Yeah.
There's 2 people ghosting.
Announce yourselves.
We'll charge them.
Come out, wherever you are.
You creepy lurkers, you. Don't you know it's creepy? Peep into somebody's window. At least announce your presence.
Getting caught is even worse.
That happened to you too, eh?
Yeah, many times.
Yeah. Did you get the boot or did you get invited in?
Excuse me. What's that?
Did you get the boot or did you get invited in?
Oh, I got the boot.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Next
With
time, just
steel
go to
toes.
Barbara's window.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So what did I miss so far? What's going on? Anything?
Nothing much. Just it was chill, relax.
5D Freedom is still watching. Oh, it's
Why is
free
he watching?
watching now. Yeah. 5D Freedom's still watching because
we caught you.
If you go at and then type the name in, if the box comes up to tag them, then you know they're there. So 5D's still here.
That's the one who couldn't get in the panel, right?
Yeah. Well, he got up, but he could hear us. But something wrong with his mic or something. He was on his phone. So I told him go on his computer because I set that up, so I know that works. But,
Digital Denizen isn't here no more. He's gone.
Yeah, he was around earlier. He was around while Wrights was still here before he went to bed. Yeah.
I wonder if it's my computer sometimes, Seems like anybody comes up here can't stay very long. They leave because they got some complications.
Yeah. It's all your fault.
Yeah, I'm just starting to wonder about that. Even when I'm sleeping, it's still my fault.
Rights for digital viruses.
Yeah, come on to my channel. I'll give you some diseases.
12B and Fitness aren't here no more. Fitness said he was going to carry on watching in the side stream, didn't he? Until he fell asleep because he was falling asleep.
Yeah. We make COVID look like child's play around here.
I went on a panel. Last night, and it's an English group, and there's a guy on there, and normally his mouth doesn't stop. He's like a machine gun, and he can get quite agitated. He can get quite nasty. He can get quite threatening with people, and normally all the chat is complaining because he doesn't stop. He doesn't even take a breath. And last night we started talking about CB radios, and he was silenced. He didn't have anything to say. He didn't have anything to contribute. And like all the chat was like, wow, how did you do that? We've never ever, and I actually silenced him 3 times in a row. And it was like, wow, nobody has ever silenced the guy.
That's funny.
He's got every single answer for everything. He has got a wealth of knowledge, but the way he puts it across is too condescending. And it just last night, it was like, wow.
They're one of those kind of know-it-allies.
Yeah.
Annoying.
Ex-army and knows it all. But
annoying.
He knows it all to that much. Even if he's got it wrong, he can still try and convince you that he's right. And like, I was just tapping stuff into, because like not very many people are now pinning the StreamYard links anymore because of the porn bombers. And he was speaking and I was in the side chat, so I just kept on typing in, you're wrong. We didn't own Trident. We rented Trident from America. We did it with Bush years and years ago when we had to pay a lease for Trident to be in NATO, and because we didn't have the technology, we rented Trident from America. And like the guy who runs the channel, he just kept on dropping the link in. It's like, and then he just went, sorry, Spider, join the panel.
So you didn't know anything about CB radios, eh?
No, I didn't know anything about CBs.
Citizen band radio.
And he's 45 or 46, and it was like, wow. So I said, you was one of those kids that sat indoors playing the original PlayStation, weren't you? You know, you're the breed that actually started staying in playing PlayStation instead of going out to play. And when the street lights come on, you had to go home.
The 8-bit Nintendo kid.
I used to have a CB radio. I had sideband. I had more than 40 channels. I had upper channels, beyond the 40 channels, and lower channels. Below channel 1. I had a linear, 50-watt linear in my car. That sucker used to dim my lights when I used to talk on it. You know? Yeah, I used to skip all that stuff. Yeah.
Well, I had a mobile set, but I had it set up in my room because I went to boarding school, so I had it set up in my room, and I had a it wasn't a Fire Stick. I can't remember what it was now, but I had that. I had that
D104 mic.
No, it was the aerial. And I had I had
102-inch whip.
Yeah, it was a whip. Yeah.
Okay.
So,
yeah. Okay.
But on a mag mount, so I had it magnetized to a biscuit tin.
All right. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, you put biscuit tin and tin foil on it to try and get a better signal with it.
Signal to it. Yep.
Yep. Because I was at boarding school, so we couldn't put an aerial outside the window. So I had it next to the window on a biscuit tin. And then used to wrap copper wire around it as well.
My friend had a 500-watt linear, and I used it at my home. And I was going through my neighbor's television and her phone. Yeah, that's the truth. Yeah, that was 1970 when that movie came out. Was it Convoy?
Yeah, that must have been the old AM one, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, before they went FM.
We had to have a license before they, until Reagan's wife got a CB. She didn't have that license. Somebody started complaining. So they just dropped the license, in, so. Yep. Those were the good old. My name was Realistic on there, but that was my handle, Realistic for Radio Shack.
I can't even remember what mine was.
I still got my name tag someplace around here.
But then we used to go on every night with a different handle every night.
Did you really? Yeah.
Yeah.
We had finders. You could find people unless they had a linear. They didn't
Yeah.
have a linear. We could pinpoint them right, just almost to their house.
Yeah.
You know.
SWR meter.
Yep. That's it.
Yeah.
That's yep. That's. Had in my car. We just kept turning it around manually. Pretty neat. We had a good time with it.
Well, we was talking about it last night, and he said, "Well," and one of them said, "Well, it's going to be the way to go." And it's like, well, if they can shut GSM off, it's so much easier to shut CB off than it is to shut your mobile phone off. It's easier to shut CB off because you could bleed all over somebody. You could cue the mic, and anybody on that channel, if you're just sitting there with a rubber band on your mic, nobody can speak on that channel anyway because you've blasted it out.
Yeah, you can't hear nobody. Yeah, because they blasted you. Yeah, that's right.
So it's so much easier to blast out a CB radio than it is to actually switch a mobile device off or to get a mobile device off air. It's harder to get a mobile device off air, unless you're walking around with a blocker in your pocket or whatever. It's harder to do mobile phones than it is to do CB radio. CB radio is easy.
It is.
But they're trying to say it's going to be the way to go, and we should all get CBs and blah 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 blah. And it's like, well, no, CBs are too easy to just. You can shut a CB down in a second.
When I was first a CBer, I had a walkie-talkie, handheld walkie-talkie, and I only had like a 5-mile range on it. But hardly nobody was there. After like 11 o'clock at night, it was dead. But as soon as that convoy came out, everybody was stepping on everybody. You couldn't talk. 24/7. And it was the summertime. It was even worse. So yeah, I mean, it was. I got out of it then. I couldn't talk, like you said. People stepping on you.
Like on panels.
That's true. That's true. That sideband, I love that sideband. Wow. Clarified that baby in, man. You got him right there. You can talk back and forth.
You don't get an eyeball on panels, though.
No. Excuse me. Not like StreamYard, where you get like 10 people at one time.
Oh, that's if you pay for StreamYard.
Yeah, I do. I pay for it. Somebody ruined me called Nude, So I had like 20 hours free a month, but that only lasted one day.
That fucking panel Nazi nude guy. What the hell is he thinking?
Panel Nazi.
Be careful about those characters with nude in their name. Watch out for them.
Yeah.
Not good.
Yeah. I'm telling you. You sure heard him last night. I'm just going to be on just for a while. Don't worry about it. I said, yeah, okay, right. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Don't worry about it, right? You just go and get some sleep. Time you wake up, I'll be gone. Yeah. I woke up. Yeah, there's Nude.
Well, yeah, at 5 o'clock this morning, he said, "I'm not going to be on. I probably won't stay on much longer."
Yeah, I'm catching on to your game, right? You enticed me to this. I'm telling you. See, they know me too well. They understand how my dynamic works. And I'm starting to fall for it now. Next thing,
Well-
everybody will be multi-streaming, and I'm running it, and everybody will monetize. They're making millions, you know.
I was on the phone. I was on the phone with Kat for about 2.5 hours on Discord,
Excuse me.
and then I was putting the video together, and then the warning came up going memory, 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 and I was like, oh no, am I really that low on memory? Because I was going to do a live and then I was going to present, but I didn't have enough. I didn't have enough memory, and I was clipping.
Are you on your cell phone?
No, I'm on laptop.
Wow, you have a lot of memory. Ooh.
It's on an 8. It's on a. It's an 8-year-old gaming laptop. So it's a old graphics card in it, and I had problems with it before, so I took it all apart, and then I repasted everything on it, and then put it all back together again, and it was not giving me any problems at all. But I'd already bought a new motherboard, new graphics card, RAM. I've got to order a hard drive and a power pack and a new tower to build a gaming computer. So I was already buying the bits and pieces because I thought my laptop won't do live streaming.
Did you
Because
go ahead and finish?
So I started buying all the components to build another PC, but a gaming PC.
Right.
And then after I pasted my laptop, it was running absolutely fine. And then earlier on, Kat wanted me to send her loads of videos. So I had to download all the videos because she hasn't got Telegram. So I just couldn't send her just the links. So I started downloading all the videos that she wanted me to send her. And then it was like, oh no, I've now just red barred my hard drive.
Oh shit.
So
right. Sorry, go ahead, man.
So I couldn't go live because I was clipping, and I've got 3 hard drives here and all full up.
Damn, 3 hard drives. Wow.
Yeah, I've got 2 external hard drives. So I've got 2 terabytes and 1 terabyte, and then inside the computer, I think I've got 500 megabytes, I think, in the laptop. So I filled all them up. So I've got to buy another external hard drive, or just build the gaming PC and then just use the laptop to carry on doing the t-shirts and what have you, and then use the gaming PC for online stuff.
Well, I was doing a movie. I had to erase everything out of my phone. I had no memory. Kept fighting me, no memory. In fact, I did the first movie. It was 3 hours. I come back and my phone shut off on me. What the hell? No memory. I went, oh, jeez, no. So I had to do the whole thing over again. So what I'm going to do eventually, get myself a 5 terabyte external. I have one right now, but it's used for something else, and I don't want to use that at all. So thank God for New Guru. He helped me out a lot of stuff here that I didn't know how to run a computer. Dude, I kept knocking myself out.
You still knock yourself out.
Yeah, I do. Not as bad though.
No, definitely not as bad. And you're much better at remembering the refresh button and coming back up. That's for sure. Come a long way there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sometimes we would wait an hour. All you had to do was hit the refresh button. We would time it. We would make bets. How long this time?
Yeah, they would. They would. Yeah. I mean, I didn't know anything about it. And Lou took his time to tell me how to do things.
Yep, 5D said lol, he's laughing at you.
They're both in the same boat. 5D, he
Is
can
it-
relate. Yes, same thing. He knows
Is he-
what we're talking about.
Is he fixed that? Is he fixed that light but that mic? Has he fixed his mic yet?
Yeah. What's the status there, 5D? Since you're back.
I'll be right back, my guys. Right back. Hold on. Oh,
And you can always try your laptop. I was surprised you even attempted. You haven't attempted to come up in quite some time. I'm hoping that means you're feeling a bit better. When he gets back, I got something funny to show him about a funny clip video he made yesterday.
All right.
I'll show you it while we're waiting. He made this video yesterday about just some of these signs like we watched the other day.
Oh yeah, no, yeah, I watched that.
Watch this one. So I got this far on it and I had to pause it. Hole discovered a nudist camp fence. Police are looking into it. I thought, shit, these perverts. So I wrote a comment. It said, "Stop looking through the hole in my fence, you pervs."
I was on my phone and then I've got a stupid heart in the way, so I can't read the next word.
Of which?
5D's just replied.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, but I can't.
Oh, that's what he said. I was on my phone waiting. On my walking Reggie. That's his dog.
Ah, right. Yeah, that silly heart gets right in the way, doesn't it?
Something on the phone?
No, on live chat, you've got that. You've got this button where you can hit loads of hearts or smileys or.
Oh, right. In the chat?
Yeah. And it gets right in the way.
Yeah, it does sometimes.
Yeah.
Especially if you accidentally click it and then you have to remember how to unclick it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Happens to me a
5D's
lot.
just said, I hate that heart. 100% agree. No, I'm clicking it like mad. I don't even know, other than sending things up in the atmosphere, I don't actually know whether it does anything for the algorithm or, you know.
You back, right?
yeah. I had to take a 10-100. So
Did you happen to catch my my comment on your funny video that you did yesterday?
no, I didn't see it. I was really busy doing the watching on videos and the television. I'm like, what the hell's going on? What? Oh, what'd you write down this time?
Well, I was watching it, and can you see the screen?
Yeah, I can see a little bit of it.
So I was watching it, and
Can't read
came
it.
to this one, and I had to press pause.
I'm sorry, I can't read it. It's too small for me for the phone here.
Are you on the phone?
Yeah, I switched it over.
Okay, it's the one that's it's about the nudist thing. Hole discovered in nudist camp fence. Police are looking into it. Remember that one?
Yeah, I remember that one. I know that one well.
Yeah. Well, I had to pause it, and so I wrote you a comment. I said, "Stop looking through the hole in my fence, you pervs."
I thought you might get a reaction on that one.
Yeah. Now I know
tough.
I'm learning your game.
Yeah.
I really am.
Damn, man, I'm telling you. I'll make a bad crook, you know that?
A bad what?
Bad crook.
Yeah, bad peeping Tom.
Mm-hmm. I'm always getting caught. Like I told you, you always get a steel boot.
I'm gonna start to, you know, put some things in them holes. So
He's gonna fill your hole.
that's right.
I'm telling you, you wouldn't believe it. Dude's got a hell of a nude camp going on over there. Yes, he does.
A free lease for everybody.
Mm-hmm. And if he doesn't like you, you get poison ivy leaf.
A stinging nettle.
Yeah, singing nettles.
A flower with a bee on it.
They make stinging nettle G-strings.
You- Wow. What a lovely day. Raining, pouring down, gloomy looking.
So,
Yeah, beautiful day today.
so you got extra rest to be all rested up to do nothing.
Yeah.
So was
Yep.
it the headsets you were thinking to go try and return?
No, I had the my remote control. You're not gonna believe this. My remote.
Oh, I
I
bet
use
I
it.
will.
Well, I use my remote control quite a bit. I skim through channels like crazy, to see if I can find what's going on around here.
Mm-hmm.
Find out
Mm-hmm.
what the truth is, and then I check it out on Google and YouTube. Well, my remote control went. Now I got no TV set.
Your remote control is constipated.
Yeah, it definitely died on me. So I went over there and I said, "Well, I'll just buy a brand new box, to match the remote control, because I got that Firebox."
Mm-hmm. Right.
So those guys said, "Well, listen, Google's a lot better than Netflix." And I went, "Really?" He goes, "Yeah," or Amazon. I'm sorry. He goes, "Yeah." So I called my son last day. I got the box. He says, "What'd you get?" And I told him. He says, "Oh," he says, "that's junk. Throw it away or get rid of it." Or I said, "No, I can return it. I can return it. I'm not going to throw it away." So I got to return it. So he ordered me the right one, and they just
Mm-hmm.
came in yesterday. I
Oh,
haven't opened up the box yet to find out how to run it. So
I see.
So what
I
was
had to
it?
buy the.
What's the right one?
It's Amazon. Uh, Now they're coming out with just sticks instead of the box. I
Yeah,
have a score box, and it has more memory, and I can get all kinds of free channels out of it. Well, the
right.
sticks don't have that kind of memory as the old box. They put making the box on that thing, but you can
Yeah,
program it to get free channels.
yeah, that's right. Yeah.
And I was showing the new Guru how many channels I have in this thing, but I bragged too soon because my remote control broke.
Wah, 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 wah.
Yeah.
surely, surely you can get a spare remote control though.
I did have. I had two, and I went through them like crazy in 3 years. One broke, and that's I got another one. Doesn't matter. That one broke too.
You'd think you'd be able to buy a replacement remote, wouldn't you?
Well, yeah, I said the same thing. He says, "No," he says, "It'd be cheaper if you buy the whole thing." And I said, "Oh, okay." So I bought two of them. So I'll show you what it looks like. We'll talk about. Hold on here. It's just a square black box, and they don't make those anymore. I don't know why they don't, but they don't. But I got two of them. I got one spare. This one hasn't broke yet. The remote control box itself, the
Right.
actual box that gives me the. Hold on here. See if I can show this to you. See, New showed me how to use my camera now. Yeah.
That was for
So
OnlyFans.
yeah, yeah. I have to put $5 in the slot here, and then it'll work. See if I can show this to you. This is gonna be easy. Okay, hold on here. There it is. I don't know if you can see it or not, but this is it right here.
All right.
And that's the box. That's Amazon. So that hooks up to my TV set, and as you can see here, oh, my better half's here. Hold on here. What's going on, better half? Hold on, put this thing on mute.
Yeah.
She just told me I got to chop up my lettuce. I'm getting low. New got me into a habit of eating dandelions and salads without
Yeah.
eggs and without cheese.
It's this thing that they used to eat called food.
Yeah. Just I
Back
wish
in
I
the
could
day.
get organic food like you do. I'd love that.
Well, we still got to look into that further then. That's challenging. Although I don't know. I'm rather suspicious at this point that any corporate food is better or worse, organic or not. I think you mean which is the better way to go. You gotta find local growers, get access to your
Yeah,
local farmers. You know.
It's
but
hard
then
around
with
here. It is.
but then with all the cloud seeding, are we really doing any better ourselves by growing
Oh
our
yeah.
own?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Still much better. Yeah. You know, of
Yeah,
course
but
that's
what about
affecting crops, but
yeah, I was going to say, what about all the aluminium and everything else that they're spraying in the atmosphere?
yeah. Even still with all that, you know, if you want, go take a bit of Roundup and toss it on your salad. See what happens.
What a salad dressing.
It'll
Well, I
round
don't
you up
know.
real good.
I was laughing with Kat earlier because she was drinking out of a jam jar.
Out of her what?
A jam jar, you know, the glass jar with the lid on it.
Like a mason
But
jar.
yeah, mason jar. Like
Mhm.
we was having a conversation because I grew my own and I smoked my own grown, and I said I've been burping the pots. I said, and then she said, yeah, I was watching all that. She said, I save all my jam jars and everything now. Like, I said, yeah, I saw you drinking out of one. And I was like, wow, I've got all these jam jars here now with the lid still. And like mason jars are really expensive to buy in the UK. I said, but because I've been drinking more water now, and because I take the oh, what's the powder called again? The creatine. Because I'm drinking the creatine, I actually bought a plastic beaky with a lid on it. With like applied nutrition written down the side of it. I actually bought one, and I'm looking at her drinking out of a mason jar, and I'm thinking, oh my god, I've got loads of those jars over there. Why aren't I drinking out of a jar instead?
Yeah, I got a mason jar glass. It's not an actual mason jar. It looks like one, but it's got a handle on it, you know.
Mm.
Those are nice. They are nice.
Hey, that's a good one. I need that one for a t-shirt.
Please remove your hose
Yes.
before you come in. Leave your hose at the door. Yeah, that's great. I haven't watched the rest of this yet. This is from your video, right?
Oh,
Satisfy your Valentine with a footlong.
Subway.
well, you showed my. Okay, I'm not watching it right now. I'll get back to it.
Air and Space Museum. What I have told you. You read the top line wrong. Fishing in toilet. You son of a bitch, it said no flip. That should be standard. Earthquake detection kit. Googly eyes.
Yeah, googly eyes. The old teddy bear eyes.
No
Diving.
slipping in the toilet. Chromosomes. Female. Male. Delhi law. Men, no shirt, no service. Women, no shirt, free drinks. Those who confuse burrow and borrow don't know their ass from a hole in the ground. Car wreck. Call this motherfucker. Oh, Matt Snyder. I'm looking for a motherfucker.
Tavern, medical alcohol dispensary. That's good.
Drive slow and see our city. Drive fast and see our jail. Please do not flush anything except toilet tissue. What do I do with my huge shit? A big nose isn't an excuse for no mask. I mean, I still wear underwear. The Ho Depot. That's Barbara's favorite store right there. If you are grouchy, irritable, or just plain mean, there will be a $10 charge for putting up with you. This signboard is gluten-free. Hell.
Look at the ice at the bottom.
Oh. Hell froze over.
Yeah, hell froze over.
Yeah,
ladies.
I cracked up when I saw that.
Oh, that's funny. Please do not poop in the rocks. We can't believe we had to make this sign. No kidding.
Yep, leafy balls.
Coronavirus, beware. Do not touch other players' balls. Wash your hands and wash your hands after touching your own balls. Tacos, no tacos. Well, I don't feel lost anymore.
What's with the bin floating in the air, though?
Where, on the last one?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a garbage thing.
Yeah, but why is it off the ground? Why don't they just put it on the ground?
It's probably for the new technology that comes, and it's like a robot arm that's attached to the service trucks. It comes and it just clamps on it. That's what I think.
Right.
Yeah, that'll prevent people from stealing it.
You know, in this day and age, it wouldn't surprise me.
The pub's open, though.
What was that? Side road assistance? I didn't catch that. Side road
Side
closed.
road closed. Pub
The pub's
open,
open
though.
Fuel dock. Absolutely no smoking. Fire and fuel equals kaboom. Veterinarian hospital. Parking only. All others will be neutered. Literacy night. December 8th, 5 o'clock. Literacy.
Spelled it wrong, yeah.
Buy bed free one night stand.
Oh, yeah.
Please wait here to be served. If you are wanting pies and cakes, only we will take you down. Parking lot under police surveillance. Do not leave valuables in vehicle. Easter comes once a year. How often do you? That's funny. Oh, Rights, we lost your audio. Easter's on his quarters. I heard it. I'll wait till he gets back.
I'm here.
Are you still up? Oh, you're here. Okay, there you go. Did I lose the spot? No, it's good. Donate to help end children. Oh, that's terrible. How much you looking for?
Lively community cemetery.
Oh shit.
That's a genuine sign, that is.
Highways Agency. Work starts here. 5th January for 2 years. Delays possible.
Yeah, it's on the M25 into London.
All day breakfast not available after 11:30. Apologies for any inconvenience.
Yeah, I had that argument so many times at McDonald's, it was unbelievable.
That's funny. Between two evils, I always pick the one I've never tried.
That's about right. Yeah.
What if nobody was president and we all promised real hard to just be cool? I wish more people were fluent in science.
Silence.
Oh, in silence.
Your mind read that without your eyes reading it.
Yes. The rotation of Earth really makes my day. Can someone whose dad's friend's cousin works at the Pentagon give us an update? Can someone whose dad's friend's cousin works at the Pentagon give us an update? Laughter is the best medicine, unless if you have diarrhea. Oh, man. Don't worry, password, I'm insecure too.
Yeah.
I like to drink when I work out. I call it the cardio.
Cardio. Give that to fitness.
Yeah. Any salad can be a Caesar salad if you stab it enough. Buy one burger for the price of 2 and receive a second burger absolutely free. Oh, shit.
What a deal. But that actually looks like a genuine sign, doesn't it?
It does. A guy
Yeah.
tried to sell me a coffin today. I told him that's the last thing I need. My reality check bounced. Oh, shit. Mine had an NSF. Stop, drop, and roll. Won't work in hell. If you're reading this sign, you're not watching the road. Speed bumps ahead when children are present.
Wow.
Oh, shit. What does that say?
Jumbo,
Jumbo muffins. Blue
Look at the
moon.
bottom. Look at the bottom.
It fell from Oh, Christ. Excuse me. The only clowns I'm afraid of are the ones running for president.
Just about right too. It is. Excuse me.
Don't grow up. It's a trap.
Yeah, I like that one too.
Welcome to Wet Wang. Please do not throw stones at this sign. It's all banged up already. Old dog, young dog, several stupid dogs. Please drive slowly.
Sluts
Whole
lane.
In light of recent events, no Oreos will be allowed in the library.
Crows.
Library is closed until opening time. Well, now that we got that straight. Baboons. Watch out for them baboons.
They got horns in them.
Yeah. Unicorns. I was addicted to the hokey pokey, but I turned myself around.
Yeah.
Donut with holes. 2 for $3.09.
Look at the donuts. There's no holes.
Warning, this machine takes your money and gives you nothing in return. Just like my ex. Jackass Lane. Nice. Let's go there. This work center has been accident-free since Joe left. Restroom. Warning, ceiling fans. Do not carry children on shoulders. Oh, man. Mexican food, so authentic. Donald Trump would build a wall around it.
That's got to be a Democrat side.
Nothing says sorry about the crabs like flowers. Oh, shit. Those are for them one-night stands, you know? Sex. Now that we have your attention, eat it Subway. While you slept, we analyzed your dream. Dream Corp LLC. Trust us with your booty calls. Diabetes? a heart attack could be right around the corner. Diabetes, act now. $M menu, straight ahead. You think your job involves a lot of bullshit? North American Fertilizer Association.
Oh. I make a man jealous.
No kidding. If you're driving, you probably miss the lane change. Where are all the news crews when we're not spilling anything? Exxon. I did what with my sister? Jack Daniels. What a sales pitch. Our 25-year-old glasses don't look like 25-year-old glasses. Oh, shit. Somebody miscalculated that one. We're proud of our privates, U.S. Army. Oh, shit. Racist, liar, cheat, hypocrite. Any of these morons represent you?
It's about right, too.
Eat a friend. Heck, eat them all. Your wife is hot. Time to get your AC fixed. What's clogging your pipes? What's up your butt? Get tested for colon cancer starting at age 50. Look at the picture of the dude. Making whoopie. South at the border, 64 miles. CBS. We'd love to be sitting on your face. Uranus Fudge Factory. Ooh. Ooh. The best fudge comes from Uranus. Please neuter your pets and weird friends and relatives. $2 craps. Paso Blanco. $2 craps. With McDonald's sign above it. Nice. It's all about the bitches. American Kennel Club. Billboard.
For Bill Gates.
You should
Grab
say
some
Bill,
tomatoes.
Bill Death.
Alcohol. It's cheaper than therapy. Please discount.
Nice bottle of Bombay, though.
Welcome to LA. That's about right. And Vancouver. Wine. Now cheaper than gas. Drink. Don't drive. Mr. Happy Crack says, a dry crack is a happy crack. The crack team. Foundation repair specialist. Kind of blurry. What is that? Oh, Huggies in the oh, shit. Oh. Say no to drugs. That way you'll have more time to drink. Come check out our stool samples. Fuck. Terrible
at least they're not being racist with the stools.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. We'd love to handle your package. FedEx. Stop vegetable abuse. Exit Pleasant Run. Stay on Service Road 1 mile. Stop vegetable abuse.
That's the last one there. Yep.
Pretty good stuff.
Oh. Well, I figured I'd just, break up the ice a little bit.
You fucking pervs.
Hey, it cost me a lot of money to go to even get that sign, you know, the road sign there.
Yeah. Got all kinds of things I'm going to put in that hole.
Remember, a dry crack is a good crack.
That's right. Just remember to move your hose before you come across the fence. Remove your hose before you look in the hole.
Well, I'm glad everybody laughed about that one. So that was a good one. Then I'm glad.
Yeah, that's a good one. Blue Eddie's having a sale.
Who's having a sale?
Blue Eddie.
Really?
Yeah.
Shit. Really? Damn it. Oh, they're getting rid of their old inventory.
It's called Prime Big Deal Days, up to 30%. Well, there's a different percentage discount on everything, new and old.
I'm waiting for that new technology to come out. I'm waiting for. I like to buy that one for the house. You know, the stackables.
Yeah. Well, that's
love that
available
idea.
in the U.S. already, just not Canada.
I wonder why.
Probably regulations. They've got to work something up for shipping. Probably, you know, the weight and the type of material to get that kind of stuff across the border. You know, we're Nazi Canada.
Well, yeah, if you don't pay your taxes, you don't get nothing. You know, they got to make money too. You know, out of your money.
That's right.
Double dip.
Yeah. So Blue Eddie has their own factories over here, but they're just I don't think any of the manufacturing happens here. I think all that happens, I believe in, where did I see that come from? Minneapolis. Was their main warehouse factory for the batteries, the heads, I'm not sure. And then it gets sent to, I went from there to Ontario. And Ontario was their holding storage facility. And then it got shipped here from there. So fortunately for the shipping is free, obviously factored into the price. But I guess there's a hang up at this time for all the newer technology above what I got is not available in Canada yet. You can get it in and may not be, I don't know, unless if you buy it and get somebody to buy it for you in the United States and ship it from the United States that way, which would probably cost quite a lot of money to get that
Well,
kind of
yeah.
stuff.
They tax you here in the States, they tax you over in Canada. I already know that one. When I help
That
Wichita out, yeah.
That too, but also like the weight of those units are like I think they're 120 pounds each or something. So if you're gonna have basically 4 of those plus the head, so the head's probably going to be about 80 pounds each. So we're looking at about 500 pounds to ship. Right, that's not going to be cheap.
No, that's a lot of weight.
Yeah.
For them.
And the size.
Can you imagine the size of that battery? Wow.
A little bigger than the ones I have. Not too bad though. Mine are 87 pounds each. The new ones are about 100.
Wow, what a difference.
But the new ones are, mine is 3,500 watt hours. New ones are 5,000.
Damn.
Mm-hmm.
What a difference.
Yeah, a little better
That's
that
the
way.
ones I'm waiting for. That's the ones I'm waiting for right there, isn't it?
Yeah. So a bit more expensive too, but they're definitely worth the expense because they got I think it's 15-year warranty on them, at least 10 anyways. And there's nothing these new ones can't do. These new ones can do everything from charging a Tesla or whatever. And a lot of people have been begging the proprietary charging industry to release something that can take a 500 watt input. And up until this point, the highest was 150 watt. So these ones can do 500 watts, which is what you want when you have a solar house system for efficiency. And, it's kind of overdue because that's old technology already as far as just the more standard house systems go, the grid tie systems. So finally they came out with it. This is the first one in the market that can do input of 500 watts. Or sorry, not 500 watts, 500 volts. Sorry, 500 volts it could take input. So that's pretty good.
That's a lot. For
Yeah.
a box? Yeah, that's damn good. Get
Yeah.
some LED lights, you'll last forever, you know.
Yeah. And these ones are also compatible for, if anybody wanted to do that, grid tie system. If people have the whatever that's called, net metering and all that kind of stuff. These ones will work with that. They're compatible. The management systems inside the head are integrated. The technology's integrated, so it can work with whatever grid tie system somebody has in their house. So that's pretty useful.
Yeah.
Not for me, but for a lot of people, it will be.
Oh, what you got for yours? I mean, that's feasible.
Oh yeah, I'm okay with what I got. I got no complaint. I'm a
Yeah,
different beast with it because I'm mobile, right?
Yeah.
So I wouldn't get these for a mobile situation either way. But when Fruity and I get some land and stuff, then that would certainly be something to consider. Either that or some of the server rack systems that are out there are getting pretty good. But next year, I'm anxious about the solar technology, the panels. The best we got right now is the bifocals, as far as I can tell. Somebody was telling me about this other technology that isn't on the market anymore. It's this solar rod, like a wand or something. Get solar from all, three-dimensional, all different directions. But the company was...
Break it up, Guru.
Oh,
break
shit.
it up.
Am I out?
You're
Testing,
choppy.
testing. Testing the testicles, testing the testicles.
Go on, gotcha.
You are here, but you were clipping a bit.
Okay. Is it good now?
Yep.
Way
Yep.
back? Yeah. Okay. So yeah, the wine thing technology was three-dimensional, but something happened with regulation. The government shut them down or something. I don't know. That's no more. But next year, Elon announced a new panel that is supposed to be 5 times as efficient as
Break it up again.
Fuck you. Fuck this. Fuckers. Fuckery do. Fuck. Fucking fuck it up. Fuck.
Someone,
Fuck.
can you hear him?
Man.
Am I back now?
I think he's saying, uck.
Yeah. That's what it was. Right. I was just making one of those signs.
Yeah, we can hear you now, dude.
Okay. Yeah, so Elon's got a new panel coming out next year. Apparently, that's 5 times more efficient and about 1/10 the cost. So that's interesting. Right now, I'm just using. I buy used pallets, and that's about 1/10 the cost. real cheap. And I expect they'll probably last about 10 years. You know? So they didn't cost me much panels. And I did that on purpose because I knew the new technology for the panels are coming out soon. Should blow everything out of the water. So I'll use these for now and see about an upgrade next year.
You know, that solar panel, I got that power pack like fitness set, you know, and it takes so long for that thing to charge up. You know, I mean, real long time. I don't know why they take so long.
What is it?
My power pack. It's a battery at 30,000 mAh, and it takes so long. I got solar or, you know, AC adapter, and I tried it out outside when it was sunny.
Yeah.
Shoot, that didn't charge it up hardly at all. You know, I mean, it did charge it, but
yeah, you got
very
it.
little.
You need a decent panel, and you need it to be angled at the sun. And probably if it's cloudy, you know, the panel's probably not very efficient. Probably a cheap piece of shit. You know.
You know, I got Jude.
Probably. A lot of those are kind of, you know, they're just kind of like for people who go on a picnic, go to the park, and they're using their laptop or computer all day. It's not meant to, you know, do the whole job and keep it charged permanently. It's just to get them through. So, you know, 4 hours just doesn't cut it, you know. It'll give them the full day type of thing. But then it's out of juice by the time you get home, right?
Yeah, that's it. Yep.
Yeah. That's the idea. It's not for off the grid.
Well, we're gonna have to get Smiley on this one.
Yeah?
Yeah, he's gonna have to design us a Smiler. Design us another one, will you?
Yeah. Job
You know,
done. I'm on it.
People don't think about this, but
jumping on it.
We've had those little solar calculators since I was a kid. And they still have them these days. You know what I'm talking about? And
yeah, I've got one right in front of me.
Right. And those things do not need to be out in the sun, and they work just fine.
No.
Yep, they do. Yep.
So I reckon, why don't we use that technology and just have our solar panels inside the fucking house? Makes sense to me.
I said to you that, you know, my light bulbs in the workshop used to charge the solar.
Right. I mean, how well? Like, I want to test that. I haven't been able to.
Oh yeah, perfectly. And
really?
and the guy, it was a brand new Transit I put them on, and the guy rang me up and he said I'm parked under the lights because he's a borer. He drills big holes for pipe work and what have you.
Mm-hmm.
So he stays on site during the week and then comes home at the weekend. And where his site is, they've got the mess room where they go in and have food and what have you, and they've got shower and toilet there. Well, that's all lit up by the lighting towers,
right?
And he was charging by night by the lighting towers.
Wow. So do you reckon then that it would be worth its while to put, you know, at least some solar inside for the darker hours?
Inside the van?
Yeah, or if you got a cabin, you know, or whatever, if you're off the grid, you know. So when the sun goes down,
yeah, it depends what lighting you're using.
What lighting were you using to test that?
Well, the ones in my workshop was metal halide.
Okay. And were they just like on the roof, facing down type thing?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So just basic. How tall is your roof?
It was about 25 foot tall.
Oh, that's pretty
pretty
high up there.
Well,
and,
yeah, in a workshop.
Okay. And you had the solar on the floor?
No, the solar was on the roof of the van.
Solar was on the roof of the van.
Yeah.
On the, I'm confused. On the outside?
Yeah, on the outside of the van. So like I used to convert vans into camper vans and day vans.
Right.
So I would do everything. So somebody would bring me a brand new vehicle, and then I would just build the whole lot from insulation to everything.
Mhm.
And I'd put the solar on the roof of the outside of the vehicle, obviously,
Right.
so that when they park up, they get solar.
Oh, I see. So you had the van in the shop.
Yeah, so the van
I
was
got
in the shop. Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. And
Yeah.
okay. And so how high up was the van, do you think? And like, what was the distance, do you think, between the roof of the van
What's
and
the
the
vans?
lights?
Were they 9.5 foot tall, something like that, I suppose, and then between 9.5 to 25.
Okay.
So
about maybe 10 feet, 8 feet.
No, a bit more than that. Well, they were hanging, so no, they weren't hanging. They was on the beam, so I'd say 14, 15 foot.
Well, that's decent.
Yeah.
And what's the wattage of the lights?
Oh, they're quite high. They're I think they're about 450 watt.
Yeah, those are blessed.
But they're I think they're 4,600 K. I think they are. I can't remember what K they were. They're very bright.
Mm-hmm. So obviously that's gonna have an impact for sure. So what about what do you think? Like, I'm not expecting an indoor situation to fully maximize the rating or anything like that, but I'm just thinking that obviously when the sun goes down, that's it. If you're not doing anything other than solar, so maybe I mean something is better than nothing. If you have at least 2 or 3 panels, whatever you can fit for the nighttime inside, that's got to do something, at least to. The whole idea is to mitigate usage as long as you can, right?
Yeah. Do you know what the best thing to try is? With your Blue Yetis, do they supply the solar panels for them?
If you want, yeah, they're really expensive, but yeah, you can get those.
Are they? Oh,
They're
right.
portable ones, that's why.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, they're pretty expensive.
Right.
But yeah, that would be a better bet because they're a lot smaller.
Yeah, because I know somebody that who's got a Jackery, and with the Jackery, he got the fold away solar panels.
Right.
And so instead of putting them outside, what he does is he puts them, and he basically uses them in his front windscreen.
Oh
So
yeah,
he'll
that makes sense.
put them down on the front windscreen,
right?
So that the sun's hitting them via the windscreen.
Yeah, that's a great idea.
And then he doesn't bother putting up a blocker,
a wind block, right, or a sun block, yeah.
On the windscreen, because he's put the solar panels there.
Right.
Because the van windscreen is above eye level, sort of thing, people can't see in because the solar panels are there.
Right. Yeah, definitely a great idea. Maybe though, they are more expensive, but maybe it's worth it just to get a couple. Like I think they got 450 watt rated ones. So maybe if I got 2 of those, they work out to be about, I think a little over $2 a watt, 2.25 a watt, I think. So it'd be about $1,000. Am I doing that right? No, it'd be about $2,000 for 2 of them. Yeah, they're about $1,000 each, I think. So 2 of those for inside, and getting if I even got 500 watts during the nighttime, holy shit, what a difference that could make. It might be worth a shot. Might be worth a shot. That might be just enough to tip me over to be indefinite.
I'd check into it really heavy, make sure, that's a lot of money to be spending if it doesn't work right.
Well, if it doesn't work right, then I got extra solar panels that I can use anyway, That's why I'm not going to buy like the full meal deal or the amount of solar that I need, but, a couple of them for just to test that in the inside, and then not that great, whatever. I can still make use. That's not too bad, They are really good a solar panel,
How about those little windmill, those cup windmills? They got a cup on it and you move and it moves around in circles as you're driving. Would that help you out any?
Not much.
Driving? No,
not
okay.
much. Yeah, they'll get. Might be able to get 50 watt hours.
Well, that ain't shit. Okay.
Yeah, that for your cell phone, that'd be great.
I'll do it. Yes.
Yeah, maybe a little TV monitor or something, right? Not bad. I've seen some people go to the distance though, and they put a plane propeller on the front of their Jeep or truck, right in the middle, so it doesn't create any drag. And they hook that up to their alternator and the alternator to their batteries and charge up their batteries that way.
Yeah.
And it worked.
Thought about that.
Yeah. Very good idea. Not the easiest to do, and you look rather ridiculous driving down the road, at this big plane propeller in the middle.
Hey, Mark, look at that Vegematic.
You might be able to do that with a windmill.
That would look kind of weird having a propeller in front of your car.
Isn't it?
I could probably find it again. It's on YouTube. Somebody did that on the front of their Jeep or something. Let's see if I can find that.
So how's UK doing over there, Smiler?
Say again?
How's UK doing?
Yeah, right on. Same shit, different day.
Same over here. I got a great idea, Smiler. Let's move to Canada and meet New Guru.
They won't let me in.
Nope. They won't let you in, right? Wow.
I haven't got the app. Canada won't let me in. I haven't got the app and I haven't got no jabs.
Yeah.
You want to borrow a plane?
Don't feel bad. I didn't get the Kool-Aid either. Nor my wife. And I'm still alive.
Yeah, me too.
At the moment, the regs are relaxed on that shit. That's why Freddie went back at this time. Because she's pure blood, like me. So she made it there, and still at the moment, the gate is opened as we speak. So.
Well, that's good to know.
Yeah.
Well, you know what, though, then, dude? All we need to know is your address.
Plot number 65. Grid reference, blah, 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 blah. Greenfield. Next to fir tree.
When you see the brown cow with it does chocolate milk, make a right-hand turn.
Just left of maple tree.
Yeah. We'll find
the
you,
address.
dude.
You won't recognize the maple tree because all the leaves have been stolen.
Yeah, look for a solar tree. Yeah.
The address is 595 Hornby Street, 4th floor, Vancouver, BC. Look up this address and see what it is. 595 Hornby Street.
I can't do that.
4th floor, Vancouver, BC.
I'm on myself.
595.
595 Hornby Street, 4th floor, Vancouver, BC. Postal code B6C 2E8.
That's coming up with 586 Hornby Street.
595. 595 Hornby Street, 4th floor, B6C 2E8.
Oh, is it the little skinny one in the middle? A tiny house.
I'd take the one on the left. Does it say the title of it?
No, it's got the Swedish touch on the left.
There it is.
Yeah.
There it is. It's a massage parlor.
Yeah.
Say that
on
address.
Hornby Street.
Say that address. I'm gonna both go there.
595 Hornby Street, 4th floor, Vancouver, BC.
Oh yeah, I'll meet you over there.
There's a story behind that. Me and my friend, we were working very hard in a phone sweatshop, and we finally got paid. We were like, oh my God, after all this time, it was weeks, you know. And so we went out for lunch downtown, and we were joking that if we ever get rich off this telemarketing thing, we're going to do all this, you know, fancy stuff, get limos and get these big fancy telemarketing chairs, and we're going to have to hire our own masseuse to get massages every day. And so we finally got paid, and we went to lunch, and we were joking about it. I said, well, why don't we go and find a masseuse and live our dream for the afternoon. So we looked up masseuses, and this is what came up. It was the first thing, and there was a special one, Sweetest Touch. Being as naive as we are, we were all excited. You know, we're going to get our dream come true here, right? So we go inside, and it's a very prestige place, like high class, you know, like gold poles everywhere and ceramic floors and holy shit. And we were greeted with the utmost upper class lady wearing this really elegant red robe. And she greeted us like gentlemen, and she pointed us towards 3 masseuses for us to choose from. These 3 ladies came out for us to choose from. The whole time, I was naive. I had no idea what this actually was. I found out after we chose our masseuse, we were supposed to choose the room. They had all kinds of different rooms. A bathroom, like a hot tub room. A mirror room. There's like 12 different rooms, and they're all fancy and upper class, 9 yards. So, anyways, yeah, I chose mine. He chose his. We went in there. We thought we were getting these massages. And boy, did we get a massage! Oh, let me tell you, boy, did we get a massage! Holy shit! That was something. I'll never forget that massage, you know.
Rubbing them muscles really, really tender, eh?
Right. Right. And I got trapped into it too, because once she finally clued me in on what's going on, I'm like, oh shit. Ding dong, you know, I realized where I was. And I'm trying to get out of it, right? And I said, well, I don't have any money. And I couldn't get out of it that way, because the entry for the massage was like, I think $120 or something like that. So I only had 100 and some change on me, and or whatever it was. Anyway, there was a 50 bill in change that I got back. And so she pointed to that and she said, well, that's for that, you got that, you can use for your quote unquote tip, right? So yeah, I kind of got cornered into it. Had to do something. So anyway, the funniest part was when both me and my friend came out. We just looked at each other and we were both like beat red in the face, right? You know? And the only question we could ask each other is, "Did you tip?" And he just like, "Yep, I tipped." I said, "Yeah, I did too. Let's get out of here." We both knew what we did.
As you walk up the door, the paparazzis are there taking pictures.
Yeah. Well, you know, it was a really good massage. We definitely had our dream that day.
Well, we're like, obviously I was in the army, so we was all in the army, and we decided that we were gonna drive through Amsterdam, and we're gonna have a wander around Amsterdam, and then we decided that we'd get a not a hotel room, where the backpackers go and stay. What, I can't remember what they're called. Like a YMCA thing, like a hostel. So we decided we were going to stay in this hostel. Anyway, so we're in Amsterdam, and you know, you see all the red light district, and you see all the women in the windows and everything else. And we went into a bar, and being squatters, we didn't touch any weed because you get piss tested, and you know, if you get caught, then you get thrown out, or get guard room and thrown out, or jail and thrown out. So we didn't touch any weed. So we was in the bar, and a couple of my mates said, "Well, we'll be back in a minute." They'd been sitting there having a conversation. They said they'd be back in a minute, and they said, "Yeah, we know where you're going." Like, I chatted up some party, and went back to hers, and I had a good old time. Like, we went back to base. A couple of days later, my two mates, like, "Oh no, it's bad, it's bad, it's bad. We got stuff oozing." we gotta go to see the medic. So they had the old cone shaped thing prodded down and then drawn out. Oh, they were in agony, absolute agony. And it's like, you honestly went to Amsterdam and you've honestly come back with a dose. Yeah, but where did you go? I said, and you paid for the privilege of that dose. I said, all I did was buy a bird, a couple of drinks, and I spent the night at her place, and I had breakfast in the morning. It's like, you've all come back with a dose. Unbelievable. Yeah, so they all went to the knocking shop and came back with a dose. I didn't have any problems at all. I didn't. And mine was free, and I got breakfast in the morning.
We I was at Fort Sill, Oklahoma, artillery, 1050. Our barracks were separate from our latrines. Latrine they had a separate barracks for latrine, only showers. So when you wake up in the morning, you have to go outside and go to the barracks and go to the latrine. Well, I woke up like about 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, and I'm over there inside the latrine by myself, and I hear this guy walking in. Well, he goes to the urinal and he starts pissing, and he starts screaming like a mother freak. I went, "What the hell?" Scared the shit out of me. So I did my thing and left. Well, we got up early in the morning. We're all information. It's nighttime. And the lieutenant comes out, our company commander, and he says, "This gentleman," which was behind him, "this guy's got the clap." And that was the same guy I seen at the little tree. So it dawned on me why he was screaming, because he's pissing. He was hurting him. So he goes, and he said something about it. Now he says, "I'm going to tell every one of you, if you have this kind of disease, form of formation behind this gentleman, we're going to get it fixed." Half the freaking platoon left. We all started laughing. People didn't go with, behind again. We all started laughing our asses off. I mean, we were empty. Like there was hardly anybody there. And, oh God, it was hilarious. Oh shit. Because if you didn't say nothing, you get an Article 15, which means you'll get reprimanded and take your money or
get
you
charged.
lose. Yeah.
Oh, that's what happened to them. They got charged. They got charged for the sex. They come back with a present, and then got charged for catching it. That's funny. I had a freebie for a couple of drinks. I did.
Oh man, being in the military was one of my best educations. Though it was, I can't deny that. That's one thing I gained by the military.
Yeah. Somebody asked me if I'd go back. I said, not for
I
the
said the same thing about the Swedish Touch.
I said, not for the indoctrination, but for the comradeship. For the comradeship, yeah, I'd definitely go back.
Oh, you meet some good people in there. You do,
Yeah.
And they're all closed mouth too against the officers. Something goes wrong, nobody says a word. They all keep their mouth shut. They won't snitch on you. They will not snitch on you. I loved it. And the
and also, if you're in a pub or a club or whatever, if you say, right, I'm going for a slash a minute, somebody's always watching that door. Somebody's always watching your back.
Yep.
Yeah. You don't get that. You don't get that nowadays.
No,
you can be in a pub with a couple of mates and you've upset somebody by talking loudly or whatever. You go to the toilet and they'll confront you in the toilet. But none of your mates are watching that toilet door. But when you was in the army, everybody looked out for everybody. I don't know what it is.
You guys want to see a little bit of the deepest ghetto area of Vancouver?
Yeah.
All right. As harsh as this kind of is and looks, it's actually nothing compared to Winnipeg's ghetto areas, which is about all the north half. That's something else. Let's see if I can find a video of that, then show that too. But this, I don't know if I put the, double check.
As long as it's not YouTube, please. Oh. Every time we go on, I get a copyright. What the? How does I'm trying to figure out where this is coming from.
That's okay. They're just claims.
Oh, they hate me.
Yeah, Cat Adder's taken down for CNN.
People are afraid of
the sound on.
Yeah.
You shouldn't have
Yeah.
down the street looking over your shoulder, but that's the way it is now.
You just kind of get used to this being part of what it means to be a Vancouverite.
See that?
Wow. Vancouverite.
I mean,
Why did it jump like that? Hold on. What's going on here?
You're buffering like crazy.
People are afraid in Vancouver. You shouldn't have to walk down the street looking over your shoulder, but that's the way it is now.
You just kind of get used to this being part of what it means.
Check that out.
To be a Vancouver.
Wow.
Ain't that something?
Right.
This goes on for probably about 6 to 8 miles on just both sides of the street here.
See, I've been watching a guy, and he's Vancouver, and his girlfriend's Vancouver. They both got vans, and they go off to what's the island called? Oh, I keep forgetting it.
Over here?
What's the big island called?
Vancouver Island.
Oh, it's Vancouver Island, isn't it? Yeah. So he drives over, and then gets the ferry over to Vancouver.
Right.
But yeah, no, he doesn't show any of that.
Yeah, this is a real segregated area. So, most of Vancouver is not like this at all. It's pretty posh, actually, for the most part. Posh in its own way, but also very fake and drug-ridden everywhere, even in the posh areas. So it's a weird place. But this is just crazy. When you walk down here, you gotta make sure you're on your guard. Somebody walking zombie-ish with a needle in their hand, come and fall over and jab you in the side, or you never know,
This isn't normal, and this is actually something wrong, and that we should hold our political leaders accountable for presiding over something that is clearly not okay.
We had a good city in the 90s. What the f happened then?
What is happening to Vancouver?
Is that a woman?
The wealthiest.
Yeah, that was a woman on probably crack.
The most naturally beautiful cities in all of North America.
That's what it looks like. This downtown Vancouver.
Beautiful looking.
Overview. Yeah. Don't judge a book by its cover.
Oh yeah, Well, I mean, I like the water with it. Beautiful.
It's a fucking cesspool, and all this is polluted because there's oil barges. Yeah, it's terrible.
Has been beset by skyrocketing crime, violent attacks, and a crippling battle with addiction that's literally left thousands of people dead. But what is at the root of all these problems? Do police have the tools they need to do their jobs? Are violent offenders being released with little to no regard for public safety? And has an ideological obsession with so-called safe supply and free drugs overshadowed the desperate need for treatment, recovery, and rehabilitation?
Harm reduction. Somebody's got a sense of humor, man. Because that shit ain't helping nobody, man. It's helping everybody get high more.
Everywhere you look, that this stuff has taken hold significantly. The cities have become destroyed.
My name is Aaron Gunn, and this is Politics Explained.
Oh, may I say something? If it's okay?
Yeah.
Can I shut the stream down so it'll save, and then I'll restart it up?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that okay? Okay, just give me time, and I'll start the stream back up again. I gotta do a couple things on this phone here, and then I'll start it back up again. This way, it's saved, and YouTube won't take it down. You know what I mean?
Yep. Yeah. Do you want to make it now? You still got plenty of time to do that if you want. Make it now while we're here, so we can just jump into the new one.
I'm not quite sure how to do this on the phone here.
Yeah, it might be different on the phone. Is your computer off?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to turn it on. All right, I'll do it that way. Go on, you guys go ahead and I'll get things started.
Okay, I'll play this a little bit more.
You know what? I'm gonna hold on. I gotta get off and come back on again.
He always does that. And he'll realize later that, he was talking to himself. All right, let's a little bit more of this.
174 more deaths lost to illicit drugs in BC.
There was an altercation, an exchange of gunfire, and a man in his 40s was shot dead.
Police say the man was walking shirtless in traffic while kicking cars before the woman and toddler were knocked over.
Wow.
Vancouver is dying. Crime is on the rise, violence is rampant, and residents don't feel safe in their own communities, a trend that's only been accelerating over the past few years. According to the Vancouver Police Department's Public Safety Indicator Report, when compared to average crime rates between 2017 and 2019, 2022 has seen robberies up 21%. Assaults against police officers are also up 21%, and violent assaults as a whole are up 36%. And these stats undoubtedly underestimate the problem, since in the first quarter of 2022, 40% of all non-emergency calls went unanswered. What was once contained to the downtown east side is now spreading into the rest of Vancouver, affecting businesses and residents across the city. I set out to see just how bad it has gotten and how the people who live and work here have been affected. I met first with the owner of an Italian restaurant in Vancouver to see the impact rising crime has had on his business.
I started my business on the Drive back in 1998. Yeah. We used to be able in summertime leave our doors and windows open during the night. Well, now you can't do that. I mean, we had panhandling, illegal vending, people trespassing in the doorways. I mean, it's really gotten out of hand. For example, they'll come in, they'll try to steal the tips right from the counter. They'll try to steal the cell phone. Like, you know, I had one of my employees just put the cell phone on the counter. The guy reached over like this and grabbed it. We had people like shooting up in the washroom, the defecating, urinating anywhere. The needles that you find all over the place.
And that happens around here too?
Oh, it happens everywhere. It happens all over the city now. I mean, it's insane. I caught a guy doing the graffiti, but I thought, like, do I confront him? Do I call the police? So I called the police. The police came, and this guy had a hatchet in his backpack. So, I mean, if I would have confronted him, who knows what would have happened.
And Frederico isn't alone in feeling this way. According to a survey conducted by the Greater Vancouver Board of Trade, 44% of businesses say crime and public safety is the top issue they're dealing with. The problem has gotten so bad that businesses are taking extreme measures to prevent theft or leaving certain areas altogether. But widespread lawlessness is impacting more than just businesses. The residents of Vancouver are living under threat of a new and terrifying trend of random assaults and stranger attacks. Delivery service employees stabbed, a woman casually walking down the street struck in the head with a hammer, racially motivated assaults, and even a woman who was literally set on fire. And these are only a few of the many stranger attacks that occurred on the streets of Vancouver this year alone. It's gotten so bad that, according to the Vancouver Police Department, unprovoked attacks on strangers have jumped 35% since 2019. I met with a leading...
You're back, Mr. Big Thumbs?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
I did this. How come I can't pull out here?
No, speak a bit louder.
Hold on here. Let me hook this thing up. Yeah, I got the link. Hold on. I got to figure out everything on my phone here.
You did it all on your phone?
Yeah, yeah.
Well, aren't you just fucking getting smart?
Yeah.
Had a good teacher.
Speak up, can't hear
you. You can't hear him? Yeah, neither can I.
Jesus, thanks, guys.
What?
Say it again, over.
You know what? I might have a problem here because I don't have.
I think Wright's dropped out. Can't see him anymore.
Thanks, guys. Hello, I'm here.
What did he say about his ear?
I don't know. We'll see if he realizes before he comes back. No.
I'm sure he said something about his ears.
He has something about his ears. What were you saying about your ears? Oh, he's there. Oh shit.
Yeah, I heard that. There it is. There's the chat right there, guys. I mean the link.
Okay, got it.
All right. Let me get things set up over there, and I'll get. I'll meet you there in about 5 minutes. Okay.
Okay, are you gonna shut this one off right now then?
Well, no. I'll wait till you guys come on over, then I'll come back and shut it off. Then I'll come back on.
Okay, that's fine.
All right. Get you guys in short.
Okay, so we'll say
Not in your shorts.
sayonara from this one, and anybody who's with us, come over into the new one, and I guess we're going to start part 2 of my very short live stream tonight. At least the timer will keep me honest, if we're starting over.
Very short stream. All right, I'll meet you over there just a short. Let me get things ready.
All right, very good. You got the link there, Smiley?
Yeah.
All right. I'm off this one. I'll see you in that one.
All right, see you in a minute.
Right now, so thank you. Meet you over there, SD.